What's up? Anamata 4 is here, and we're back again. This is a story where Izuku was betrayed and had a massive harem, with Class B girls. A heart shattered into pieces. A heart that no longer feels the same as before, and a hope that fades away. Sadly, after the capture and downfall of the League of Villains, poor Midoriya Izuku was forgotten, cast aside, never to be spoken to again. This led him to even question whether being a hero was worth it. The feeling of saving and protecting people still burned deep within him, but who would save him? When everything seemed dark and lonely, even he didn't know how to go on. He reached a point where he didn't care about anything, transforming into a cold and solitary person whom no one cared about. Fortunately, all is not lost, and amidst the shadows, great lights will appear to change his path. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations. Also, this is a translate version, you may find some mistakes, specifically in the characters' gender. Izuku of course is a male, this time, no changes in the genders. Well, with that out, let's get into the story. A new day at High Alliance for the now 3A, one of the best generations ever. That class that was once one soon gained strength, power and intelligence, and entered their second year they achieved the unthinkable, defeating the League of Villains. Of course, it wasn't just them, but it still made an impact that some simple students were capable of so much. Today was a new day because soon a new school year will begin and they will be in their final year. They have all changed, shaped by tough training and adverse situations that endowed them with great ingenuity. Even the positions of power changed drastically. Currently, Bakugo Katsuki, better known as Dynamic, is the strongest in the class. When he put aside his arrogant and conceited attitude, a great hero emerged. Next after Bakugo was, of course, Todoroki Shoto, the son of the current number 1, who managed to control his two sides almost perfectly and is considered a great hero. And according to the girls, a Greek god in every sense of the word, simply beautiful. Third was the unwavering hero, Kirishi Minajiro, better known as Red Riot, the impenetrable wall that can withstand anything, and withstands everything with his great willpower and endurance. They earned the title of the third strongest through blood, sweat and tears. These three make up the current big three of UA, and to no one's surprise, all three achieved feats that placed them at this point. But to get so high, they had to make someone go very, very low. Midoriya Izuku, known 2 years ago as the strongest in his class, a noble, caring, and kind boy with a desire to be a hero that was only surpassed by his great intellect, whom the very symbol of peace noticed and made a successor, by giving him the precious one for all. The greatest power that ever existed is currently not even noticed by his classmates. Everyone ignores him or overlooks him, they have simply forgotten about him. And that is why they were not able to see that the great hero Deku was 3 times better than Dynamic. The old Midoriya would be nervous about this. Surpassing the great Bakugo Katsuki would be considered a grave violation of the rules. The current Midoriya, on the other hand, doesn't care. His feelings diminished long ago, and from being that kind and affectionate boy, he became someone cold and serious, almost on par with the cynic he had as a classmate. Now, he didn't care what happened to Bakugo or anyone else in his class. Classes would soon start again, and frankly, his enthusiasm for going plummeted, if not further. He didn't even get out of bed that day. It wasn't worth it, and anyway, what was the point of getting up? To go to his friends. No, he didn't have any anymore. They all left one by one. First, Ida, who after the war was so busy that he simply forgot about him, preferring to be with Uraka and Bakugo. The Uraka herself also drifted away. Her responsibilities as one of the 3 strongest in the class and a part-time hero consumed everything. She quickly gained fame and more friends, so she too distanced herself from him. Todoroki was next. Endeavor tried tooth and nail to win his love and eventually succeeded. With him came people and friendships that were more important than Izuku. In the end, only Bakugo remained as a friend figure, of course, before the aforementioned joined the big 3, and gained many people who supported him, forgetting who his first support and friend was. With this, his other classmates also left with him and he was left alone. It didn't matter if he managed to surpass everyone to make himself noticed once again. They acted as if he didn't exist, and after a few months he stopped trying. The strength to get up every morning faded away. He wasn't even sure he wanted to be a hero anymore. But he was already in his final year, so it was impossible to change his course. He finally got up at midday, rubbing his head trying to get rid of that hangover. That's another thing that changed in him. He became an alcoholic, feeling relief and peace when drinking beer. For a moment he let all his problems go away. The bad thing was its adverse effects. Izuku. Shit. He rubbed his eyes, trying to keep a little light coming into his room from blinding him. Oh God, what time is it? He picked up his alarm clock from the floor. 12:30 p.m., not as late as he thought. A good bath might help. He got up listlessly and headed to the private bathroom in his room. His room was very different from when they first moved in. The posters of the blonde hero had completely disappeared, as had all the other merchandise. Now there were only light gray walls, a nightstand with bottles scattered on it, an open and messy wardrobe, a desk with a laptop, and several books scattered on the table, and a monotonous and simple bed with black sheets. That crazy fan attitude for heroes had died with everything else from his past. Izuku. That was good. Came out of the bathroom stark naked. No one was coming to his room, so it didn't matter. It worked. Now what should I wear? Who cares? He grabbed the first thing he saw in the closet. A tight-fitting short-sleeved blue shirt, black jeans, and his iconic red sneakers. He'd never trade those for anything. They were a gift from his father before he left for America. They were reminded that, somewhere in the world, he had someone who loved him. He went down to the common room and saw the usual scene. Kaminari carrying everyone, Cyril looking at his cell phone, Ashido chatting happily with Higekure and Azui, Yeo Orozu talking with Jiro and Todoroki enjoying tea, Uraka, Ida, Kirishima, and Bakugo training outside. As always, no one seemed interested in Izuku, which was strange, because he had changed a lot in recent years. His face, though still retaining its tenderness, now had an adult complexion. His rigorous and extreme training only served to shape his body well, his muscles perfectly defined beneath that shirt. His height went from being a dwarf to someone who would be considered tall, 1.79 meters to be precise. This, combined with his serious gaze, made him imposing and respectable, someone who stood out, but the reality was that nobody cared. He walked towards the kitchen ready to have his well-deserved breakfast, and then he would train until his limbs exploded, or his heart stopped from not being able to endure his training, whichever came first. He quickly finished his egg with bacon and orange juice to head to the range training field. There, he quickly began his exercises, starting with a warm-up. 40 laps around the area without using his quirk, carrying 10-kilo weight strapped to his feet, while dodging lasers fired from strategically placed robots. Adding to the challenge, he had to complete an extra lap for every laser that hit him, and there were many robots around. After the warm-up came push-ups, carrying a pile of 15-kilo stones and boulders on one hand. Following this, he performed a one-handed balancing exercise, the opposite hand from the one he used for push-ups, while carrying 3 stones, all, while robots electrocuted him in specific parts of his body. Then came combat training, mainly kung fu for a long time. After 4:30 p.m. Izuku was in a deplorable state with wounds on various parts of his body, and sweating profusely. He was kicking a rock with bare legs and was tearing them apart. Soon exhaustion and hunger took their toll, and he fell like an oak tree to the cold ground, hopefully never to wake up. Unfortunately, luck wasn't on their side, and they found him within a minute. An orange-haired girl entered the Gamma field intending to train, and she was greatly surprised to find a green-haired boy in pretty bad shape on the ground. She quickly picked him up with her quirk and took him to recovery. Whoever he was had gone too far. Kendo was having a happy day. She had woken up early to make the most of it. A healthy breakfast, hitting Manama so he wouldn't do anything stupid. Preparing what she needed when she became class president again for her final year. And training to become even stronger than she already was. This changed slightly when he found a teammate in a deplorable state on the field he was going to use for training. He looked like he had been tortured for hours, although the reality was that he trained like that and ended up completely exhausted. He quickly took him to the infirmary, and recovery calmly set about attending to him. Kendo. Shouldn't I be worrying anymore? He looked at the old woman calmly reading a magazine while the boy lay unconscious on the stretcher. Recovery. It would be if it were more serious. He replied calmly, and Kendo got angry. This wasn't serious. The guy is literally covered in blood, and his skin looks purple. Kendo. I think it's very serious. She crossed her arms, glaring at the nurse. Recovery. The reason I'm not worried is simple, child. Grandma got up from her chair and went to check on Izuku, who was asleep. It's not the first time this boy has come in like this, and actually, she examined him from head to toe. He's surprisingly less injured than usual. This last comment worried the reed. Was this the least injured? Did you call a racer? He's his teacher, and I have to notify him. Kendo. Of course. The president ran straight out to find the teacher, who was sleeping in the shade of a tree in his sleeping bag. A few simple words were enough, and the flagship teacher of Class A was in the infirmary. Aizawa. How serious is it? Looked worried about his student. Recovery. Not as much as the other times, and that's already worrying. Kendo looked at the nurse strangely. How could being injured less be worrying? Kendo. Excuse me, recovery, but shouldn't it be good that he's not so badly hurt? Besides, why is he hurting himself like that? He looked at Izuku, who seemed to be having nightmares, judging by the faces he was making. Recovery. Quite the opposite, given Midoriya Izuku's nature. The fact that he didn't arrive mortally winded means he's losing more and more muscle mass and fluids. He's pushing himself twice, maybe 3 times as hard in his training. They approached the heart monitor, looking at it seriously. It's clear this time. Aizawa, he's determined to die. Student and teacher were shocked. He wanted to die. Aizawa. I suppose it was only a matter of time. He let out a tired huff. Many months ago, the unruly problem child had become a silent boy. He didn't speak even when the teachers ordered him to, always lost in his own thoughts and rambling, not even uttering a murmur. Island form Nizu. The black hair popped out, and Kendo finally snapped out of his shock, chasing after him. Kendo. Aizawa-sensei. Wait. The green-eyed girl stopped the eraser hero as they left. What's going on? How is it possible that Midoriya wants to die? Aizawa. Do you mind? The teacher glared angrily at the student. He could barely tolerate the hypocrisy of his own class, let alone someone from another class playing with his student. He wasn't going to let the troubled kids suffer anymore. Kendo. Of course. She replied angrily. He's my classmate. Yes, he might be from the other class, but he's still my classmate, besides. She confronted her teacher, who looked annoyed. What kind of hero would I be if I just let him die? The one who has shown that nothing else matters as long as he saves someone. The conviction in Kendo's green eyes could only make Aizawa happy. Aizawa. Alright, follow me. Without another word, the teacher walked ahead, and the orange-haired girl followed, a little confused. It's something quite personal to Midoriya, but if you don't know him, it's vital to understand him, and he'll never say it. His sad tone was very noticeable. To begin with, what do you know about Midoriya? Kendo. A good guy, heroic like very few others. Who doesn't mind dying if it's to save others, friendly, kind, and shy, besides being very strong. And considered the strongest in Class A. The hero looked neutrally at the girl. It was clear she knew very little about him. Aizawa. That was before, currently the most powerful is Bakugo, followed by Todoroki and Kirishima. The president of Class B stopped abruptly and looked at her teacher in surprise. Kendo. And him. From what I understand, his quirk and strategic mind make him the strongest. He saw how his sensei suddenly became saddened. Azawa. Midoriya is considered one of the weakest. The shock didn't leave her face. It was impossible for her to understand. Everything happened so fast, but to summarize, after the league fell to the class, they gained popularity, and most were fascinated by it. As you might have guessed, some got carried away by the fame, while others barely noticed. A lump formed in her throat. The next part was very bad. Those few who didn't get carried away were soon hailed as the victors over evil, for being at the forefront of the league's defeat, overshadowing Midoriya. From one day to the next, everyone except Midoriya had many things, and those things consumed them until they simply forgot about him. Kendo. Did you forget? Surprise didn't leave her face. She wondered if that was possible. Azawa. Yes, everyone distanced themselves from him and started treating him like a freak. He lowered his head, containing his fury. And a couple of months Midoriya changed. And now he's what you see. A simple boy with no purpose or friends, whose only focus is training to death, that's all. He continued walking, leaving Kendo in the hallway analyzing everything. Kendo. Were they able to forget him? A memory of Midoriya during joint training, saving his classmates. Did they forget their teammate who only ever helped them? He clenched his hands into fists until they almost bled. He didn't like what was happening. Recovery. Stay still, boy. The shout from the infirmary pulled her from her thoughts and she went to see Kendo. What do you think you're doing? The scene before her made her blood boil. Izuku stood bandaged in multiple places, his gaze fixed on the floor, trying to lead the infirmary. Stay still, you'll reopen the wounds if you continue. She stopped Izuku, who for the first time realized who she was. Izuku. Kendo. Sam. Could you please let me go? The girl was annoyed by his calm and subdued demeanor. Kendo. No. With the same authoritarian voice he used with his class, he answered Izuku. You're hurt and you need to rest. He pushed him lightly and the green hair fell onto the cod. Izuku. I'm completely fine and I want to go train. He was about to get up but was stopped again by the older sister of Class B Kendo. Can you see the state you're in? Now I'm really going to yell at him. I'm not going to let a promising hero kill himself like this. Dear badly hurt, I won't let you go Midoriya. He crossed his arms over his chest and glared at him. Izuku. Ah. He groaned and rubbed his hands on his face. I'm perfectly fine and I'm going to train. He stood up, lightly pushed Kendo and walked towards the exit when Kendo stopped him by grabbing his wrist. What? He was irritated with the orange-haired girl's behavior. Couldn't she just ignore him like the others? Kendo. You need to rest, please Midoriya. I don't like seeing you like this. His grip trembled and Midoriya was surprised. I'm not going to let a good kid kill himself training. What kind of human being would I be if I allowed it? His voice slowly broke, and Izuku was already doubting himself. Izuku. Don't trust anyone. The boy sounded in his head, and Izuku constantly shook his head trying to stop it. Stop. He hit his head hard and Izuku fell unconscious. Kendo stared at Izuku on a stretcher, a mixture of astonishment and sadness in her eyes. Just a few minutes ago, the boy had lost consciousness from hitting his own head. The green-eyed girl thought that this would finally help him relax, but the truth was that he looked just as bad. His face was sad and he was closing his eyes tightly. It was clear that whatever he was dreaming was bad. Izuku. Please no. Izuku escaped him and he stretched out his hand trying to reach something. Don't go, don't forget me, come back. Go. He let out a couple more Tears, and this was enough for the president of Class B to approach and try to calm him down. Kendo, calm down, Midoriya-san. She whispered directly into his ear while stroking his head. You're okay, you're safe, and I'm not going anywhere. Her soft, calming words seemed to echo in the mind of the green-haired boy, who finally calmed down. Recovery. It's becoming more and more frequent. Wrote something in a notebook and watched the interaction between the two. Kendo. Which is more common? She still had her hand in his hair. It was actually softer and fluffier than she thought. Recovery. The nightmare is an attempt to fall asleep. She looked seriously at both of them. Midoriya suffers from insomnia and depression, he has done this many times. That surprised Kendo. It's clear that Midoriya's mind is taking a toll, and I'm not sure how long it will take for it to completely break. Kendo. When do you think it might happen? He looked at the relaxed Izuku next to him. Recovery. It could be months, weeks, or days, maybe I'm already at a point of no return. He looked sadly at the one who was once All Might's successor. Kendo. Is there anything I can do? She asked hopefully and with conviction. Recovery. I don't know, the mind, unlike the body, has to be treated differently and takes longer to heal. He thought about it for a while. Was there a solution? Let me think. Nizu. The solution is right in front of us. Recovery. The principal mouse entered riding on Azawa's bandages, surprising the two women. Recovery. What does you mean, Principal Nizu? Nizu. Young Midoriya is going through a severe depression because of his current classmates. Added to this are the cases of past abuse at his previous school, resulting in an emotionally unstable boy. He climbed down from his comfortable seat on Azawa's shoulders and onto Midoriya's bed. The solution is simple, I'll change his class. This shocked everyone. Kendo. Would that help? She asked, somewhere between excited and scared. She didn't quite know how to take this matter. Nizu. Yes, since in the current Class A, they only keep him to one side. If this continues, we will only cause young Midoriya to commit suicide. Sooner rather than later. This made Eraser tense, he felt guilty about this. That's why putting him in a different environment can make him feel better. Worse, that will depend on who he spends time with. Kendo. What do you think? Recovery girl. They turned to look at the old woman who was thinking coldly. Recovery. Live in the state of his body and how constantly he ends up hurting himself. If the principal believes this can help him, I don't see why I deny it, it might work. The reed became excited. Nizu. Azawa. Do you agree with this? The three watched as the teacher of Class A looked lost and thought, staring at his student, pondering whether it was the right decision. Azawa. Well. He gave in surprisingly easily, much to Nizu's surprise. If that makes him Midoriya again, then do it, principal. Nizu. Alright, I'll take care of the necessary paperwork. Midoriya Izuku will be transferred to Class B in 2 days or less. With a smile on his face, he went straight to his office. The sooner he does it, the better. While they were deciding what to do, with Izuku inside, there was a discussion about his recent actions. The former holders were aware of Midoriya's mental instability and did everything they could to help him whenever they could. Nana. Izuku. Izuku looked at her quite sadly. He had lost the ability to smile a long time ago. It wasn't worth it anymore. Calm down, I'm not going to scold you or anything like that. But you don't need to take your training to such extremes. I don't want anything serious to happen to you. She placed a hand on Izuku's head, trying to make him feel better. She's lying. All she cares about is not disappearing. If you die, she and everyone else will too. Izuku's shadow projected outward, making him feel unsafe. Nana. Shut up, I really care about him. Unlike others who just want him to destroy himself. She retorted to the shadow who was just moving in place. Izuku. Stop it, both of you, he said, his voice dry and cold. This said in Nana. The bravest hero, the one who could bring a smile to everyone's face, had now been extinguished. I don't care what you two say. It's my damn body, and I'll use it however I want. And if I want to train until my eyes burst, I will. He walked away from them, disappearing into the total darkness. It was better than listening to the delusions of his own mind, born from his insecurities. Time passed and Midoriya finally woke up, this time calmer and still bandaged, slowly opening his eyes until he got used to the dim light. Kendo. You're finally awake. A smiling Atsuka Kendo appeared in the doorway with a tray full of food. I thought you'd be hungry. So enjoy. She placed a tray on Izuku's lap, who looked at his companion's actions and surprise. Izuku. Thank you. Took a spoon and began to eat. He didn't speak, and Kendo's smile didn't leave. So it became awkward for the orange-haired girl. Izuku didn't care. Kendo. And Midoriya. Izuku ignored him, lost in thought. Midoriya. Not a single movement. Midoriya. He lightly touched his shoulder, and Izuku reacted. Izuku. Yes. He was discouraged and sad, the orange-haired girl didn't know why. Kendo. Are you okay? She looked worriedly at her partner, who just looked at her, holding back his tears. Izuku. Yes, I am. He looked at his food again, as if it were the most interesting thing in the world. Nizu. Young Midoriya. The rat entered the infirmary with his eternal smile, looking at the two of them. Izuku. Yes, principal. He was afraid of what he would say. What if they finally expelled him because they realized he was useless? What would his parents say? Would they even speak to him? Did he deserve to hear from them? Nizu. I'm very happy to say that you've been transferred to Class B for future heroes. Izuku froze. Had he heard right? Izuku. Huh? I didn't understand the reason for this decision. Nizu. Due to certain internal matters, we have decided to transfer him to Class B. His potential seems to be wasted in Class A. He looked happily at Kendo. Miss Kendo, could you please take him to his new dormitory in Class B? Kendo. Of course, principal. She replied happily. When you're finished we'll go rest. She smiled at Izuku, who was still confused. Izuku. But what about my things? He turned to look at the principal. Nizu. They're already in their new dorm, don't worry about that, young Midoriya. He was leaving when he spoke again. Consider this a new beginning with new friends. The principal left, leaving the two of them there, one very happy and the other very confused. For the next 15 minutes, Izuku analyzed what had happened and he didn't know how to feel. On one hand, he was terrified. A new class meant new people, which meant he would be ignored again, and he didn't know if he could endure that. On the other hand, a very deep part of him was excited and hopeful to have a friend. He didn't even notice when Kendo was basically dragging him to the B dorms, raving about a class without realizing that Izuku wasn't listening. Kendo. And it's here. They stopped at a building exactly like the one in Class A. Midoriya Izuku, welcome to Class B. They both entered and revealed. Upon entering, almost the entire Class B was there. Except for Manama, who was gagged, tied up, and put in the laundry room for now. They had a welcome sign and plenty of food. Vlad King mentioned the integration of Izuku into the class, who, due to personal reasons, was transferred to live with them. It had a warm family-like atmosphere. He hadn't felt like that in a long time. It was genuinely pleasant, but the voice in his head kept telling him that they were just pretending and that they would forget him at the slightest provocation, just like before. Class B welcome Midoriya. The class shouted in unison, delighted to have a new classmate. Izuku. Thank you. He said curtly, not knowing how to act in this situation, so he just fearfully retreated to his room. Tetsu. What's wrong with him? Can't he see this? is for him? The metallic metapod was angry. He considered what Izuku had just done disrespectful. Yanagi. Maybe he's tired. The silver-haired girl pointed out, stating the obvious. And everyone seemed to agree. Kendo. I don't think that's it. The president spoke, quite displeased with what had happened. Monama. Finally. The blonde boy stormed out, angry at his classmates for not letting them make fun of the idiot from Class A. Where is he? Where is the idiot from Class A? A loud slap echoed throughout the room. Kendo. That's enough, Monama. The icy staring firm, serious voice made the human photocopier tremble slightly. You don't know the reason for the change, and as far as you know, you don't know anything about him. Stop acting like an idiot for 2 seconds. She ordered, completely enraged by the blonde's behavior. Monama. Why are you defending him? Was annoyed. She wasn't supposed to defend the idiots in Class A Kendo. Because she needs help and I'm willing to give it to her. Clenched her fists, trying to push away the thought of hitting the class. Yui. What happened to her? The dark-haired woman asked, as stoic as ever. Kendo. Simple words, I need your help to restore Midoriya's confidence. Everyone looked at their friend strangely. I'm not going to tell you what happened, that would be invading his personal life, so you'll have to find out for yourselves. Setsuna. Are you seriously not going to tell us anything? The orange-haired girl shook her head. Not even a little bit. She put on her best face, and the president continued to shake her head. A waste. At least a simple clue. Kendo. I'm just going to tell you to give him his face and not pressure him. At first, he won't speak to you, and no, Monama, it's not because he thinks he's better. The blonde lowered his hand. Actually, it's the opposite. He thinks he's inferior to everyone. That's all I'll say. The president went straight to her newest classmate's room. Kamakiri. Does anyone understand what's happening? Almost everyone shook their head. Cassie. Not even a little. Scratched his head, very confused. Yui. It seems that Midoriya-san had a traumatic event that shattered his confidence and hope, and now he withdraws into himself, waiting for the day he will no longer wake up because of the way he carries deep within his being. A stoic girl tried to give an opinion, and everyone stared at her. What? Juzo. Nothing. It's just that we're surprised you figured all that out just from watching him for a little while. He ate a potato chip that was meant for Midoriya. Yui. I guess I'm good at reading people. Raised her right arm in a victory gesture, though with her poker face, it was hard to tell if that was it or something else. While everyone was trying to figure out what was bothering Izuku, he was, of course, in his room. He had fixed everything and was currently drinking from a beer bottle. It was the only thing that seemed to silence the voice in his head. Kendo. Midoriya-san. Came a voice through the door, much to Izuku's annoyance. I'm sorry your rival was like this, but are you all excited to have a new classmate? Izuku. Don't worry, Kendo-san, I understand. He took another sip, it was starting to take effect. It's not their fault they're so lively. Kendo. Midoriya-san. Are you alright? Izuku's tone was so different from a few moments ago that he didn't let it go. Izuku. Perfectly fine he. Hiccup. The strange hiccups worried her. Kendo. I'm coming in, I want to see if you're okay. The orange-haired girl entered the room, ignoring how it was decorated. What are you doing? She yelled at the green-haired boy, and her shot could be heard all the way to the first floor. Everyone came upstairs to see what was happening. Kinoko. What's going on? The brunette, followed by the whole class, watched a scene of Kendo with a bottle of liquor in her hands, moving it away from a half-drunk Izuku who was stretching to reach such a precious bottle. Izuku. Give it to me please. Izuku was being held by a giant hand. And sounded desperate. Kendo. No. Do you know what this does to your body? the reed exclaimed. And Izuku looked like he was about to cry. Izuku. Yes, it completely relaxes me and stops that damn voice from speaking. He sounded desperate, trying to break free from his now president's grip. Give it to me, Izuku demanded. Kendo. Midoriya. This is wrong, it's damaging your body. She tightened her grip slightly so he wouldn't let go. Izuku. Please. He began to whimper to everyone's surprise. It's all I have, please. Tears began to flow from his eyes. He felt dizzy and tired. He knew that the only thing that would make him sleep would be the drink. Monama. Kendo. Give it back. The blonde ordered the president. To add to the surprises, the serious look only made Kendo return the bottle, and Izuku drank it desperately, then drank another. And soon the exhaustion and the alcohol overcame him, ending up asleep in his bed. It's better to talk downstairs. Everyone obeyed the order and went down, some trying to put together the puzzle they had, and others looking out for the mental health of their new companion. Kendo. Can you explain why you argued for giving him back the liquor? She sounded annoyed. And that scared almost everyone, except Monama. Monama. I could see it in his eyes. He sounded distressed. He's not the main actor in his life, not even the supporting actor, he's just a replaceable extra. Juzo. How are you so sure? The fanged one looked at his friend, puzzled. Monama. After basically being considered second-rate because of my quirk, it's easy for me to identify how people feel about themselves. He clenched his fists. He didn't like the idea of seeing someone so desperate. No games, what happened to him? He confronted the green-eyed girl, who put on a serious face. Kendo. Class, I forgot about a man treated him like a freak after the league was defeated. The impression was obvious in Class B Hariko. But wasn't he the one who defeated the most dangerous one of all? Kendo. They didn't care about that, apparently they got carried away by that fame and glory. I don't know all the details, but she rubbed her arm uncomfortably. Midoriya is mentally unstable and a lump in her throat stopped her from continuing. Suzuna. So what? Didn't like this kind of suspense. Kendo. Attempting suicide. He blurted it out. And the class was shocked. Ibara. WH. What? Was the first to come out of the shock and say something. Kendo. What you heard, Midoriya wants to die. Recovery made that clear to me today. She lowered her gaze sadly. Today I even had to save him from himself. Yui. A looked at her friend, confused. Kendo. I was going to train when I found him in a pool of his own blood. It seems the method he chose is to train until death. She raised her gaze determinedly. No matter what happens, I will help, and will you help me? The class looked at each other. Were they willing to help Izuku? The silence was incredible in the Class B living room. They wondered if they would be able to help the new member, Midoriya Izuku. The answer soon arrived in the hands of someone unexpected. Monama. I'll help. The conviction in the blonde's eyes was both incredible and surprising. It only served as motivation for the rest. Juzo. The boy has already broken his back helping without asking for anything in return. It's time he got his just reward. More and more affirmative answers were heard, much to Kendo's delight. She felt incredibly proud of her class. What they were doing for this boy was amazing. Kendo. Well, I've thought about how we'll proceed. Everyone was attentive to their president. The first thing we must do is gain Midoriya's sense trust enough for him to allow us to help. In these cases, it's best if the person actually wants help. Tetsu. And how will we do that? He raised his hand enthusiastically. Helping your comrades is what men do. Kendo. Let's give him his space. If he feels too much in the spotlight, we'll scare him. And if it seems like we're leaving him out, he'll withdraw into himself again. It sounds complicated. The silver-haired dwarf scratched his head, a little confused. Kendo. Try to make this place and this class your home and your family, don't overwhelm him. But do show enough interest so that he doesn't drift away in the long run. He'll let us into his life. She sounded confident, which only encouraged her classmates. Yui. If that's what you think, fine, we'll do it. The dark-haired girl stood up. She already had a plan to help her new classmate. For now we need to sleep, classes will start soon and we have a lot to do. They all followed. The dark-haired girl straight to their rooms so they could get some proper rest. They all had an idea of how to integrate Izuku into the class. All that was needed was for him to want to go with them. The next morning Izuku got out of bed because of a fascinating smell that entered his nose. It was incredibly exquisite, and so much so that he barely remembered that right now he lived with a B class. He followed his nose until he reached his table where there was a pile of pancakes with whipped cream and strawberries on it, along with orange juice, simple but delicious. And next to it a note. I hope you slept well. I know we didn't get off to a great start, but we'll be here for you, Midoriya. Enjoy the pancakes. Peace, Kinoko. A very sweet gesture. From her new partner, which she readily accepted despite the attempts of her inner voice telling her not to get too comfortable. Her hunger was stronger. It was a delicious 10 minutes of enjoying breakfast. When he finally finished, he was full and felt quite good, but he stank, so he went to his shower to take a well-deserved bath. He still had bandages and was quite hurt, so he would have to be careful. So he went to take a well-deserved bath that would relieve the pain he felt throughout his body. He came out a few minutes later, as usual, naked. The months in which his former classmates only ignored him made him develop unique skills, such as coming out of the bathroom naked and changing with all the calm in the world. This led him to forget that he was now in another class. Nabara. Midoriya-san, I was wondering if. She burst into Izuku's room, as she normally would with her classmates, and what she found made her feel embarrassed. Excuse me. She quickly closed the door and ran back to her room. She hadn't meant to see him like this. Izuku. Huh. The green-haired boy looked at the interaction, not understanding anything that had happened. He was just in his room. That's strange. Anyway. He put on his clothes and left his room. There wasn't much for him to do there, and no matter how much he wanted to train until he died, Kendo would surely stop him, so it wasn't an option. Tetsu. Midoriya. The Tin Man quickly approached his new partner. He felt very excited to help him. Good morning. Izuku. Good morning. He looked curiously at his classmate's smile. It was strange to be spoken to like that suddenly, and with apprehension, he quickly left the hallway and headed straight for the living room. Perhaps there was something to do there. Tetsu wasn't discouraged. It was clear that Izuku would feel strange if someone suddenly spoke to him, so he would have to be patient with everything related to his new partner, so he just had to be there for him. Izuku finally entered the room and saw that part of Class B was at peace and in harmony. Some were talking animatedly, others were watching television. It was clear he had nothing to do there, but he still didn't want to go back to his room. There was nothing to do there. He immersed himself in his own thoughts about what to do, ignoring the determined looks of his classmates. A waste. Midoriya. The dark-haired boy spoke, drawing Izuku's attention. If you want, come along and we can all watch movies. Yui has antique jewelry. Yui. They're classic and very good. The expressionless black-haired woman was eating popcorn with a strange plush toy by her side. Izuku. I guess. Slowly approached the sofa. His insecurity was too obvious. It didn't help that the voice in his head whispered that it was a trap. He managed to sit apart from the rest, hoping the movie would start and everyone would ignore him, but surprisingly, that didn't happen. On the contrary, those present sat next to him, causing fear that they might do something to him. This was not overlooked by Yui, who sat to the left of Izuku and extended the plushie to him. It was a rather battered bear that was missing an eye. Yui. This will help you calm down. We don't want you to think strange things or that will hurt you, we just want to spend a pleasant time with you. She smiled, causing a warm feeling in Izuku. He hadn't felt that warmth in a long time. Izuku. Thank you. He grabbed the plushie and hugged it tightly. It worked to his surprise. The movie was very old, a time travel trilogy that Izuku liked. For a while he felt again the warmth he had lost months ago when his supposed friends abandoned him. Back then, that warmth he felt with him changed into a horrible cold that hurt his chest. Sin. Do you want something to eat, Midoriya? The brunette stood up with an empty bowl, ready to bring more sweets. Izuku. A soda please. Continued hugging the security bear, he didn't feel ready to let go, and apparently that silenced the voice in his head. Sin, on her way, went to the kitchen to get everything her companions had asked for. Yui. Don't feel pressured to be here, Midoriya. You're free to go anywhere, including staying here. The dark-haired girl clearly saw how Izuku felt more tense and nervous from receiving more attention than he was normally used to. Izuku. I understand. He thought for a moment, the warmth he felt now and the icy sensation of being alone. It was clear he preferred this 1,000 times over. I'm very comfortable here, so sorry for staying. Manga. Don't apologize, you're always welcome here, we're partners and we support each other. That didn't seem to relax Izuku, who continued squeezing the bear in his death hug. Rin. Relax, it's a perfect day for watching movies. Look, the dark-haired man pointed to the window where it was raining. It's the perfect day to watch movies with friends and colleagues. That includes you. Everyone smiled at him brightly and Izuku seemed to finally relax. It was comforting to be considered at least one of their classmates. He was beginning to believe that he did have a place in the class. After what felt like hours, the movies ended and Izuku never let go of the teddy bear. He glanced occasionally at all his new classmates who, upon noticing him, simply smiled at him, unlike before when he was in Class A, and they barely looked at him. At some point he fell asleep with a bear in his arms, without dreaming anything. There was no core, no arguments with shadows, finally a point of silence and peace that he enjoyed like never before. Of course, before waking up to the exquisite smell of food that invaded his nose and surprise, there were his new companions serving the food, and Yui was about to wake him up. He looked a little confused and with some saliva in his mouth. Yui. It's time to eat, Midoriya-san, said the stoic girl, to which Izuku stood up, extending the teddy bear. Keep it, it's a welcome gift. Izuku. Thank you. With a bear in one hand and food in the other, he began his stay in Class B. After that, the oldest sister in the class kidnapped him to change his bandages and check his wounds. The idea was that a bar would do it since she had more knowledge of first aid and nursing, but for some reason she just blushed and preferred not to do it. She didn't understand much, so she and Satsuna would do it. Izuku. This really isn't necessary, President. He replied with complete neutrality, without a hint of shame. Kendo. Not that I don't trust you, Midoriya, but it's much safer to do it this way. The president and her friend were in the green-haired boy's room, one paying attention to Izuku and the other snooping around. Could you stop, Satsuna? Satsuna. Excuse me. Stop her search in her partner's closet and turn to look at him. Well. Izuku had taken off his shirt and was standing in front of them both, looking very closely. The bar-chan wasn't lying. Kendo. Come on. We need to change the bandages. They approached Satsuna and carefully removed the bandages. Dear turn. Satsuna. Oh yes. With a cream for wounds she contented herself as she touched every muscle of Izuku, his strength fell perfectly in her fingers. Kendo. Are you finished? She had finished applying the cream about 5 minutes ago and was just content to fondle Izuku. Satsuna. Satsuna. Sorry. Withdrew her hands from aboard Izuku, who just wanted to do something else. I got carried away. She smiled at the orange-haired girl who just sighed. Kendo. It doesn't matter. She bandaged Izuku with utmost care, ignoring Satsuna. Tell me, Midoriya, are you feeling better? Izuku. I guess. He said vaguely, still unsure what to think about what was happening. Kendo. I'm glad. He smiled at Izuku, who just yawned. Do you want to do something, Midoriya-san? Besides training? Izuku closed his mouth and shook his head. Satsuna. Do you want to play video games? She said excitedly, to which Izuku nodded slowly. Let's go. The green-haired girl took her new companion to her room, and Izuku, very uncomfortable, let himself be led by the excited girl. Satsuna. Sorry for the mess, Midoriya. Upon entering, the place was very clean and organized, with a console under a large television. It's very clean. Izuku said as the green-haired girl took his hand and they sat down together on the floor. Satsuna. Go ahead, choose any game. The green-haired girl smiled at him, and Izuku thought for a moment before choosing what he wanted. Horizon. With stars in their eyes, they both started playing. They wasted time on that and only stopped when the clock struck past midnight, at which point Izuku went straight to his room. Kendo was strict with her classmates and their sleep schedule, so it wasn't surprising that he ran into her halfway there. Izuku expected to be scolded, but instead of getting yelled at, the president accompanied him to his room and simply recommended he sleep, as he needed all the energy he could for what would happen in a few days. The next day Izuku woke up with a severe headache. His beer was gone, and with the president's sharp eyesight, it would be impossible to go and get more, so he opted for the second thing that occurred to him and banged his head until he fainted. Now his wall had a very important hole, and he had one more area to bandage. Nabara. Midoriya-san. She spoke from the other side of the door, nervous at finding him naked again. May I come in? Izuku. Oh, sure. Izuku didn't even feel like getting up from the floor, so he looked at the upside-down plant-haired girl. Nabara. Are you okay? She hurried to help Izuku up, who reluctantly let her. Izuku. Completely fine, Shiozaki-san. Now standing, Izuku sat down on the bed to lie back. I don't want to do anything. Nabara. I understand. Ignoring Izuku for the moment, she checked his most recent injury. A bruise easily healed by her. Wait a moment, I'll get the first aid kit. Izuku just stared at the ceiling as if it were the most interesting thing in the world. You need to take better care of yourself, Midoriya-san. Izuku. Yeah, whatever. He was tired of hearing the same thing from everyone around him. Not to sound like a damn idiot, but could you leave, Shiozaki-san? I want to sleep more. Nabara. I'm sure, Midoriya-san, just try not to overexert yourself. The plant-haired girl smiled at him before remembering why she came. By the way, when you feel better and ready to come down, Kinoko and I would like you to help us. Izuku. Of course, it's the least you can do for helping me, I suppose. The nun smiled before leaving. Izuku continued sleeping until 4 p.m. when he woke up hungry and cautiously went downstairs to see what he could eat. To his surprise, Yanagi was waiting for him with a plate of freshly prepared cat's-ident. It seems his classmates were too worried when they didn't see him go downstairs, and she went to check on him and feed him. Yanagi. I'm glad you're all right, Midoriya-san, said the spectral girl to her companion, who was voraciously devouring that food of the gods. Izuku. Thank you for the food. He wiped the food off his face and turned to go to a bar's room to help her. Yanagi. The bar and Kinoko are outside if you're looking for them. Izuku just turned on his heels and went towards the door without saying anything else. When they arrived, both girls were jumping for joy because Izuku had agreed to help them with a training session even though he didn't know it. Izuku. A training session. His excitement grew a little. Training not only relaxed him, but was enough to silence the voices in his head. Kinoko. Yes, we know you're a genius at this, please. She gave Izuku her best puppy dog eyes, who didn't understand why she was doing it. Izuku. Of course I'll help you. I like the idea of training, whether I do it myself or train someone else. With that, both friends bumped fists and got ready. I suppose you'll start with a sparring match. The day passed quickly between that and Minama and Juzo challenging him to a game of Uno, which he won by the skin of his teeth. The warmth in his chest was pleasant, despite his madness's attempts to make him fall into pointless doubts. Tomorrow they would have to go back to classes, so nerves overwhelmed him. He didn't feel capable of being a hero again. The new day began, and with it, a new hope. Of course, Kendo had a plan ready to help Izuku, and the first thing she had to do was raise that heroic will he possessed. To do this, she was going to boost his lost discipline, starting with his wake-up call and nutrition. Her cover he had informed her that Izuku tended not to eat for days when he truly felt more miserable than usual, so she would make sure he ate well, or at least more than usual for the green-haired boy. Kendo. Midoriya-san. He didn't even bother knocking on the door knowing his partner wouldn't answer. And surprise, he was alone wearing his pants with several bottles around him. How the heck did he get the liquor? Izuku. He looked at the blurry shape in front of him with a slight orange tint. Knowing who it was, he just let out a sound of exasperation. Hello, President. Kendo. Time to wake up, Midoriya-san. You'll be late for your first day. Izuku let out another sound of exasperation. Oh come on, we're going to be late. Izuku. Just tell sensei I'm sick or something. It's not like I want to go, it's not worth it. He laid back on the floor to fall back asleep under Kendo's sad gaze. He really was unwell. Kendo. Don't say that, it's worth it, it's another step to climb in your journey to becoming the great hero you will be. He said hopefully that Izuku would get up. Izuku. In that case, I'd rather not be a hero. Now go away. Continued sleeping under Kendo's gaze, who didn't like that answer. Kendo. If you go, I won't stop you when you go to train. There was a silence before Izuku got up and went to the shower. I expected it. I'll wait for you downstairs, Midoriya-san. The orange-haired girl left the room, leaving Izuku thinking about his new president's insistence. He could only compare her to Ida Tenia. They are two completely different people. While Ida lets everyone do whatever they want, Kendo does her best to guide them in what they are doing wrong, including Minama, who, despite his eccentricities, stays on the sidelines when she is around. One image is that of a leader, and the other that of the king's jester, which is his class. After showering and changing into her uniform, she went downstairs and found Kendo in the kitchen and a breakfast like she rarely saw lately. Fruit, pancakes, coffee, almost everything was on the table. Kendo. Come on, let's eat. She smiled at Izuku who just wanted to go back to sleep, so he was slowly heading towards the stairs when the president sat him down next to her. You need to eat well, Midoriya, otherwise you won't perform well enough. Izuku. I'm not hungry. He said just as his stomach betrayed him, clamoring for food. Ahem. Under the amused gaze of the president and with a barely noticeable blush, he prepared to eat. The president tried to get Izuku to talk, which proved a bit difficult given how closed off he was, and the vague answers he gave. After that, Izuku went to clean his mouth and then went to the academy accompanied by Kendo and Pony, both trying to make him feel more accepted and better. Upon arriving at Class B, the atmosphere was different from Class A. While the other class was somewhat separated into small groups, this class stayed together and chatted amongst themselves about any crazy thing they found fun or interesting, that is, until teacher Vlad King arrived with his usual serious expression, looking at his students, stopping at Midoriya, sitting near Cassette and Tetsu. Vlad King. First of all, Midoriya, welcome to Class B. I hope you strive, like all your classmates, to always improve and grow not only as a hero, but also as a person. Izuku nodded, somewhat disinterested. Second, I hope you prepare yourselves because this year will be tougher than the last. Demonstrate your progress through the tests you will face, don't let your guard down. And above all, expect anything. With that said, we'll start off gently so Midoriya can get used to our teaching style. The students responded with a force and seriousness that Izuku never saw in his class. Of course, they had great respect for their teacher, and even considered him Midoriya, but Class B looked at their teacher with somewhat more respect from their point of view. Meanwhile, in Class A, things were normal. Many students were making noise. There were murmurs, and some were exchanging furtive glances. The homeroom teacher entered with a tired look, and everyone immediately sat down, expecting a scolding that never came. Aizawa was too lost in thought and sad for anything. He continued to blame himself for Midoriya's state. If only he had been stricter with his teaching, none of his students would have let power go to their heads, and Midoriya would still be in his class. Yuroki-sensei, are you alright? The brunette asked with concern. In these 2 years, she had barely changed. Perhaps the only difference was her hair, which was shorter. Aizawa. Perfectly fine, nothing to worry about. He scanned his class, feeling a certain pride in how they had reached this point, the power they had demonstrated, and their courage in the face of danger. On the other hand, he felt a certain annoyance looking at them as if there wasn't an empty chair behind Bakugo. Put on your gym clothes and go out to the courtyard. Just like the first day of classes 2 years ago, but with much more experience, they went to where their sensei was calling them, and saw him very thoughtful. Aizawa. Alright, to see your progress in quirk use and overall strength. You'll be doing the same tests as 2 years ago. Give it your all, you hear me? He shouted, with a slight anger they couldn't quite place. Bakugo, to the front. The blonde boy calmly approached, and looked at his sensei. You know what to do. He handed him a ball and left. Katsuki. Let's see how I progressed. With a spin he launched the ball, propelled with a highly concentrated explosion in his palm, causing it to go very far. How was it, sensei? Everyone looked at the teacher who was looking at his phone. Aizawa. 36 to 80 meters. The blonde clicked his tongue, he was sure he had achieved more, the others only celebrated their score. Kirishima. As expected of Bakugo, the greatest, said happily for his brother from another mother. Nina. Just as powerful as ever. Katsu. She spoke in an enamored tone. Lately, Katsuki seemed even more handsome to her. Aizawa. This is the benchmark you must surpass, even if you go beyond your limits. With renewed energy, Class A once again performed the tests their sensei had set, with a slight modification. As the tests progressed, it became clear that something was different, but they couldn't quite put their finger on what it could be. No matter how much they thought about it, they couldn't quite pinpoint what was happening. Each time Katsuki came in first on the test, it became more obvious that something was missing. Yuraka. Hey, don't you feel like something's missing? She asked the electric blonde boy beside her who was breathing heavily, still unable to fully control his electricity. Kaminari. Yes, but everything's the same. Maybe it's because of the difficulty of Aizawa sensei's test. He replied wearily. Hida. I'm sure it's because of our progress that we feel the change, Achako. He assured the brunette who thought about it. Yuraka. I suppose. That wasn't it, and she knew it very well. While all this was happening, Izuku was in the Gamma field. Vlad King also wanted to see his new performance, so he brought them to a deadly obstacle course. He was certain that his students could pass it. Of course, Midoriya wouldn't be taking part for now, not because he didn't trust his abilities, but because he wanted to see what his power was like separately from everyone else. Kendo. Everyone ready, sensei? The orange-haired girl said as soon as Kinoko arrived last. The continuous use of her quirk exhausted her almost at the end, which to later a little. Vlad King. Alright. Midoriya, your turn. Izuku just stared at the starting line, waiting for the order. Push yourself and surpass your limits. With that, the race began. Izuku positioned himself to start running, letting the power flow through every cell in his body. The feeling of power had always been pleasant since the first time he used one for all. He let that feeling linger and ran off at full speed. As his classmates left, they were surprised by the speed of the green-haired boy. The control of his quirk had changed. Too much to the surprise of Vlad King and Class B. It was clear that Midoriya had greater control of his quirk. Not only his speed but his reflexes and strength had all improved to limits that the records given by Azawat did not do justice. He arrived far surpassing Juzu, who was the first to arrive, not just by thousandths of a second, but by minutes to finish a circuit, made specifically to slow down the entire class, including its most recent acquisition. Midoriya was on another level, that much was clear. Izuku. So, how did I do? He spoke, completely normally, as if he hadn't just completed a haunted house in less than 2 minutes. Vlad King. You're exceptional, Midoriya. With this demonstration, I can create an optimal routine and precise exercises to help you. The teacher ruffled his hair much to Izuku's discomfort. Go with your classmates. Izuku. Well, he replied irritably, he didn't like them playing with his hair. Kinoko. You're amazing, Midoriya, said the brunette, surprised by her partner's power. Jirota said. It'll be nice training with you, Midoriya. Izuku simply ignored them, unsure how to react to so much attention. Vlad King. You'd better be prepared for anything, you can go to your classes. The students nodded and went to change. After that, classes continued as normal. There was no real difference between the studies and topics to be covered. Class B was slightly more advanced in their studies, thanks to Yui and Kendo, who both organized the class as well, and helped those who didn't understand, including Izuku, whom they brought up to date as much as possible. After much review and the fact that the broccoli brain was practically smoking, they could finally go eat, and of course, to avoid Class A, they already had a plan of action. Pony and Izuku would be the last to leave, and the blonde would take him to the meeting point on the rooftop, while Kamakiri and Tetsu bought food in the cafeteria, according to Kendo's specifications. Pony. Are you ready, Midoriya? Izuku nodded, not understanding what was happening. He only knew that the president had told him to go out alone with Pony, and after all. Izuku. Yes. He finished packing his things when the door was opened by Kisei, who had been sent as reinforcements, in case things got out of control. The three of them left somewhat hurriedly, always watching Izuku's back. He watched their actions with a puzzled expression, but he wouldn't jump to conclusions. They were doing this for any reason other than to prevent him from running into any of his former classmates. They quickly reached the rooftop, and with big smiles and a plate of cats in it, Class B was ready to spend this free time. They clearly let Midoriya be himself and didn't force him to do anything, so the green-haired boy cautiously sat down a little away from everyone. Finally, after classes, they had free time which Izuku took advantage of to train as only he knows how, only this time. He had someone watching him and it wasn't the president, it was Tetsu and Shota who were there in case he went too far when using his power. Shota. Isn't this too extreme? He said worriedly as he saw Izuku holding a stack of robots pointing at a man electrocuting his hands. Tetsu. Maybe, but Kendo made it clear to us. Only stop him when you really see he can't go on. He said seriously. It was true the green-haired boy was pushing himself to the limit, but he didn't look that tired. If you see a single movement that reveals fatigue, stop him. Minutes passed and Izuku lowered the pile of metal, panting from the effort. He was beginning to see double. It was clear he was at his limit. Not caring at all, he took a step ready to continue when Tetsu and Shota stopped him. That's a Tetsu. That's enough, Midoriya, you need to rest. Before Izuku could respond, he knocked him unconscious and carried him to the dormitories. He really puts in a lot of effort. Shota. He even almost continued, it's a little scary when you think about it. Upon entering, Kendo quickly took him to his room along with a bara to treat him and change his bandages. The orange-haired girl was quite sure that Izuku had opened some wound. Izuku woke up a few hours later intending to continue training, but this proved impossible, as Jirota and Juzo stood at the door to stop him. The powerful Izuku Midoriya was too exhausted to fight those two, so he resigned himself to staying in his room, bored out of his mind. On the other hand, Vlad King was analyzing recordings of Midoriya's career. According to his AWA, Midoriya required the most attention because he didn't fully control his quirk, but what he was seeing was incomparable. Asawa. How was it? He asked his partner, who only glanced at him for a second before looking back at the monitor. Vlad King. That kid is amazing. His fluid movements and focus on his surroundings are exceptional, not to mention his quirk mastery. Without a doubt, Midoriya will be an incredible hero. Asawa. Can I see? He said curiously. Midoriya had never spoken to him about training, and the dark-haired man had never said anything or forced anything on him. He didn't quite know how to deal with Izuku. Vlad King. I suppose, you were his teacher. Maybe you can help with his training. He stepped aside and let the dark-haired man watch Midoriya's run, surprising the Class A teacher. Is something wrong? Asawa. I've never seen Midoriya do things so quickly and precisely, not to mention his almost perfect quirk control. Vlad King. Almost perfect. Wipe those eyes and look again, almost as an understatement, Asawa. Midoriya has perfect control over his quirk. He retorted with some force in his voice. Asawa. Believe me, no. There are slight movements in his legs when he kicks and in his fists that show he's not using his full power. Train him better than I can, Vlad. With that said, the dark-haired man left the teacher's lounge, leaving a rather confused Vlad King behind. It was clear that he needed to know the limits of Midoriya and his quirk, and he already had a way to find out. He was just waiting for the principal to give him the go-ahead. The afternoon arrived on the second day with Class B. Today, compared to yesterday, the classes and training were calmer since Vlad King still needed to refine the individual training of each one and organize them in such a way that when the time comes for the test, everyone will give their best in adverse situations. Yui. There's something I wanted to ask Midoriya, Sam. The expressionless girl spoke just as they entered the living room in the dormitories. Izuku. Yes. Yui. How does your quirk work? The room fell silent. The entire class was very interested in knowing exactly how the power they hadn't seen worked. Izuku. My quirk is an energy mutation. It allows me to store seemingly infinite energy. And it's because of this energy that my body can't handle 100% of it, damaging my body too much. They explained and went to the kitchen. He was extremely hungry. Yanagi. And those black whips? From our first encounter? He asked, following Izuku into the kitchen. Izuku. At that moment, I had accumulated a lot of energy, so when I couldn't withstand its release, my body mutated, allowing me to develop whips, a way to divert energy and use it without harming myself. He explained while preparing Ketsuden. It's not the only mutation, I can assure you. Monomile. So how much did you use in yesterday's race? He asked, intrigued, to the green-haired boy, who was listlessly drinking water. Izuku. Only 2% didn't require any more energy. This surprised everyone. That circuit was created to slow them down, so the fact that he only had to use the smallest part to pass it without difficulty left them with even bigger doubts. Kinoko. And how much control do you have over your quirk? Izuku. 95%. If I reach 100%, the energy will be so great that my current body wouldn't be able to handle it, and it would cause my organs bones, and brain to implode. There was an odd silence until Izuku had a lightbulb moment. I'm going to do something. Kendo. Don't even try it, Midoriya. The orange-haired girl grabbed his arm before he could even leave the kitchen. You won't use 100% to implode, we're going to help you control it, and you'll be a great hero who saves many, is that clear? She looked seriously at Izuku, who just nodded with a pout. Izuku. I'm hungry. He went to the kitchen to finish making the perfect katsudon. The president was very sharp with her thinking, and he was pretty sure that the idea of escaping wouldn't be possible. The bara. I'll help you, Midoriya-san. The plant-haired girl happily went to help her newest classmate. On the other hand, in Class A, the atmosphere was tense. The day had been more exhausting and intense than the previous day, and that feeling of emptiness still lingered. Ezawa was being more tyrannical with the training, leaving them worse off than ever. Not even the powerful Bakugo Katsuki could withstand the grueling training their teacher put them through. It seemed he wanted to make them suffer for no apparent reason. Hida. I can't feel my legs, exclaimed the president, completely exhausted, with smoke billowing from his engines. Yuraka. I'm about to throw up, she said, dizzy. Her sensei really went overboard with the training. Shoto. Ezawa-sensei is really overdoing it with the training. The bicolored boy was on the ground breathing heavily. Sigh. Is he angry about something? Of everyone, the frog was the only one who wasn't so affected by such hellish training. Momo. It's possible, since what happened with Shinso-san. The class fell silent for a moment, remembering the great battle where the purple-haired boy and a green-haired boy fought furiously against a powerful villain, although they only remember the one with the brainwashing quirk. Kirishima. Still hasn't recovered. Momo. From what little Sensei said, his recovery is slow. She said bitterly, knowing the purple-haired boy's condition at the end of such a battle. Katsuki. The idiot did well, thanks to that I landed the final blow on the damn multi-quirk. He said proudly of delivering the final blow. Mina. That was so cool, Katsu. Nobody can beat you. She said sweetly, getting closer to the blonde boy. Katsuki. Whatever. I'm going to sleep. He went upstairs without caring much about anything else, passing through an empty room that the explosive boy swore belonged to someone. What the hell? Mina. Is something wrong, Katsu? She asked, looking at the empty room. Was anyone here? The following days were exhausting for both classes. Both Azawad and Vlad proved to be relentless in their teaching about the various situations they could find themselves in. Of course, there was no shortage of surprise tests from time to time involving enemy attacks in zero-tension situations. In terms of wanting to help Izuku, there was progress, minimal, but they were progressing towards Izuku's trust. Bayui was the one Izuku talked to the most, since with her usual expressionless face, it was easy for him to establish a minimum of communication. With Abar was another one with whom he got along well, since she was usually the one who woke him up and healed him, so after a week he at least spoke more than 2 words to her. Kamakiri and Juzo were 2 others he was usually seen with. They were always with Izuku, who was starting to think he actually had friends. Kendo. I'm still surprised at how quickly you healed, Midoriya-san. Both of them, Green and Orange, were in the infirmary checking on Izuku, who had entered the class 2 weeks ago. Only small scars remain. Izuku. I suppose. The orange-haired girl removed the last bandage. Finally, Izuku was recovered. Thank you for your care, President. The green-haired boy received a light tap on the head from the orange-haired girl, who only let out a tired sigh. Kendo. I already told you not to call me that, I prefer you refer to me as Kendo. Or Izuku. She spoke seriously to Izuku, who nodded. Izuku. I understand, President. Gave him another tap on the head, and Izuku looked at the older sister. Kendo. You're just doing this to annoy me. He let the green-haired boy put on his uniform. And took his hand. Come on, we're going to be late. Izuku. Well. The green-haired boy simply let himself be dragged by his partner towards the gamma field. This sensei had the perfect idea to measure Midoriya's abilities. And Hatsune. After a while, they arrived where they were. And there was the mad inventor next to the sensei. Vlad King. Alright, Midoriya. Step forward. Izuku put down his kendo stick and went to his sensei. You've been difficult to train because of your quirk, so I arranged for the inventor to create something to give you a good training session. Izuku. What is it? Me. This is for you, Midoriya. But the push of a button. A strange robot fell to the ground, a spherical head with multiple cameras and a cylindrical body with several compartments. I don't understand why Sensei put so much effort into something like this. It's clear it'll end up killing him. I wish it were for those three. She muttered, quite frustrated at creating something for the weakest student at UA. Vlad King. Shut up, inventor. He said seriously to the girl, who quickly retreated. I'll report this to Power. Loader. Midoriya, you can begin. Izuku. Yes, Sensei. Izuku let the power flow and went to hit the machine, which detected the movement and stopped him easily. Very good. He tried again, this time. Faster, passing by again. But what? Vlad King. I told you, this will be your training. Defeat the all-seeing robot. Izuku spent the entire afternoon with his new robotic companion, whom he could not easily hit or destroy. The metallic material and the mechanism it possessed meant that each impact was less powerful, absorbing a large part of the blow, and diverting it to a special cylinder to recycle that energy as its second battery. Kendo. Midoriya-san. It's time for dinner. The orange-haired girl had gone out to the patio, watching as the green-haired boy continued attacking the robot without stopping. Midoriya-san. Izuku. HM. He looked seriously at the robot before using the black whips to hit it, unable to move the robot. Shit. Kendo. That's enough, Midoriya-san. The president grabbed Izuku's forearm before he could land another blow. That's fine for today. Izuku. But, he looked at his partner who was smiling kindly. Yes, President. Kendo. You know it doesn't matter anymore. She grabbed his forearm tightly and dragged him inside. She didn't like being called president. You know, you just need a different angle to destroy the robot. I know you can do it, Midoriya-san. Izuku. I guess. He got lost in his thoughts again. His president might be right, and she needs a different look at the robot. Kendo. What if you ask Vlad Sensei? That might help. He smiled at her just as Jirota served his self-proclaimed best curry in the world. Izuku took a bite of his food and ate it with a lot of ideas to develop. Rin. Midoriya was able to eat this. She whispered to Sen, who was next to her, fighting back the urge to vomit. Izuku. HM. He looked at the class. Very few could handle the curry that the beast was preparing. Kisei. You're amazing, Midoriya, enduring this level of intoxication. He spoke, completely astonished. Jirota, in the distance, was eating normally. He knew very well that his companions didn't have stomachs of iron like him. Izuku. Oh. Compared to what the Kubo or Todoroki make, this is food fit for the gods. They replied simply. And continued eating, remembering the times they left behind the large quantities of food prepared by the two strongest. The green-haired boy was the only one who tasted it, believing that in this way he could at least help his friends improve their cooking skills. Setsuna. Are they really that bad? That's something no one expected, the most powerful perfect villains in the kitchen. Kamakiri. And you, Midoriya, how good are you at cooking? The green-haired boy looked seriously at the green-skinned one. You know, I challenge you to cook something better than this curry. Jirota. There's nothing better than this curry, he said before tasting more of his curry. Izuku simply got up from his seat and went to the kitchen, intriguing the class, who crowded around, watching him go back and forth, throwing ingredients and catching things with his whips. Kinoko. What do you think he'll do? She whispered so as not to distract Izuku. Baroiko. Whatever she's doing smells really good. At this, everyone paid attention to what was coming out, and the smell only made their mouths water. Kendo. We'd better go sit down and wait. It looks like it'll take a while. They obeyed and sat down impatiently, only listening to the sound of the pan and the delicious smell that spread in the dining room. Izuku. And that's it, Izuku said before his whips carried plates to the table, then he himself came out with more plates. Tonkatsu. The class stared at the dish for a moment before tasting it, swearing that their taste buds went to culinary heaven, only to return when Izuku sat down to eat curry. Tetsu. This is delicious, he declared with his mouth full. Yui said. Midoriya-san has a real knack for cooking. She spoke with a small smile of pure satisfaction. Jirota. It's not bad, she said, already trying to steal something from the other plates. Monama. Don't even try it, he yelled at the giant who was trying to steal the meat. Izuku. If you think so. A bit of pride had been born in Izuku that night. At least he knew what to do when he was imminently expelled from UA for being weak. The next day, the students went to their classes with more enthusiasm. One tactic that Kasei came up with was for Izuku to teach his classmates how to cook, so they would spend more time together, and he would realize that they weren't bad, and wouldn't be capable of doing him any harm. Of course, he would only start with one of them, and then the others would join sporadically after a while. Vlad King. Do you want me to help, Midoriya? In front of the teacher was Kendo, who knew very well that her classmate wouldn't say anything to their teacher. Kendo. He'll never come looking for help, sensei, and he needs it. I'm sure of it. She spoke with conviction. Vlad King. Good. The professor approached Midoriya, who was kicking the robot, blocking it once again. You need more speed and precision if you want your kick to connect properly. Izuku-sensei. Izuku looked startled at the teacher, who had a calm expression. Thank you. Vlad King. I see you haven't had any luck tearing this metal thing apart. The green-haired boy lowered his gaze, thinking he was being scolded. Izuku. Sorry, I'm pretty useless. Izuku was about to leave, but the albino wouldn't let him. Sensei. Vlad King. Never say that, Brad. He spoke seriously and looked at the machine. You know, this thing is made to be a wall to overcome, something you're trying to get through. And that's exactly what you're doing. Izuku. It doesn't matter, no matter what angle I hit it from or how hard I use, this thing just takes it. He said, frustrated with his lack of progress. I give up. He was about to leave, but a blow to the machine stopped him. His sensei had tried the same thing as him and failed in the process. Vlad King. Oh, I failed again. Without saying anything, he tried again and again, even using his quirk to make his hands strong, bloody hammers that still failed to hit the machine. I failed again. Materia, do you know why this happens? Izuku. You're using powerful blows instead of doing. The light bulb went off in his head, and he walked to the machine under the watchful eyes of his classmates and his teacher. All I had to do was concentrate the blow on a single point, making it impossible for it to absorb the blow. With the Fajin charged in 2 fingers, he struck the robot, shattering its infinite resistance and destroying its core. Karuko. Incredible. Like his companions, the one from the shadows was quite surprised by what his companion achieved in such a short time. Vlad King. Listen carefully, kid. It doesn't matter if your feet hurt or your muscles burn. Never give up. And if you do, be persistent and continuing to learn from what happened. Izuku was still lost in thought, staring at the destroyed robot. Listen carefully, everyone. In 1 month, it will be the sports festival. You have until then to show not others, but yourselves what you're made of. Overcome every obstacle, even if it seems impossible, to have a glorious and honorable tomorrow. He placed his hand on Izuku's hair, who looked at him. Midoriya, this is your chance to prove to yourself and to everyone what you're made of. What you've been through has only forged you, and it will continue to do so. He took him by the shoulders, continuing his monologue. Show the world how unbreakable you are. Izuku looked at him. That willpower he seemed to exude was like when All Might told him he could be a hero. On that occasion, he cried like never before. Now there was only conviction in his eyes. He would do what his sensei said and show not only that he was there, but also how much willpower he possessed. Their teacher gave them the rest of the class time free to train or plan something for the long-awaited sports festival. A year ago, it was one of the biggest events ever held, taking place right after the defeat of the Paranormal Liberation Army and the League of Villains. Izuku couldn't participate because he was so badly injured after defeating Tamura and his sensei. This was one of the reasons why no one recognized the name Deku, much less Midoriya Izuku. It didn't help that the press turned a blind eye and focused more on his old class and the upcoming event. Kendo. Midoriya-san. The president approached Izuku, who had his gaze fixed on the robot, lost in his memories. Izuku. President. He didn't continue, he could perfectly hear the whispers of his deranged mind, urging him to end his life. Do you need something? Kendo. Would you like to train? You need someone to challenge you and I need to test my techniques. What do you say? He smiled at the green-haired man who was just staring at the ground. Izuku. I don't know. His nerves got the better of him and he just walked quickly way towards the academy. Too many emotions for one day. Kendo. I saw it coming. She sighed, a little defeated. This situation with her new partner was difficult, a challenge she would undoubtedly overcome. Tetsu. Kendo, I have an idea. The metallic one suddenly appeared with a grin from ear to ear. Meanwhile, Class A was also notified of this year's sports festival. Many saw it as an opportunity to stand out once again, while others felt it would be fun enough to pass the time. Their final year was meant to give the world another glimpse into the next top 30 heroes. Bizawa. Don't relax for anything in the world, this year I have something planned for you. He smiled macabrely, he was going to torture them a little. Mina. What do you mean, sensei? The rose spoke just as she was about to jump towards Bakugo. Aizawa. I have a special assignment for you this month and if you don't complete it, I'll expel you. The surprises were immediate. Their sensei sometimes seemed to hate them. Toru. You can't do that. The master glared at her angrily and the invisible girl shrank back. In her place. Aizawa. Alright, that'll be 2 4,000-page essays on the history of quirks and the creation of heroes, due the day before the festival. The murmurs of injustice continued, until someone had the bold idea to motivate their classmates. Kaminari. Relax, guys. We're the best of the best. It's impossible for anyone to compete with us. Mina's agile enough to overcome anything. Kirishima can withstand anything, even if a building falls on him, and don't even get me started on Todoroki or Kaken. He smiled at his classmates, who seemed convinced. Momo. Class B is powerful, don't you remember 2 years ago? They'll be difficult to beat. She spoke calmly, knowing that a rival was training right now to overcome any obstacle. Kaminari. Nonsense, it'll be easy, just a few stones in the path, right Kaken? He looked at his friend who was irritated by what his sensei did. Kitsuki. Shut up, Pikachu. Every minute you spend talking is wasting time that could be used to get things done, he said, starting to think about how to get the job done. Kaminari. Sorry. With this, Aizawa could finally confirm just how much his class had changed. Could they stand up not only to Class B but also to Midoriya? Or would they fall under their own weight? He would just have to wait and see. Thus, this month began with the promise of a great event. Obviously, as soon as news of the event spread, some of the second and first year classes began betting on who would win this year's third year events. The favorite was Bakugo Katsuki, since he had already won the previous 2 years, followed by Todoroki Shoto, and then Tokoromi Fumikichi, who usually came in third. The surprise they were in for would be one for the ages. The afternoon after the sports festival announcement, Izuku was dragged by Yui and Kamakiri to the USJ. They had something planned for Izuku, who didn't understand what was happening. He just let himself be led, knowing that it would cause his inner voice to only be silent for a while. It was funny that that voice was wrong, more than it was right. To Izuku's surprise, Kendo was there with a calm smile, and beside him was Tetsu, who had some bags with him. Yes, they were up to something, and the green-haired boy didn't know if it was good or bad. He still distrusted everyone around him, even his. Could he consider Yui and Kamakiri his friends? Izuku. What are we supposed to do? He said, distrustful of what would happen and ready to run in the opposite direction from where he was. Tetsu. I had a really good idea that I'd like you to participate in, Midoriya. He smiled at the green-haired boy who was still on his guard. Izuku. What is it? He said seriously, ready to leave. Kendo. Let's play hide and seek. He smiled at the confused green-haired boy. Inside the USJR. All our classmates. They have a bag full of paint-filled balloons. We have to find the men hit them with a balloon before they hit them. Simple, right? He held out a balloon to the green-haired boy who stared incredulously. Izuku. No thanks, I'd rather go train. He put down the balloon with Kendo before he had to dodge one coming from inside the facility. But what? Tetsu. Shota and Raiko make a really good combo, don't you think? He smiled at Izuku, who narrowly dodged a second impact of the balloon. Kendo. This isn't just for fun, Midoriya. It helps improve our reflexes and awareness of our surroundings. You can train, enjoy time with friends, and have fun all at once. What do you say? Izuku thought for a moment while the 4 from Class B looked at him hopefully. Yui. Midoriya. The dark-haired girl touched his shoulder, and Izuku looked at her in a start. If you don't want to do it, that's fine, we like you, and we hope you'll help us with this. She smiled at the green-haired boy who looked at the floor. Izuku. I want to do it. He admitted, looking down so they wouldn't see his blush of embarrassment. It had taken more courage than he had right now to say that. Kendo. Very well, thank you for helping us, Midoriya. She smiled at the green-haired boy who only nodded without looking at her. Kamakiri. How will we divide ourselves? The green-eyed girl's smile gave a bad feeling. She already had a plan of action. They spent 2 hours going back and forth looking for their companions, divided into 2 groups. Kendo, Izuku, and Yui on one side, and Tetsu and Kamakiri on the other. Obviously, it resulted in everyone laughing and playing in a big free-for-all, in which Midoriya protected his 2 companions with everything he could. It wasn't because they couldn't protect themselves, he just wanted to feel useful. Yui. Midoriya-san. The black-haired girl launched herself at the green-haired girl, both avoiding the balloon sent by Abara's vines. Izuku. Thank you, Katai. He said, a little dazed, to which the dark-haired girl just smiled at him, even though she was still on top of him. Yui. I already told you that you can call me Yui, we're friends after all. She stood up to help Izuku. Izuku. We're friends. He said in great surprise, not remembering where they were.
And soon a barrage of paint-filled balloons rained down on them, completely covering them. Yui. Hey, we had a moment here, she said angrily, only to receive a balloon to the face in return. Manama. Ha ha ha. Laughs before the dark-haired, girl hit him in the face with a balloon. Kinoko, BFF, tried to hold back her laughter when she received a balloon on her head. Hey, soon, Class B, laughing, threw balloons at each other until one landed on the head of the stunned green-haired boy, at which point everyone looked at him with a friendly smile, waiting for his reaction. Izuku looked at the floor instead of his classmates. Nana's voice echoed in his head. Nana, thus give him a chance. Izuku, they're worth it. Kendo, Midoriya-san. She looked worriedly at her partner, who just kept his head down. Izuku, without saying anything, he threw a balloon at the president, who was amazed. Kendo, Midoriya. She continued until she saw slight spasms in Izuku. Are you okay? He clutched his stomach before bursting into laughter. That laugh surprised everyone who looked at him. That was funny. Finally, after months and months of solitude, with no possibility of having anything but indifferent lenses, it had finally happened. Izuku had smiled and laughed again, for some reason. Well, maybe using the UA facilities for a playing field wasn't such a good idea, but at least they saw Midoriya smile for a moment. It was working, and they were slowly breaking through the cold shell he hid in. They were on the right track. Sensei, it could have been worse, he said, trying to improve the atmosphere. Sensei didn't like them using the USJ as their playground, and they were currently cleaning the place. A waste. And how exactly? The black-haired boy was hanging from Izuku's black whips while cleaning part of the ceiling. He didn't know how they had managed to get so high up. Sensei, that we might have to clean entire classrooms without using our quirks, or maybe clean the bathrooms with a toothbrush. She shuddered at the thought. Yui said, fears exaggerating a little, from Izuku's back, who was slowly falling so she could easily clean the building where most of the paint was. Kendo, stop talking and work to finish quickly. He spoke forcefully in his voice, and everyone continued with their task, cleaning what they could. None of them took into account that they were being watched the whole time by the two teachers of the third-grade classes and the principal himself, who was quite pleased with how things were going. Seeing Midoriya at a greater point of progress in just 1 month was gratifying. Nizu, Azawa, how are things going in 3A? He asked without taking his eyes off the screen. Amakiri and Juzo had started another funny commotion, causing the president's anger and forcing Midoriya to intervene a little. Azawa, exactly the same as always, exceptional grades and extensive training that keeps them in shape. Said tired from the day. Nizu, haven't they asked about the empty seat? Azawa, I suppose they think it belongs to Shinso, and out of respect we leave it at that. Nizu, well, he said with a touch of grace. The students were in another paint battle. Vlad, it's your turn. Vlad King, the 1-minute principal, left unsure whether to feel proud of his class or want to punish them for the mess. When the teacher Class B left, the place fell into a slightly awkward silence. The teacher of class, he didn't think it was a good idea to ask about his former student. He considered him somewhat hypocritical after practically leaving him to rot in his misery. His internal debate ended when the last person the principal wanted to see at that moment entered. All Might, as a walk-in principal, it's great to find you all. He smiled at his classmate and superior, having a very good idea he'd like to share. Nizu, we're busy right now. Tashinori, we'll talk another time. The cold tone surprised both masters who looked at him in surprise. All Might, it's important, principal. Tried to sound serious, but the impression wouldn't let him. Nizu, have you finished training your successor, Tashinori? He asked, his tone serious, causing the former symbol of peace to become nervous. All Might, about that. His nerves got the better of him. How could he say he wanted to change successors after seeing no progress with Midoriya? Nizu, if it's not regarding that responsibility, All Might, you can leave. The American was surprised but didn't disobey and left, followed by Azawa, who needed to find a place to sleep. Night fell, and with it the tired Class B finally entered their dormitories. It wasn't a good idea to start the second paint war in the middle of cleaning. They ended up worse, and had to clean without using their quirks under the supervision of Vlad King and number 13. Exhausting. hours and they had barely eaten anything. Juzo, how come Midoriya and Kendo are still as fresh as daisies? He said, leaning back on the sofa, watching as his president and his friend made sandwiches for everyone. That's a tetsu. Think of it this way, both of them train the most. They're the ones who push themselves the hardest and even train when they're on the verge of collapse. It's normal that they have more strength and endurance. He murmured, almost asleep on the floor. Kinoko, I'm doing quite well, she said cheerfully while drinking a bottle of juice. The brunette had done something that her classmates called unfair. Setsuna, I still say that using Midoriya as your horse isn't fair, complained the green-haired girl, to which the brunette just stuck out her tongue. Kinoko, hey, I'm not cut out for such long jobs. If Midoriya Sanhedrin brought me, I would have fainted halfway there. She pouted indignantly, just as Kendo and Midoriya entered, with 2 trays of food. Izuku, they really need more training. They can't even handle more than 2 hours of hard work without a quirk. They're too dependent. He spoke bluntly, causing a massive, depressive aura. Setsuna, if you're so strong without using your power, how about retrain? She smiled at Izuku, who remained frozen. I was just kidding, Midoriya. You don't have to if you don't want to. She quickly added, glaring angrily at a president. Izuku, he thought for a moment, before taking a bite of the sandwich. I guess I could try it, he said sheepishly. Juzo, are you serious, man? He said excitedly, and Izuku nodded shyly. Tetsu. Thank you, Midoriya. I promise to do my best, so is not to disappoint, he exclaimed, excitedly. This year would be the one in which you would finally defeat Kirishima, if they ever met. Izuku, I'll try not to disappoint you. He spoke nervously, had he never trained someone the way it was supposed to be done before. Kendo, Midoriya-san. She gently took his shoulder, pulling the green-haired boy out of his mental fog. If you need help with anything, just say so. We're here to help. She smiled at Izuku, who simply nodded. Izuku, I'd like your help, President. The surprised orange-haired woman nodded, and Izuku simply took her arm and led her to the kitchen. Yanagi is progressing very well, he said, holding a half-eaten sandwich. Setsuna joked. It seems Kendo wants to take Yui's place as her best friend. The dark-haired girl stood up, looking slightly indignant. Yui, I don't think that's it. She went to investigate, followed by Class B, who wanted to know what was happening. Izuku, you know, spying is bad, he said without even looking at them. He was very red from having mustered up the courage to drag the orange-haired girl with him to the kitchen. Yanagi, you never cease to amaze me, Midoriya-san. She was the first to leave. It didn't matter anymore. Ibara, I apologize for my actions, Midoriya-san. She left looking embarrassed. Izuku, it doesn't matter, I guess. We'll talk later, President. He ran off towards the stairs, paying close attention today. Setsuna, is it okay if I ask? She said playfully to her friend, whose side? I'll take that as a no good night. That night Izuku slept happily as soon as he touched the mattress. The emotional, mental, and physical exhaustion finally got the better of him, and he ended up where he always did in the core of One for All, with Nana smiling at him from near. Tear. Izuku felt tempted to hug the shadow of the argument as he looked at Nana, so happy. Izuku, how scary, clung to the shadow, which was smaller than normal in his mental space. Nana, I'm not scary, she shouted indignantly at the green-haired boy who had put up his shadow as a shield. Don't think I won't hit this stupid guy. More respect, murmured the indignant conscience. Izuku, anyway, what am I supposed to be doing here? He asked, sitting down on the hypothetical floor. Nana, I just wanted to see your progress. Izuku, I'm glad you finally have a friend. She hugged Izuku, who tried unsuccessfully to push her away. Just wait and see how they abandon you as always, he said with hatred in his voice, to which Nana only blew on him in an attempt to make him leave. Nana, don't listen to him, Izuku. You'll see they won't go far. She smiled at Izuku, who didn't seem entirely convinced. Have faith. She gave him a light push, and Izuku shot off into the darkness just as something sounded outside. It was time to wake up. Hatsum maid did not expect this when she arrived at a workshop. The data in the robot's memory indicated that it was not someone else who did it. A robot made to withstand even dynamics. Impact could not withstand the damage from the so-called weakest at UA. A triple check, and the data still gave the same result. Midoriya Izuku had managed to generate such force that, in theory, only a meteor 1.5 times its diameter could match it. He destroyed his best baby in one blow a day after being given the machine. Something was wrong. Dynamite is supposed to be the pinnacle of heroes at UA, an unattainable mountain that everyone else aspires to but can never surpass, no matter how hard they try. But what I was seeing not only reached the same level, it far surpassed the current big three. If I had to compare these two mountains of power, Midoriya is the freaking Mount Everest, and Bakugo a mere mound in the middle of nowhere. Power and control united in perfect harmony. I get to the bottom of this. Nothing they told me was true. What was I supposed to do now? Vlad King. Hatsum. The teacher watched as the inventor hid while he watched Class B endure the rapid blows that Izuku was delivering in the Gamma field, without even using his quirk. Mei-sensei, she said without looking at him. Her eyes were currently analyzing every minute movement of the green-haired boy who had just knocked Jirota down in his B state. The tests Izuku put himself through were strange and dangerous for his own good. Vlad King, what are you doing? The pink-haired girl just jotted something down before, continuing to stare at Izuku. Mei, there's something I don't understand. If Midoriya is considered, why does he have more destructive power and better control than that blonde bomb-wielding guy? She asked, not missing a second of how Izuku had trapped Kinoko in a hold, leaving her in a compromising position. There's a mystery I'm determined to solve. Vlad King, you can come closer if you want, as long as you don't distract them. The inventor widened her vision slightly with her quirk and nodded, followed by the professor who was checking on a student's progress. Kendo sensei. The whole class looked at the hero and his inventor companion who approached the green-haired boy, touching him a lot. What's going on? Vlad King. The inventor here has a certain experiment, so she'll be keeping a close eye on you and your training. The class watched as the inventor thoroughly examined Izuku's abdomen, causing his classmates to blush. She was touching the green-haired boy too much, and he wasn't doing anything to stop her. Carry on with what you were doing and act like I'm not here, Yui said, annoyed by how the pink-haired girl was groping her friend. It's difficult to do it when she's violating Midoriya's end with her fingers. Izuku. Oh no, that's just how she is. She gathers data from my body to make her inventions more precise, he said, completely relaxed from having the pink-haired girl on his back, giving his shoulders a few taps. Kinoko. Hey, that's my spot, she said indignantly, pouting. Mei. Interesting. She jumped to the side and muttered to herself as she typed quickly. Ibarra, are you all right, Midoriya-san? The planned-haired girl went to make sure her partner wasn't hurt, sighing when she saw that he was actually completely fine. Izuku, can we continue training? Hatsune won't do anything, I assure you. He walked past the green-haired girl and went to the front of the class. Let's continue looking at your strength so we can help you. Okay, it's my turn. He approached Izuku and attacked with a right-handed punch, easily dodged by the green-haired boy, then knocked him down with a kick. Well, I saw that coming. Izuku, they have almost no foundation in how to fight beyond using their quirks to facilitate their victory. We have a lot to do. He sighed wearily, not wanting so much responsibility. Kamakiri, I'm going to put on the music for training. The green guy wanted to get the equipment so he could work much better. Meanwhile, in the support course, Uraka and Ida were heading there to obtain a gadget Hatsune had promised to make, a special analyzer to make them stronger and faster. They wouldn't let the jobs they'd been given get in the way of their training. Kaminari might be very confident, but the class president knew very well that they shouldn't be overconfident and that they should be better than they already were. There was only one slight flaw in their plans. The inventor wasn't in her workshop, and it seemed none of her classmates knew exactly where she had gone. They could wait for her to hand over the device, but that would be wasting time they could be using to do their work. and they didn't want their sensei to expel them for it. Yuraka, Ida-kun, why don't you go and look for her? I'll stay here and wait for her and let you know if she shows up. Ida, that sounds like a good plan. Achaka-chan. The president ran off, wondering where to look first. He didn't know the pink-haired girl well enough to say where she might be if not at her workplace. It took him 2 hours to search the academy from end to end, and there was no trace of the inventor. Tired, he went to the last place he expected her to be, in the Gamma Gym, and to his surprise, there she was sitting to one side of Class B, analyzing a fight between the president and someone he couldn't see. Ida, Hatsum, he shouted, drawing the attention of the class who rushed to form a wall to shield Midoriya. He was the ace up their sleeve, the one who would only be revealed at the festival, proving that the great Midoriya Izuku was still here. Kendo, do you need something, Class A president? She spoke with clear irritation and hatred in her words. Ida, I need to talk to Hatsum. There was an invention I needed, he said, a little confused by the orange-haired girl's attitude. Is something wrong, Kendo? That's Class B stuff. None of your business, he said, heading off to join his group, who were somewhere between angry and nervous. In the background, Izuku was eating a sandwich like the good kiddies. Ida, I understand. He approached the crazy inventor so they could chat normally. Hatsum, me? Huh? Yes, I don't have time right now. She continued on her laptop. Midoriya's data was far superior to Bakugo's, Todoroki's, and Kirishimasu. But without using their quirks, it was clear who would win. Ida, but what we're asking for is important, he said impatiently and somewhat angrily. Me, I'm sorry, but I don't remember them leaving their request anywhere. She typed quickly, looking at her orders. There was nothing from 3A. Ida, what are you saying? We always ask in front of you. It's your duty to do what we ask. You're our inventor, he said angrily. Me, direction. I'm an inventor who gets orders from heroes, not just of your class. If you have an order, don't break the rules, she said, continuing with her work, causing the president of 3A to glare at her furiously. Ida, we're the best class at UA, and you preferred waste your time with mere fifth-rate heroes like them, he said, pointing at Class B, which was getting angry. Me, to be better. Their stats have been declining since the fight against the League of Villains. They're the superiors, and yet they still place orders without believing they're the best. She spoke without looking at him. Gerada, like the best, huh? Went into beast mode and wanted to go and hit the idiot who didn't reconsider because of his anger. Ida, we were the ones who defeated the League of Villains, or have you already forgotten? What did you do, huh? He shouted, euphorically to the class who wanted to hit him. On that occasion, they prioritized saving and protecting lives before fighting. Juzo, we did what heroes do and save people, he replied coldly, to which the one with glasses snorted amusingly. Ida, excuses from an idiot who's beneath us. You wouldn't even be able to touch me, and that's without my quirk active. He mocked the class who were about to attack. Come on, what are you waiting for? Go ahead, I can handle you. He couldn't continue because a black whip made him hit the ceiling with such force that it made him vomit his lunch, then sent him crashing to the floor, leaving him unconscious. The class and May turned to look at Izuku, who had a very unfriendly expression. Kendo, Midoriya-san, did your class May just protect the class, or was it just a reflex? Izuku, no one should talk about good people like that. I won't let anyone be treated as less than, especially if it's against Class 3B, he said seriously, to which the shocked class only smiled. Ida woke up in the infirmary quite confused by what had just happened. Something or someone had attacked him, and he couldn't remember who it was. He cleared that mental fog to look around. The night was clearly visible through the window. Perhaps he had been out for about 2 hours, if he wasn't mistaken. He reached for his glasses on a nearby table and finally put them on, observing with clarity and pleasant surprise that Achako was there, asleep on one side of the bed. She looked adorable and innocent, made even more so by the perpetual blush she possessed. If everything went well after the festival, they would both reveal their relationship to everyone. He could finally say that he was Achako's boyfriend and they would live happily ever after. Beidou whispered to the brunette, who frowned slightly. It's time to wake up. He gently shook her shoulder, and she seemed to finally wake up. Achako. Hey, Yida. She threw herself into his arms, startled, especially since they hadn't told her who had caused this. Are you okay? Does anything hurt? Eita, fully recovered, smiled at Achako, who couldn't resist any longer, and kissed him. Recovery. If you're going to behave like this, you'd better go to the dorms. This isn't the place for your romantic moments, she said seriously, to which both lovers only blushed. Since you're feeling better, you can leave. Achako, aren't you going to check him? She asked angrily. Her boyfriend at least needs to be checked out to find out how he is. Recovery. It was a blow to the pit of her stomach. She'll only have a bruise that's already healed. Child, she just needed rest. She said weirdly. It was very late, and she wanted to go to sleep. I understand. Thank you for healing me, recovery girl. She bowed and got out of bed. Her abdomen still had a slight pain, but nothing out of the ordinary. By the way, what time is it? Achako. Almost midnight. Responded, to which her boyfriend looked at her in shock. Eita. Midnight. He checked his phone, 11:43, indeed almost midnight. But Achako, the blow you received was very strong. They both came out, the one with glasses, quite out of it. Did you fight with Katsuki or Shoto? He joked a little, but his boyfriend didn't answer. Aida-kunt. Eita. It was when I was looking for Hatsune. I was with Class B, and then he couldn't remember much, just a kind of black thing that grabbed him tightly. Achako. Class B. She exclaimed in surprise. She knew Class B had great potential, but the idea that they could take down her boyfriend, who was the closest to the big three in terms of power, sounded impossible. I'm sure the blow was very strong. Ida-kunt. Eita. I'm sure of it, that class has someone with brutal strength. The last thing I remember is that he knocked me out with a single blow, he said angrily. This changed things a lot. Things were clear for Ida, who would make sure to uncover the secret of Class B no matter the cost. He wouldn't let this humiliation go unpunished. It was far worse than when he fought Stain and almost died. Fortunately, Todoroki was nearby and helped him. Those two were the heroes that night. It was a shame, and Ever took all the credit. The following days, Ida, accompanied by Uraka, went to harass the rival class. They didn't understand what they were doing. They went to a place accompanied by Mei, always huddled together as if they were hiding something in the center. They would do individual training sessions that Achako swore not even Bakugo couldn't do her. And then they would rest for a moment before starting friendly matches among themselves. Afterwards, they would chat with Mei, who gave instructions that they couldn't quite hear, but that made Class B happy. That was the first day. The second was similar, only some students had things that made them worse in combat and training. Amakiri had a blindfold and could barely perform like yesterday. Manama had his hands tied, which greatly hampered him. Rin had gloves that were too heavy. Everyone had something that made them worse in battle. The one who suffered the least was Tsuna for a reason that neither Ida nor Uraka understood. She was fine. They spent the whole week like that. One less than the 4 they had before the sports festival started, so they stopped doing it and instead focused on their own training and the hellish work their sensei left behind. No matter how secret it was, Ida and Uraka were sure it wouldn't be enough to surpass them. After all, Class A has the 3 big boys of Yui. It will be easy to win. Yui. No, I feel my legs, she said weirdly. The day was Monday of the second week, and she thought it would be a good idea to go for a run, like her green-haired friend did. Very bad idea. Izuku, I told you it wasn't easy, and you still came, Cod. The dark-haired girl near out her eyes, looking at him reproachfully. Why, Yui? Yui, I didn't think you'd run almost 10 kilometers to start the day, she said tiredly and somewhat annoyed. This week, she tried to get the green-haired boy to call her by her name, but he didn't seem to want to. I used to do it now. It's strange. He looked at the sky, which was turning orange. Dawn had arrived. Yui, I understand. She tried to get up, but couldn't. She was very tired. Could you give me a ride? She asked without a trace of embarrassment. She knew from Kinoko that the green-haired boy's back was like a pillow, and today she was going to find out if it was true. Izuku. Oh sure. Izuku picked her up like a princess, managing to make the expressionless girl blush a little. Yui. I'm sorry for waking you up so early, Midoriya-san. She spoke normally, tried to calm her nervousness. Izuku. No problem, Cod. The dark-haired girl's gaze promised trouble if he continued not to call her by her name. Why Yui? The walk continued with the dark-haired girl, trying to get her friend to loosen up and be more relaxed. She wanted him to know that she would be there for him. Fortunately, Izuku lowered his guard a little, not enough to say that he felt relaxed with her, but a little. It was noticeable in the tension of his muscles, which Yui felt perfectly against herself. Satsuna. Well, Yui-chan, in Midoriya-san's arms. Did you let her rest, Tiger? She said playfully, causing the dark-haired girl to blush and hide her face in Izuku's chest. Izuku. Rest. Caught. A pinch on his arm made him reevaluate his words. Bowie woke me up and asked me to help her. That's all. Satsuna. And what help? She said, increasing the embarrassment in the dark-haired girl. You left her disabled. Midoriya-kun. Izuku looked at the girl in his arms with some fear. Izuku. I wasn't that rough, was I? He asked the girl, who coughed faintly in an attempt to calm down. Yui. Ignore her, Midoriya-san. She's just a fool who doesn't understand anything. The dark-haired girl carefully climbed down from her friend's arms and stretched. Thanks for running with me. Izuku. You're welcome. Left them both and went to his room. He stank really bad, and he was sure that if the president saw him, she would scold him or at least throw a bucket of water on his head. The third week arrived, and the tension was palpable between the two classes of heroes in their final year. The outlook was clear to everyone else. Class A was going to win easily, or so the marketing classes believed as they sought to get their share of the pie. But no one knew was the grueling training the Class B students underwent to beat their classmates, each training specifically to become strong with her without their quirk. Their personal trainer was incredibly demanding, and it was starting to pay off. One more week, and everyone would see true fighters emerge. Ezawa. I didn't think they'd manage it. Looked in surprise at the mountain of papers on his desk. His class had done it. He eat it. Don't doubt us, Ezawa-sensei. Whether it's a mountain or a simple task, we're the best, and we'll prove it, he declared, causing pride among his classmates. Ezawa, I wonder where you learned that from, he muttered, only audible to a girl who looked at her teacher in confusion. Well done. You have the rest of the day free. The class left the room happily, unaware that the teacher was throwing the papers in the trash. He wasn't about to look through those more than 4,000 sheets. He had done his part. His class hadn't trained enough, so he let Class B train. Maybe this would give him enough courage to talk to Midoriya. Shoto. And where will we train? He asked somewhat anxiously. He hadn't trained for 3 weeks because of his hellish job and was eager for a good training session. Momo. We can ask the principal which gym or place is available. The class nodded and went to the principal. Nizu. I regret to say that the Gamma Gym is occupied by Class 3B and the USJ is being used by Class 2, the Beta Gym by 1A. I'm very sorry, but there's no room. The class representative and his partner looked at each other. They hadn't expected this. He eat it. Is there no place left? I didn't mean to sound desperate or anything, but I needed a place to train. I still had that bad taste in my mouth for being knocked out by an inferior in one punch. Nizu, I'm very sorry. 13 requested the USJ in advance for his class, and 3B requested the 4 weeks of the month to train. He said calmly. Midoriya was meticulous with his request, and Nizu didn't refuse. He wanted to see the results the green-haired boy could produce. Momo, I understand. Principal, thank you very much for your time. She took the robocut before filming a scene. Ida, I can't believe this, he said, frustrated with the principal. This was unacceptable. Turo, what happened? Like everyone else, they looked with interest at their companions, puzzled by Ida's frown. Momo, all the seats are taken. The class looked at each other in surprise as Kamenari came up with a very great idea. Kamenari, maybe Kaken can talk to All Might and get us a spot. After all, he's a successor. He smiled at the blonde, who smiled wildly. Keoka, is that really a good idea? Can't we just wait until they finish what they're doing and then ask for it? She offered her opinion, at which point the president approached her in a somewhat threatening manner. Ida, while we wait, the others are getting stronger. We must do our best to become stronger too. He looked at Katsuki seriously. The Kugo asked All Might. Katsuki, calm down already. I would do it even if you didn't ask, idiots. He calmly walked down the hallways while his classmates went to their dorm. At least they'd get some training there. Katsuki advanced, watched by the others at UA. The girls looked at him with a slight blush, and the boys with excitement at having the next symbol of peace nearby. Just a week ago, the former symbol of peace, All Might, declared that he was personally entering the blonde, and the press was already labeling him as his successor. Luckily for All Might, the news hadn't reached Nizu's ears. Katsuki, All Might, entered his mentor's office, where he was drinking tea, thinking about how to tell Midoriya to give up one for all. All Might, the Kugo shown him, smiling. He let the blonde boy sit on the sofa in front of him. What brings you here? Katsuki, I need a favor. I have nowhere to train, and Nizu says every spot is taken. The retired hero nodded, understanding what he wanted. All Might, I understand. Go to Gym Gamma while I talk to the principal. He stood up and went straight to his superior's office. Even though the mouse was the principal, his successor needed to train. The explosive blonde, on the other hand, came out smiling to the bedroom. He had managed to get a place to train, and his excitement was greater than it seemed at first glance. He hated not being able to train and cursed his sensei under his breath. His indignation was such that he went to the principal to accuse him of not letting them train, but the rat was clever, and any argument the blonde boy had was easily dismissed. He'd fire him when he was number one and had enough influence. He just had to wait, and that rat would return to the lab. Mina, Katsu. The pink-haired girl approached the blonde flirtatiously. She had a very fun idea that she would like to develop with the most powerful one. Katsuki, what do you want, raccoon eyes? He asked tiredly to the pink-haired girl who smiled. Mina, since we have a little time, I'd like you to help me with something. She grabbed him by the collar of his shirt and dragged him to her room. They had things to talk about. About 20 minutes. Later, Katsuki arrived with Mina, both looking somewhat exhausted and disheveled. No one in the class said anything. They just looked hopefully at the powerful Katsuki, who smiled arrogantly. Katsuki, let's go to Gym Gamma. All Might will take care of everything else. An excited shout rang out, and the class headed straight to the gym. Then Gym Gamma, Class B, and their teacher were resting. Today had been a tougher day than usual. His Uku had pushed them to double their efforts, tricking them with food to give 200%, and it had worked. Kamakiri was able to summon blades more quickly and with greater versatility. Manama could use his copying quirks for longer periods and even two simultaneously for 3 minutes. Kendo had improved his martial art and grown 1.5 inches taller. Kinoko was able to spread her spores further in less humid environments. They were ready. The class watched in amazement as Izuku trained, swinging back and forth with his whips, perfecting the art of floating for greater control. His classmate was clearly a beast. On the other side of the door, the very excited class A was opening the door with Uraka in front. She wanted to be the first to try out her new move. Uraka, huh? Class A looked at Class B and their teacher. That's Suki, didn't you say I'd be alone? The blonde boy stepped forward and looked at the extras, somewhat angrily. Katsuki, what are you doing here? He shouted angrily. This place is supposed to be ours. Kendo, Principal Nezel let us use the gym this week. Bakugo. The cold, serious tone didn't intimidate the blonde, who approached. You shouldn't be here. Katsuki. And who's going to stop me, you? He mocked the president, who was about to raise her hand and crush him. Blad King. Not her, but I am Bakugo. The teacher stood in front of his students seriously. Go away. This is for Class B, Katsuki. Don't make me laugh again. One more call, and I'll have you in a garbage dump for eternity. He mocked the teacher, who remained serious. Get lost, losers. True heroes go to train. Izuku. A true hero does entreat others like that. Everyone looked up in shock, a wave of memories washing over Ida, Uraka, Todoroki, and Bakugo. You're nothing but an idiot with delusions of grandeur, Bakugo. He declared angrily, leaving Class A stunned. Katsuki. No, it can't be. The shock wouldn't let him. Midoriya Izuku was standing there on the roof with whips on his arms and radiating a faint green aura. Ida, you, Midoriya. Shoto hadn't expected to see him like this, much less with such hatred coming from Izuku. Uraka, die to cook him. Uraka, die to cook him. She was overcome with surprise. She hadn't seen him in a long time, and the shock was extreme. Ida, Midoriya, surprised. He looked at the green-haired boy hanging like a bat. What are you doing? Why are you at Class B? Katsuki, so you finally realized how useless you are and went after the weak, huh? He blurted out, sarcastically. You said you'd stop me, please. You're a worthless piece of trash. Seriously, do you think you can beat me? He shouted arrogantly. 2 years ago, maybe he'd beaten him a few times, but now it was like comparing apples and oranges. The useless Deku had no chance of winning. Let's do something useless, you against me. Whoever lands a hit first wins. He grinned at Izuku, who just nodded. The blonde boy walked to the center of the area, waiting for the green-haired boy to be taken down, but to his surprise, he was already in his place with a bored expression. Idiot, just mocking the greatness of the almighty Bakugo Katsuki. Kaminari, this will be over quickly. That idiot won't even be able to get near Kaken. He said confidently in his friend. This was child's play. Mina, it's impossible for Katsu to lose. She shouted, excited by her. Could she still call him her boyfriend after that moment? Vlad King declared. Never sell the bear's skin before hunting it. But this fell on deaf ears. Katsuki, I hope you're ready, Deku. This will be over quickly, just like before. He smiled, unleashing an explosion to scare his opponent. But Deku didn't even flinch. Ready to lose. Not a sound. Now, in the middle of a second, the all-powerful Bakugo Katsuki, the next number 1, the first of the big 3, successor to All Might, the great hero Dynamite. He passed through the gym wall, leaving a trail where his unconscious body passed, until he stopped at a point very close to the main facilities of the academy. That's right, the most powerful in everyone's eyes was defeated by a single blow from Midori. Izuku, who looked calm even with his fist raised, and, most notably, 2 fingers extended. It only took him 2 fingers to defeat Katsuki. Nobody could believe it. Mina, huh, where's Katsu? She said, not believing what had happened. Ida, impossible, he said with surprise and excitement in his voice. Shoto, with a single blow, he didn't quite know how to feel. Ochako, Katsuki, where's he? This must be a tactic, right? To make him overconfident and then attack him when his guard is down, right? She looked at her boyfriend to confirm her thoughts, but only saw surprise. Vlad King, Midoriya, Izuku looked at him, bored with the situation, even daring to yawn, as if he hadn't just sent the best of the best flying. Bring the bleached blonde here. Izuku, well, the black whip emerged from his arm and went to find Katsuki, grabbing him by one leg and lifting him up in front of the green-haired boy. Mina, Katsuki, she screamed in fear. The blonde had blood running down his head, as well as his arms and legs. Sigh, disgusting Kiro. Momo, and he could do that with one blow. The dark-haired girl looked at Izuku, who was leaving the unconscious blonde boy on a stretcher. Kirishima, Bakubro. The redeed quickly went to his friend and brother from another mother, followed by Mina and Siro. Kaminari was in shock, still smiling. Mina, the principal will find out about this, and when he does, he looks Bellew, you damn. Deku, she declared before leaving, followed by her class. Izuku's expression was too terrifying to say anything. Kendo, I'm not in favor of using extreme force against Izuku. Extreme strength. He looked at the president, confused, not understanding what she meant. President, I only used 1% plus the Fajin and minimal action. I gave the least I could. The class stared at the green-haired boy in amazement. Kinoko, you mean even the minimum power causes that? I couldn't even think about what would happen if I used everything I had. The Bara, may God protect such horrible souls from crossing your path, Midoriya-san. Izuku, I guess. With that said, Izuku yawned and started to leave. I'm sleepy. I'm going to sleep. Good night. Kuroko. It's barely 10 in the morning, she murmured with a touch of grace. This obviously became known, and almost no one believed it. It was unthinkable that the great Bakugo Katsuki would lose to someone like the Wordo in 3B, and no one refuted it either. Mainly because Midoriya's blank stare made them back down. That's how the rumor of someone superior to the big three spread like wildfire. Mina obviously spoke up, and to her surprise, the principal did nothing. The excuse he gave was simple. Both of you supported the idea. If someone got hurt, it would just be an obvious conclusion. This upset her, and she wanted to get revenge on Izuku, but seeing him so empty, she put that aside. Fear overwhelmed her. But the week of rumors passed, and soon the most anticipated sports festival began. And, as every year for the third-year students, Principal Nizu was the presenter. No one could deny that for being the most intelligent being on the planet, he looked adorable on stage, and with the mini microphone he had. Nizu, welcome to the third-year sports festival. Shouts of excitement filled the stadium. Things were starting strong. Please let all students enter. Present, Mick. Okay, let's get ready, he said excitedly. Introducing Class 3A, the mighty victors for 2 years running. Can they maintain their triumph for another year? Class A entered the stadium with honor and pride, led by Bakugo. Followed by them, the teamwork specialists. Will they achieve victory or fall? Short like last year? Class B. The nervous class entered, led by Kendo, followed by Tetsu, and Midoriya, who looked bored. Followed by these classes of monumental power. The general education, classes and others. Be said disdainfully. At this point, the students didn't care anymore. It wasn't like winning mattered in third year. Nizu. Thank you, everyone. I ask for your full attention for what's about to happen, he said, and the stadium fell silent. As every year, and to make it more fun, the first and second tests will be randomly selected by a roulette wheel. Will it be a walk in the park, or will it be an uphill battle? Only the roulette wheel will decide. The wheel appeared on the big screen, and everyone just hoped it would be easy like in first year. Bakugo was just waiting for the moment to strike back at the green-haired boy. With a slow walk, he finally stopped, causing a smile to appear on the mouse-dog-bear face. Nizu, we have our first event, Maze of Danger. Excited shots filled the air. The students had a feeling what was coming. It's simple. The students will have to enter a maze created near the stadium. Right underneath it, actually. The first 42 to arrive will advance to the next round. Are you ready for this? You have 5 minutes to get into position while the maze is being prepared. The classes dispersed into their own groups, figuring out how to get through, or some who had a certain rivalry for some reason. The most striking were the rivalries that existed between 3A, Todoroki and Bakugo, Mina and Uraka. For that reason, both Momo and Kirishima approached their rivals from the other class to talk more as friends and as rivals. Kirishima, let's give it our all, Tetsu bro. The silver-haired boy looked at him and just turned away, ignoring the reed's raised fist. What's wrong? Tetsu, ask your beloved Bakugo. Apparently some friends are more important than others. With that said, he withdrew near. Izuku, having managed to get a little closer to Izuku. Momo, Endo, let's work hard together, she said to the reed who ignored her, causing confusion in the vice president. Kendo, don't you have anyone better to tell words of encouragement to? With this said, he went to Yui. Everyone had to be prepared. 5 minutes passed, and, to bring some fairness to the class, everyone was randomly assigned to a seat, and, unfortunately, for Izuku, he ended up next to Mina, who looked suspiciously at the green-haired boy. Nizu, on your marks. Everyone except Izuku took their positions. Ready? The excitement was palpable. Go! All but one ran straight towards the dark laboratory that provided the event. 1 minute before the event begins. Mina glared at Midoriya with boundless hatred. Because of the humiliating defeat or romantic interest it suffered, they couldn't rekindle their relationship. The blonde boy had gone mad with his training, to the point that Azawa had to rein him in, otherwise he'd surely end up without arms. She had to act now and show how useless Deku was. So, knowing he was right beside her, she didn't hesitate to begin her incredible plan. Mina, you'd better leave, you idiot. You won't even make it past here. She mocked Izuku, who was staring at the sky. What's wrong? Are you so stupid you can't understand anything? They probably only accepted you out of pity, you useless bone breaker. She continued her taunt, trying to crush the green-haired boy's already fragile confidence, so he would leave. But there was no reaction. Izuku. Huh? Did she say something? I don't usually listen to bitches talk. He replied with some anger. He wasn't Deku anymore. He wasn't the one who let himself be walked all over. He wouldn't let it happen anymore. Mina, you damn. She narrowed her eyes, and just as they left, she threw acid at Izuku's shoes, which he quickly took off and stood still watching as the others left. Present Mick. Huh? Midoriya Izuku is the last one standing. What's going on? People stared at Izuku. Many didn't recognize him. Some thought he'd given up and was going to leave, but to their surprise, Izuku, barefoot, calmly walked towards the entrance of the labyrinth. I guess that's a strange way to start. Izuku advanced slowly into the dimly lit area, just enough to see where he was going, a prominent darkness that Kawara would surely know how to use to his advantage to get out of there quickly. He didn't dwell on it and continued, following his plan to leave among the first 42. Mazes are easy to cross. You just have to hold onto a wall and follow it. That way, you ensure you explore the entire place and eventually find the exit. There was just one slight problem. Izuku, the walls are moving. It was a slight movement, barely visible in the darkness, but Izuku could feel it beneath his feet. The mechanism shifted the walls to change the maze every 2 minutes. There must be a pattern. Without another word, he slowly advanced, losing himself in the place until he reached a spot where many students were gathered, including Bakugo, who was cursing because he didn't know where to go. Katsuki, it's definitely this way. He propelled himself with the explosions down the lane to the right. He was starting to go crazy with this. Let's follow Dynamite. He surely knows the way, a girl from the support corps said, and they all went like lambs following their shepherd. Izuku, in a minute and a half it will change, but where to? He said softly and sat down to wait. There was time to get out. He just had to understand the place. The ground vibrated a little, and the lane to the right and in front of Izuku closed, opening 2 behind him and 1 to his left, from which Bakugo emerged, surprised to see Izuku in the same circular place. Katsuki. He let out an explosion. He'd been there for 2 minutes and still didn't understand anything. This way. He continued down the corridor behind Izuku, followed by the others who were giving Izuku strange looks. He'd probably already given up. He analyzed the place, watching Bakugo go from one place to another without getting anywhere other than the same point, and despair overwhelmed him just from seeing the total calm on the green hair boy's face. Katsuki, this is all your fault. He was about to attack Izuku, but he got up and went back to the lane he had come from, disappearing just as the blonde boy saw the wall move. Damn Deku. The green-haired boy walked calmly, following the wall that had closed behind him. The mechanism was simple. It turned clockwise 3 times before moving randomly for 5 turns, and then another 3 turns counterclockwise. Izuku kept counting the seconds until he stopped in front of the exit door, walking slowly and thinking that his class had already left. Present Mick. And in second place, Midoriya Izuku, he declared in surprise, causing everyone to look puzzled. Incredible. The last one was among the first, only behind Kawaroshi. They exclaimed excitedly, at which point Izuku looked at his classmate, who was smiling, sitting on the ground, waiting for the others. Izuku, I'm sure it was easy for you, after all. It was almost completely dark. He slowly went to sit next to his partner. Kawaro, not really. Maybe you taught me to move between the smallest shadows, between the tiniest hinges, but doing it in such a complex mechanism was difficult. He looked at Izuku, who was lying back peacefully. Thanks for the training, Midoriya. Izuku, don't even mention it, he said, letting himself be carried away by this moment of peace. Present Mick. Third place, Io Irazumomo. declared excitedly. The black-haired girl emerged tired. That labyrinthine mechanism was confusing to understand, and to her surprise, the green-haired boy was sleeping next to the gray-haired boy in the middle of the field. 4th place, Yanagi Ryako. 5th place, Kendo Itsuka. And so more and more came out until finally the last one emerged with a lot of pin-up anger, and to everyone's surprise, Present Mick. Last place, Bakugo Katsuki. He declared in surprise, "If this first event has taught me anything, it's not to get carried away by the rankings. The last were first, and the first were last." The crowd's cheers of excitement rang out as Bakugo looked at the leaderboard. He was at the very bottom, and at the top the scum of Class B. He would pay for this and whatever came next. It took him a long time to figure out the trick to the maze, and if it weren't for an extra credit from the general course, he wouldn't have made it through. "Nizu, your attention please, winners of the first event," said the principal, traces of cheese on his cheeks, which somehow made him look even more adorable. "It's time to decide the second event of the day. I hope it's just as exciting." The roulette wheel began to spin, causing tension among the 42 participants. "And it is Ring Hunt." The shout was immediate, and the participants exchanged puzzled and nervous glances. "The game is simple. In teams of 4, you'll have to collect rings from the other teams or those lying around the field. The first 4 teams with the most points win. For obvious reasons, each participant has a ring of value that increases according to your placement in the previous event. Present Mick. These are the values for each participant, starting from last to first. Bakugo Katsuki, 200 points. Ida Tenya, 300 points. Uraka, Chaco, 400 points. Kawaroshihai, 8,400 points. All eyes were on the silver-haired boy, who felt intimidated by all the attention. Bakugo was going to be first no matter what, and surely no one would want to be with the one with the dark quirk, because he had so many points, and he would have to drop out of the competition. Izuku, Kawaro. This salvation appeared, offering him a hand. Behind him, Yanagi and Kendo smiled at him. "Time to play." Kawaro. Yes. He approached his team. They had some time while they prepared for the test, and there were things to plan. The test will take place in the woods near the stadium. Participants will be randomly spaced apart, and when it starts, everyone will go to collect the rings scattered around the area, or the most valuable ones that all participants possess. The first 4 with the most points win. Something so simple that it could easily derail into a war between students. Nizu. All right, the preparation time is over, and the teams are more than ready to begin, he said, causing cheers for the favorites, Todoroki and Bakugo together. All right. The stadium screen revealed various angles of all the teams. Let the second event of this sports festival begin. An alarm sounded, and it began. Everyone looking for that first place and their team, which were Midoriya, Kendo, and Yanagi. Followed by them, those with the most points were Ida, Uraka, Yoirozu, and Tokroimi. Both were white, given the amount of points they had. Then there was the wonder team of 3B, Manama, Druda, Juzo, and Tetsu. Also to everyone's surprise, and the most supported was the one of the big 3 united in the same team, only accompanied by Kaminari, who attached himself to them like a parasite as soon as they said it was in teams so that he could absorb some fame from the big 3 and thus make himself noticed in order to have pretty girls in a harem all to himself. Unfortunately, Mina didn't even manage to reach the middle of the labyrinth, as the mechanism was so intrinsic to the rows that her fevered brain couldn't deduce what was happening. Kendo, you understand the plan, right? The orange-haired girl assumed the role of leader, as usual, and came up with the craziest plan Izuku had ever heard of. Izuku, the president scares me, he said, hiding behind Raiko, who was only using Izuku's unruly hair as a way to soothe him. It was fluffy. Kendo, I know. That's why you should stop drinking if you don't want to. Suffer my wrath, Midoriya. She smiled very kindly, much to Izuku's dismay, who continued to stay by the side of the ghostly girl. Raiko, Kendo, don't scare him like that, she said, placing Midori on her lap and caressing him. She's lying, Midori Izuku. She wouldn't be capable of doing anything against you. Kendo, can you stop coddling him? He shouted angrily. This is a serious situation. Izuku, just because it's him doesn't mean we have to get tense. A slight pain in his neck betrayed who was nearby, an idiot with extreme hatred and a desire to kill. 400 meters away, Bakugo is heading from south to northwest. Kendo, well, they've started to move. She looks seriously at the wooded area. Sooner or later they'll be close. Midori Izuku, you know, what to do. Izuku, understood, President. They stood up and fired an air bullet into the sky, slightly damaging the trees and revealing his location. Time for mind games. Kendo, Kawaro must be near the other place. How long do you think it will take us to get there? He asked Izuku, who could perfectly sense that almost the entire team was heading in his direction. Izuku, 1 minute if I go with both, he said, dodging a piece of ice that got stuck in a tree. From the depths emerged Todoroki and Bakugo with unfriendly expressions. To their left stood Ida with Yuroka in his arms, and beside them, Sai with Shuji. The members of Class A glared at the three from Class B. Neither Yuroka nor Ida understood why. The green-haired boy was with them, and they were about to find out. Katsuki, Deku, he said, angrily to Izuku, who was looking bored at the blonde. This time I'm going to leave you in a hospital bed permanently. Yuroka, Deku-kun. The girl spoke anxiously, looking at the disinterested green-haired boy. Shoto, I don't understand why you switched to the other class, but you're making a mistake, Midoriya. Sai, whatever happened, we can solve it together. Midoriya-chan, Kiro, she said, ready to flick her tongue and take the rings from Ryaiko's hands. Izuku, tell me something, Class A. He spoke, causing nervousness among his former friends. When did I change classes? Yuroka, it's been 2 weeks and I don't understand why you did it. Deku-kun, she said, hurt. Her friend was acting strange. Izuku, 2 weeks, huh? He said, hurt. It took them a month and a half to realize he was gone. Yuroong, Asui, the frog girl was startled. Her friend hadn't called her that since they met. You're saying you'll solve the problem together? I don't think so. This doesn't interest you, and even less me, she said, easily dodging a point-blank explosion from Bakugo and then kicking him back. I don't regret changing classes. Yanagi. Now, the silver-haired girl threw the 4 rings she was holding and guided them away. You have to do a more exciting search, Class A. With that, she threw a smokescreen that covered everything, carrying Ryaiko on her back and bridal Kendo. Ryaiko, they'll notice instantly, spoke to her leader, who was keeping a watchful eye on her surroundings. Kendo, when they do, we'll be safely on the other side of the field. Trust me, Ryaiko-chan, she said, to reassure her teammate, who was still trying to maintain her quirk as best she could. It took them 5 minutes to get to the meeting point with Kawaro, who was installed in the hollow tree in a southern part of the area. Ryaiko sent the rings north so that when they realized the trap, they would be so absurdly far away that they wouldn't have time to follow them. They managed to reach 7 minutes due to a slight disruption on their route. 2 support teams fighting each other for a 100-point golden ring on a rock, so they had to take a route that took them 1 more minute, but finally, they were in the hollow tree with Kawaro, a perfect hiding place that takes great advantage of the team's quirks. Kawaro, they took a long time, he said half-mockingly, watching as his Izuku left the president on the ground and the ghost on a piece of wood. Kendo, there were some mishaps, but everything is ready, he said, glancing discreetly outside. Do you have them? Kawaro, of course, Kendo, smiled at the president, taking out 4 rings of exceptional value from the darkness, the rings of the team's value. Ryaiko, an idea that might have cost us a lot, but it's very good, she said, resting in her seat. Right, Midoriya-san. She looked at Izuku, who was staring at some point outside. Midoriya-san. Izuku. Someone's coming, he said, extending his whips to cover Kendo and Unveiled along with himself. Kawaro just hid behind a wall, with the whips as Dark Shadow entered through a small opening, carefully observing the place. Dark Shadow. Nothing this way, he shouted to his host and friend and left. Kawaro. That was close. sighed just as the tree shattered and Tokoyami looked at Team 3B. Tokoyami, I'm not that easy to fool. If there are no rings, it's perfect for hiding, he said as his quirk merged with him. Midoriya-san, I don't want to do this, no matter how great a friend you are, but I have to. His Izuku. Friend. He spoke with a touch of irritation. If you're such a friend, where were you the month I was in the hospital? Where were you when Shinso went into critical condition? Where were you when they forgot about me? He said angrily, to which the bird looked, astonished. You're not my friend, just an idiot who thought it would be funny to play with my friendship. He was about to hit him, but an alarm sounded. Present Mick. Time, he said happily, to which Izuku simply retreated, followed by his team. When Bakugo arrived at the stadium, he was pretty sure he'd be among the first. After all, not only did he have his own points intact, but also the ones Deku had uselessly thrown away. The idiot probably thought he'd recover them later during the free-for-all, but it didn't happen that way. The free-for-all was him and Todoroki wiping everyone out. Shoto, the Kugo, the bicolor boy pointed at the screen in surprise. Katsuki, what's wrong half and half? What? What he saw was clear, and there was nothing wrong with it, but to him it was stupid. Kirishima, now that I think about it, Bakupro, these rings are worth 10 points for all 4 of them. The screen displayed who was advancing to the next round, and Bakugo couldn't have been angrier. First place, Kawaroshihai, Kendo Itsuka, Midoriya Izuku, Yanagi Ryako. Second place, Manamanito, Shishida Jarada, Hananuki Juzo, Tetsu Tetsu. Third place, Bakugo Kitsuki, Todoroki Shoto, Kirishima Jiro, Kaminari Denki. Fourth place, Gio Rosamomo, Ida Tenya, Uraka Achako, Tokoyami Fumikichi, Nizu. These are the ones who advanced to the next and final event of the day. The shout of excitement could be heard, despite the shock of the big 3 being in third place. The roulette wheel will reveal the one-on-one matches in a moment, he said with a smile. That wasn't long before the fight started, and Kaminari smiled arrogantly. He had an easy match against one of the B-level fighters, and he'd easily defeat him. And the best part was that he was first. Lots of girls would be watching to see how amazing he was. Midoriya Izuku versus Kaminari Denki. Tetsu versus Kirishima Jiro. Kendo Itsuka versus Uroza Momo. Hananuki Juzo versus Todoroki Shoto. Yanagi Ryako versus Uraka Achako. Kawaroshihai versus Ida Tenya. Manamanito versus Shishida Jarada. Bakugo Katsuki versus Tokroyami Fumikichi. Nizu. The battles will begin in an hour. You have until then to prepare, and, as usual for those who didn't make it to the final event, mini contests and small-scale events have been prepared in which to participate. The excitement and tension were palpable. Who would win and who would lose? Could Bakugo maintain his undefeated streak for the 3rd year, or would he finally be defeated? So many questions, so few answers. The classes went to different places. Now that the pressure had eased and they had a moment of peace, they would make the most of it. Class B went to their designated place to wait for the fights, while Class A had to drag Bakugo with him after he almost charged at the winning team of the previous event. Pony, sorry Midoriya-kun, after all that effort training, we couldn't pass, she said sadly and frustrated. Her friend's effort hadn't been worth much. Izuku, don't say that. He placed his hand on the girl's head, gently stroking it. You all did your best, and that's what matters, much more than winning. I'm proud of you all. Pony, Diash. Thank you, Midoriya-kun, she said with a blush. It was the first time she had been petted like that, and it felt good. Izuku, don't you feel like an entire army wants to claim your head over something trivial? He asked, puzzled, as his danger sense was active, and he couldn't even pinpoint where it was coming from. Yui, I wonder why that is. She spoke neutrally, trying to dispel her jealousy. She too wanted to be pampered. Yanagi, it must be her imagination, Midoriya-san, she said with a pout. Izuku, I guess. He didn't dwell on it any longer and walked calmly towards the classroom balcony. Shall we? On the other side, in Class A, the atmosphere was tense. Not only were the big 3 beaten, but they were also beaten by the useless Deku. Their pride was deeply wounded, and they were determined not to lose again. Kaminari, guys, calm down, he said cheerfully. Midoriya is facing me. It's more than certain. He won't even be able to touch me. He spoke arrogantly and very sure of winning. Momo, I remember Midoriya defeating Bakugo with a single punch. Do you really think you can? She asked doubtfully of her classmate. Kaminari, that was just a stroke of luck. Kaken got something in his eye and couldn't do anything about it. He excused his friend, but let out an angry huff. Besides, he's probably still breaking bones with the slightest use of his quirk. A loser who will always be a loser. Kirishima, I'm sure Kaminari can do it. Let's trust him. The hour passed, and soon the long-awaited encounter between the two fighters of different classes was about to begin. The excitement was palpable in the air, and the murmurs of the people, who couldn't wait any longer for it to start. Present Mick. Testing. They tapped the microphone, lightly to check if it was working. Good. I hope you're all ready because the final event of the UA Sports Festival is about to begin, he said joyfully, causing a roar of approval from the audience. On one side, we have the Titan of Thunder, the one who shocks you with one touch, the one who managed to defeat a squad of villains with a single blow. Kaminari Denki, the blonde man, came on stage, to a great ovation, looking at his fans, some of them very beautiful girls who were encouraging him to end this fight with a single blow like against the villains when that fight against the League of Villains broke out. Present Mick. On the other side, the surprise of the festival, the one who doesn't give up to anything or anyone, with a mind as fast and incredible as director Nizu himself, presenting Midoriya Izuku. The Izuku came out looking like he wanted to sleep, stretching his legs after Kinoko had used him as chair. There was no cheering, just murmurs and indiscreet glances from crowd. Nobody recognized his name, much less his face. The green-haired boy was sure that several girls in the stands had already raped him more than 3 times. Present Mick. As usual, Midnight will be the referee in these cases. The +18 heroine entered with a flirty look and calmly walked into the place. Midnight. All right, listen up. He cracked his whip against the ground. Neither of them paid full attention. They knew exactly what he was going to say. The rules are simple. If you step out of the ring, you lose. If you immobilize your opponent for a few seconds, you win. There's also the option to surrender if you can't fight anymore. Are you ready? He looked at both competitors. Kaminari nodded arrogantly, while Izuku did so lazily. All right, begin. Kaminari instantly extended 2 of his fingers, launching a beam at Izuku, who easily dodged it, surprising the blonde. Perhaps this will take more than one hit. Kaminari, surrender Deku. You're no match for me, he said gleefully as he launched more beams from his fingers, which Izuku dodged with ease. Pony's horns were going faster. Against my great power, you could do nothing. Izuku didn't answer. He just stared at the blonde boy, watching as his fingers seemed to go numb. It was time. Kaminari, this is extremely easy, he said with a laugh. Try to launch a lightning bolt, but nothing came out. Huh. He looked at his fingers, which were numb. He didn't notice that Izuku appeared in an instant in front of him and punched him, sending him flying to the edge. The people were immediately surprised. The great chargeable was in trouble. He's Izuku. What kind of idiot uses electricity so stupidly? He asked in a low voice, as the blonde slowly stood up. The Izuku didn't want it to end so quickly. He wanted to have some fun. Kaminari, relax, everyone. I just let him hit me as a goodwill gesture, he told his fans, who were praising his behavior. That almost broke my nose. I hadn't counted on that, he thought nervously. His plan to scare Midoriya with his quirk control had completely failed. As the great fighter I am, I've decided, Midoriya, I'll show you that attack I used against the villains that time. Feel honored by it, he said arrogantly, and the crowd gasped. The great Charge Bolt is going to delight us with his most powerful attack, said a fan who was very much in love with the blonde boy. Come on, Charge Bolt, defeat him and show how great you are, shouted another. Kaminari, what an honor to be defeated by me, don't you think? He raised his hands, gathering electricity in them, much more than when he started at UA. That took me a long time to create and control it. Control you'll never have for being a useless Deku. A white light was in his hands. The attack was at its maximum power. Say hello to the Thor. A powerful giant beam was launched at Izuku. There was no way to avoid it. It covered a lot of ground, and if he dodged it, it would surely hit everyone behind him. He only had one option. There was a lot of smoke, and you could barely see anything. None of the spectators knew what had happened, not even Midnight, who was on the lookout for anything. The mist dissipated, revealing Kaminari, embedded in the wall. He was missing the top part of his gym suit. It had been ripped apart by his devastating attack. People couldn't believe it. The great charge bolt had been defeated. Midnight, Midoriya, she asked from the other side. It was then that Izuku came out smoking, and without part of his uniform, revealing how ripped he was, much more so than the blonde boy. His angry gaze was clear. Are you okay? Izuku walked to the center just as a glass hit him on the head. Huh. Boo. Contrary to what Class B believed, Izuku received the hatred of the people who threw things at him. You damn idiot, you almost killed him. A girl shouted hatefully. He cheated, said another. Izuku just let the person continue while he waited for his teacher to react. See, this is what you gained by making yourself noticed. Everyone's hatred. What are you trying so hard for? For them who only hit you despite you saving them. Izuku thought for a moment. Just then, someone spoke into the microphone in the mic booth. Azawa, shut up, shouted the class. Teacher, can't you see that the one you're insulting saved you? If that attack had continued, IT would have killed you on contact. We took the blow for you ungrateful people. The booing stopped for a moment. The people had finally come to their senses. Their adoration of a hero had blinded them. Midnight, the winner is Midoriya Izuku. Finally snapping out of his shock, he said, and Izuku left. So much pent-up anger would come out sooner or later. The stadium fell silent, except for the few who truly knew the truth and the heroes present who were surprised to have withstood such an attack. Upon reaching the corridor, Izuku was greeted by a bar who was carrying a towel to clean him. Izuku, Shiosaki-san. This. Izuku thought she would say something against him, but instead she just approached with the towel and lovingly cleaned his hair. A bar. You did well, Midori-san, she said calmly. No matter what others say, you won fairly, don't doubt it. Izuku simply let himself be cleaned and hugged. The green-haired girl knew very well how her partner felt. A bar. Don't torment yourself, Midori-san. You did well. She stroked his hair and then took his hand. Come on, soon Tetsu will have to fight. They both left to go to the Class B area. Izuku was a little dazed, but luckily his classmates were there to help him. Class A fell silent as they watched their former classmates so easily defeat Kaminari Denki, the fifth most powerful student in the class. And what was worse, he withstood Kaminari's full power, emerging unscathed from a beam of power and energy so concentrated that it could leave a large squad in the hospital for months. Izuku proved to be a tough nut to crack, one they hadn't expected. Kirishima. Okay, now it's my turn, he said excitedly. He didn't quite know why his metallic brother was acting so distant from him and hoped the fight would reveal something. Katsuki, you better not lose, idiot. We still have to fight and see how far I've come. He smiled at the one he considered his best friend, who simply nodded. On the other side, in Class B, a tense moment was unfolding. Tetsu was very nervous and doubts overwhelmed him. Last year, he didn't even pass the first test because of the read from Class A. When he needed his help, the read ignored him to help Bakugo, and their friendship deteriorated after that. Kirishima also received too much attention when the league fell and slowly drifted away from Tetsu. Izuku, don't overthink it, he said, taking a carton of juice. What's bothering you will only be resolved in this fight. So go ahead and let's see which wall is more insurmountable. Tetsu, I suppose you're right, Midoriya. He glanced at the screen advertising his fight, and then at his friends. All right, I'll do what's right and win the fight. With renewed energy, he went straight to the place. It took about 5 whole minutes before the next fight was finally announced, both walls of the classes facing off again, and there was already a clear winner in the eyes of the people. Present Mick. Already everybody. Here comes our first participant, he said excitedly, almost shattering the booth glass. From Class 3A comes the unbreakable wall, the one in the big 3 position. A true man who with great courage defends everyone. Dramatic pause. Kirishima Jiro. The Reed entered to a standing ovation from everyone, some of whom he had saved on occasion, shouting the name Red Ride. Present Mick. Our second participant from Class 3B is the greatest. Defense, the greatest guardian of the innocent. A barrier of molten metal that won't break no matter how much you hit it. They gave a big smile. Tetsu. The gray-haired boy entered, seriously looking at his opponent. He was going to overcome him no matter what. Midnight. All right, you know the rules. I expect a fair battle. She looked at both of them and smiled. Begin. Tetsu immediately took the first blow, advancing towards Kirishima and punching him in the stomach with his quirk activated. The surprise was slight, and the Reed was able to withstand only being slightly pushed back. Kirishima tried to talk to his friend, but he responded with punches, causing people to get bored. The Great Red Ride seemed scared of his counterpart, which was stupid, but they believed it. Kirishima. If that's what you want, fine, Tetsu. He activated his unbreakable mode, knowing that the Tin Man wouldn't do any harm. And if he did, it would be minimal. Tetsu. That wouldn't help you. His body made a strange sound, and the metal seemed to compress within the gray-haired man's muscles, soon revealing its latest form, heavy metal compressor. The attack achieved the unthinkable and hurt the Reed, who stepped back in surprise. His shoulder hurt like hell. His opponent focused on that part and hit him as if there were no tomorrow and left him broken. Impossible, said a purple-haired man in the audience of fans of the Reed. Red Ride was. He couldn't even finish the sentence. It was so unthinkable. Kirishima. What? He asked, holding the spot where he'd been hit. Tetsu. This is the value of boundless effort. While you were constantly giving interviews recounting how you defeated so many villains, I was training like crazy to catch up to you, he said with a serious expression. But when Midoriya arrived and revealed what you did, my great respect for you vanished. And now I'm the one who's above you, Kirishima, he declared excitedly and went to punch the Reed. Kirishima. I don't know what you're talking about. Midori just abandoned us, he shouted, entering unbreakable mode and resisting the barrage of blows. Those interviews gave me incredible friends and recognition. Now more people know. He defends them. Tetsu. It doesn't matter if you're not with the one who supported you from the beginning, he said, grabbing the Reed's arm and lifting it above his head. This ends here. He forcefully threw the Reed into the air, where he slowly fell. I'll show you my most powerful attack, Iron Maiden. The silver-haired man squeezed his enemy into a tight hug, who could no longer withstand his unbreakable form and fell unconscious. Midnight. Winter Tetsu declared, and the people looked on in surprise. Present Mick. Incredible fight. 2 walls considered equal, only one surpassing the other. Well done, he exclaimed excitedly, still buzzing from the day's events. The silver-haired man left tired and headed straight to the infirmary. 1 more minute and his strategy would surely fail because he couldn't hold onto his transformation any longer. A difficult encounter overcome. Now the most complicated part was yet to come. In the Class A box, surprises were not left for anyone. The wall of the Big 3 was defeated by someone of lesser resistance. The unthinkable was happening, and they didn't know what would happen next. It was clear that they would not let it go any further. Present Mick announced, next opponents, prepare for your match. And both the brunette and the orange-haired girl left their seats, promising victory as they headed to their classes. After a couple of minutes, and once the surprises had subsided, they were finally ready for the third match in this event. Prieti against the orange-haired girl from Class B, rivals according to the dark-haired girl, and the main favorite to win. Present Mick. Okay, let's get this started. On one side, and to change things a bit, We have a woman with powerful punches. Villains fear her lethal martial art. She is Kendo Itsuka. The orange-haired woman entered, seriously, not caring that she wasn't receiving any flattery. Present Mick. Okay, now we'll go to the woman who creates everything. Her great intellect places her among the greatest minds of the academy. Elegance and strength all in one. She is Yoi Rosamomo. The excited shout was heard, and the dark-haired woman left, more serious and confident than ever, ignoring the numerous compliments from the fantastic men and their requests for them to go out together. Midnight. All right, ladies, I want a fair fight. She smiled and excitedly slammed her fist on the ground. Begin. The rivals saw each other before going against the other. The air of her palm took out her faithful cane, directly to hit the orange-haired woman who avoided the weapon by ducking and pushing the black-haired woman with her palm enlarged 3 times. Momo, I don't understand why you're so angry with me, Kendo-san, but I'll win this, she said, positioning herself with her staff, ready to attack. Kendo, it doesn't matter anymore. Yoi Razum, she said seriously. There was no point in talking after the great Yoi Razum was so busy with the rich kids her mother introduced her to, and the many parties she never invited herself to. They weren't friends anymore. The fight began to turn savage. Momo was on the ropes, throwing devices to the ground, and trying to lure her opponent into traps from which she emerged with minimal damage or no damage at all. She didn't understand why her enemy wasn't using her quirk to attack, but it was driving her crazy. Did that mean how different they were? How far apart were they? Kendo, this ends here. With a kick to the stomach, the dark-haired woman fell defeated. What happened, Yoi Razum, is that you pushed me aside when I thought we were friends. You pushed me away, and that hurt. She left the place, as she had already been declared the winner. 3 winners from Class B and none from Class A, and nobody expected this, and some were even angry with the results. They had bet that this year was Kirishima's year. Others didn't even know what would happen, and that caused them a certain fear and excitement in equal measure. Present Mick. Okay. ITS time to announce the next fight. Everyone stopped their murmurs and theories to pay attention. We have the Lord of 2 Temperatures, member of the Big 3. Son of number 1, you already know him. He is Totoro Kishat. The bicolored boy came out. Stokely, as always, ignoring the shouts of excitement and support he received. The pride of the class and his friends was at stake. It was time to tip the scales. Present Mick. And now on the other side is one of the most elusive of the third. If you lose sight of him for a second, you've surely fallen into his traps. From the 3 Pehananuki Juzo, the fanged one entered the scene looking at his opponent. The pressure was too much, and he felt that at any moment he would fall. He wouldn't, but that's how he felt. Midnight. In this match, there will be a special rule. He looked at the bicolored boy seriously. Totoro Ki is not allowed to use expansion attacks beyond the limits of the arena like he did a year ago. He announced seriously. The principal didn't much like that the stadium was an ice flow or a cooking oven every time the number 1 son fought. With that said, begin. Instantly, the bicolored boy launched a wave of ice towards the Class B student, who simply stretched out his arm, and at the slightest touch the ice turned into liquid. So Juzo entered the substance, passing through at great speed until he reached Totoro Ki. Swimming in that pool with changing molecular slime did pay off. Almost landing the first blow, he had to back away when Totoro Ki used fire to repel his rival, who returned to the ice, and subsequently came out of the touching the ground without going in. It was necessary to play with the mind of the bicolored one to beat him. Juzo, you're still as predictable as ever, Totoro Ki, he said calmly, avoiding a burst of flames and touching the ground again. Shoto, and you're as annoying as ever, Hananuki. He launched another wave of ice that sank halfway down. Juzo, it might be true. Submerged again and slowly reached the ice, turning it into liquid. Shoto, that trick wouldn't work twice, he warned, unleashing a torrent of fire that melted the ice, creating a thin layer of steam. I've got you. He approached what he thought was his enemy, only to find himself trapped. What? Juzo. Sorry, it's just a clone. He spoke from below just as he went to punch the jaw of the perfect Shoto. He could already hear the fans cursing him for touching their prince. One technique he developed with Midoriya is the ability to combine liquid and solid pieces to make strange mannequins that, with enough blurring, he could pass off as people. A trick that was extremely useful at this point. The fanged one recoiled from the bicolored boy's fiery fist, then dodged an ice blade that nearly hit his shoulder. Todoroki was losing control and getting angry. He could use that to his advantage. Juzo, what happened, Todoroki? You're nothing without your father. He mocked before hiding in the ground, avoiding the bicolored boy, emerging from another puddle on the other side. Even a blind man has better aim than you. This time he avoided ice. He continued with his jokes, without the bicolored one knowing. He was slowly sinking to the ground as if it were quicksand. He just needed time and to make the bicolored one focus his attention on him. Shoto, enough. He launched ice from beneath him, lifting and injuring Juzo, who was barely conscious. In the air. You're nothing. Hananuki. Neither you nor your damn class. He extended his left hand, and a powerful burst of flame hit his opponent, who fell like a dead weight to the fighting arena. The match is over, he surrenders. He said coldly, turning to leave, only to feel a weight on his foot. Juzo. Midoriya expects us to be strong. He trained us for days on end, grueling hours and hours. With effort, he gripped the bicolored boy tighter. No, I won't let that be for nothing. He got up as best he could and weakly punched the bicolored boy, who glared angrily at the Class B student. Shoto. Trash. He unleashed a torrent of ice that knocked Juzo out of the arena. Deafening screams echoed. Midnight. Juzo is out. Todoroki wins, she said, stunned, as Juzo was carried on a stretcher to the infirmary. In a Class A box, everyone was celebrating the victory of the second most powerful in their class. Now their enemies will be so scared they won't be able to move a muscle and will retreat. Perhaps that's why they aren't in their corresponding box. Class B was outside the infirmary waiting for news about their classmate, praying that nothing serious had happened to him. Izuku was clenching his hand tightly. Juzo was the first to approach and talk, even though Izuku wasn't saying anything and was just talking to himself. Juzo was his friend. That much was clear, and he wouldn't let them treat him like that. Present Mick. Okay, now that we've fixed the arena, we're ready to continue, he said a few minutes after Juzo left. In the end, nothing serious happened, and he just needed a rest. On one side, with a ghostly power, the one who can bewish you with just a look from Class B, Yanagi Ryako. The girl came out, looking at the people who were just murmuring to themselves. She already knew what was coming next when the girl from the other class entered. Present Mick. From Class A comes she, one of the three strongest, with a lethal combat in A. Gravity quirk, we have Uraka Chako. The brunette came out with a smile greeting everyone who either melted with cuteness or flattered her. Midnight. All right, ladies, same rules, just make sure you don't hit your opponent too hard. They both nodded, Uraka slightly more confident. Ready, begin. Uraka lunged forward in an attempt to apply her most faithful keel, earned 2 years ago. It would be easy to defeat someone who requires things to use their quirk, but unfortunately, for her opponent, there was nothing to use. As Ryako waited, the brunette launched her attack, and waited just as she grabbed her and tried to make her fall. Ryako clung to Uraka's arm, wrapping her legs around her opponent's neck, and both fell to the ground. Uraka couldn't breathe or even think about using her quirk. Her great technique was defeated. Hey, she's killing her. Do something, shouted a Uravity fan. Uravity is going to die right in front of you. Separate them. Another one shouted, and slowly the stadium filled with indignation. You're saying this now, but not when the other kids suffered a burn from the hero Shoto. Another person in the audience shouted angrily. Or what about when that long guy tried to fry us with one punch? Huh? You'd better shut your mouths if you don't know what's going on. He yelled angrily, and the crowd seemed to quiet down. Uraka, I surrender, she said with a little strength she had left before. Fainting. Midnight, Uraka surrenders. Victory for Yanagi, she declared somewhat irritated with everyone. It was going to be a very long day. The Ida was the first to recover from the shock, and went to check on his girlfriend. He would take care of making the ghostly bitch who beat him suffer. Ida, Achako, the one with glasses, approached his girlfriend who was somewhat dazed, walking towards her class's box. Yuraka, Ida, cool me. Without thinking much, she went to hug her boyfriend, who struck her hair. Ida, I swear I win, Achako, he said while smiling at his girlfriend, who seemed to calm down. On the other side, Kawara was preparing in the resting place. Nerves were getting the better of him, and he had no idea what to do to win. His enemy was so fast that it would be impossible to enter his shadow, and besides, he couldn't hit him because of how fast he was moving. Everything was against him. Izuku, Kawara, the green-haired boy entered, drinking his juice. He knew well how the gloomy boy felt about his fight. Trust in your power and your potential. Remember what Lad-sensei said. Kawara, I know. I'm nervous, but I don't plan on giving up. That's all we have, right? He smiled at his partner, who nodded, drinking his juice. I'll win, and if I don't, I'll make both you and your sensei proud. Izuku, good luck. He said as they both left, it was time. Present Mick. ITS time for the duel. He shouted with excitement that the audience responded to. We have an interesting match. Will Shadow be able to overcome Speed? On one side, the one closest to the big three, king of speed and great leader of Class A, Ida Tenya. The one with glasses entered with a serious expression, looking to the other side. He would make Class B suffer and show his brother who was in the audience his effort. Present Mick. Against the festival surprise, the living shadow of Class B. The one who will make you tremble in the darkness, Kawara, sure high. The white-haired boy entered a little nervously. Some were looking at him with excitement, waiting for a show. Midnight. Okay, the rules are the same as in other fights. Try to avoid attacks that cause extreme damage to your opponent. She said seriously and a little fed up with the day. Begin. Ida moved quickly towards the boy who just ducked, avoiding the kick that would surely knock him out of the arena. He had to think fast if he wanted to have a chance. The speedster glared at the enemy with hatred and charged again with even more speed, but was dodged once more. Compared to Izuku, who made him suffer through a torment of speed, Ida was a turtle, or even slower if that's possible. Ida, classic B class, and Fieriers escaping like the rats they are. He exclaimed hatefully, surprising Tenya. His brother had never acted like this before. Kawara, don't you have anywhere else to spout nonsense? He replied, eyeing his enemy's calves. The simple plan that required angering the bespectacled man, which was easy. Ida, I'll make all the idiots in your damn class pay for beating a Chaco. His exhaust pipes showed blue flames. Recipro burst. In a burst of speed, he hit the white-haired boy who was anchored to the ground. Huh, Kawara, it's not so easy to defeat us. Grabbed Ida by the foot and threw him far away in the middle of the field. I'm not easy to beat. He pulled one foot out of his own shadow and then the other, a tactic that scared him quite a bit, since he didn't know how his body would react to it. Entering his own shadow. Ida, they're just wannabes, nothing more. They'll never get as far as me. His exhaust pipes erupted again, spewing flames that spread farther, turning the metal on his leg red. Bill Pay. Another burst of speed, and Kawara was pummeled with a barrage of kicks from Ida, from all angles. The blue-haired boy, clearly angry, wouldn't stop. The spectacle was horrible, even for the fans. Tensei just looked at his brother with sadness and disappointment. After a minute, Kawara collapsed, barely aware of his surroundings, but still with his will intact. A small memory urged him on. A phrase his sensei had once spoken echoed within him. Vlad, you just have to make yourself seen to have a proud tomorrow. You will fight, you will fail, but surrendering is a privilege you don't have. If you're all to overcome your limits. Ida was enjoying his supposed victory when people fell silent watching Kawara struggle to his feet. His leg was broken and he had a broken rib, yet he still stood up, staring seriously at the angry blue-haired boy. That rat there to get up. Kawara, this isn't over yet, he murmured, about to do what he never thought possible, and let himself fall into his shadow. The sensation was strange, as if he were separating from the world, but at the same time, still being in it. It was strange, In the arena, they only saw a dark point remain in the center of the place, before quickly moving into Ida's shadow. Kawara emerged from there, hitting and breaking Ida's glasses, and instantly a scream sounded. Kawara, Shadow Hunter, he whispered as he slipped back into the shadows and unleashed a barrage of blows from every possible angle. Ida, you bastard, he ran, trying in vain to dodge the blows as Kawara appeared from where he least expected him, and right in his blind spots. The sense here. Midnight. Ida is out of bounds, Kawara wins, he declared, shocking the blue-haired boy who was staring at his misplaced foot. Kawara, the plan was never to beat you in speed, it was a bluff. He left with weariness on his face. Guiding you is easy, he said before fainting. Ida, damn it. He charged angrily to kick him in the head and end his suffering, but someone stopped him. Izuku, don't be such a sore loser, Ida Tanya, he declared, holding his leg which was still shooting blue fire. The green hair boy easily stopped his star attack. Go to sleep, he said, when Midnight made his appearance. Another blazing victory for 3B. People didn't quite know what to make of it anymore. The festival of surprises just kept going. Present Mick. Okay, let's continue with this festival, shall we? He said minutes later when the atmosphere had calmed down a bit. This time a TSA fight between classmates. On one side, the hero of 1,000 techniques, who copies everything he sees to defeat his rivals. Mona Monito. The blonde boy went up with a smile on his face. If he managed to beat Jirota, he would fight someone from the opposing class and show the power of his class once again. Present Mick. On the other side is the ferocious beast. Be careful, because with its strength and brutality, IT will leave you on the ground. Shishida Jirota. The boy entered cleaning some hair from his nose and looked at his friend and rival. Midnight. There's not much more to say, just begin, he shouted excitedly. Finally a battle without hatred for the other. They both grinned wildly and lunged at each other. Irota grew in size and speed, charging at Mona Mona, who blew to create a wall of wind to avoid his friend's attack. Then his hair spread with roots that went underground, beneath the great beast, pushing it toward the sky. Jirota, looking at his friend, wrapped himself up, turning into a furry wrecking ball to impact his friend, who withstood it with his metallic form. The battle was even. When it stopped rolling, he grabbed Mona Mona and threw him out, but he didn't get far because Mona Mona, with his reed hair, clung to the ground. Shouts of excitement sounded at such a fair battle. Jirota, not bad, switching from one cork to another with great speed, smiled at his friend who was slowly falling to the ground. Mona Mona, did I really curl up in a ball? I almost got chopped into mince. He complained to his friend, who burst out laughing. Well done. After that, blows were exchanged between both contenders. Their smiles never left. The fun they were having was so great that they forgot where they were at one point when Jirota came out to avoid a whiplash of hair. Midnight. Jirota went out of bounds. Mona Mona wins, he declared, and finally they both snapped out of their focus, shook hands as a sign of friendship, and left the place with smiles, making jokes along the way. After the fight between the two participants from 3rd B, only one fight remained, none other than the fight between the powerful Dynamite, successor to All Might, and Tsukiyomi, also known as the successor to Hawks. Midnight. Tokroimi has been defeated. Victory for Bakugo. Announced the last winner in these fights, and just like a year ago, the explosive blonde easily won against the chicken. Present Mick. Alright, now that we have the last winner, here are the next matches, which will begin in 15 minutes. He announced happily as the screen revealed the new matches. Midoriya Izuku versus Tetsu. Todoroki Shoto versus Kendo Itsuka. Yinaji Ryako versus Kawaro Shihai. Mona Monito versus Bakugo Katsuki. The excitement overwhelmed the opponents, especially Bakugo, who knew it would be as easy as taking candy from a baby. After all, it was obvious that the blonde with photocopier powers would want the most powerful quirk at you. Too bad he would be defeated so quickly that he wouldn't give him a chance. Mona Mona. Well, he smiled at his companions who were serious. Gentlemen, I'm sorry to say this, but he gave A sly smile. Royal flush. He showed his cards, and his friends just threw them down. Rin, how the hell do you do it? You always win. He said angrily, handing over his candy. Just luck. He said confidently, to which his friends snorted in defeat. Mona Mona. One of these days. He said with a twitch in his eye, the promise to defeat. Sun was written in stone. A waste. How much longer will it take for the fights to start? He asked, playing a game with Satsuna, who was winning. Yui. They're actually ready. She pointed out as the fight between Izuku and Tetsu was announced. The sound of impatient people soon rang out. They couldn't wait much longer to see the great potential among 3B if they were wrong not to look beyond the victors of the League of Villains. Present Mick. All right, everyone. I hope you're ready for what's coming. The crowd roared. The next fight was promising. Here comes the first opponent, with a broccoli head and enormous strength from Class 3B, Midoriya Izuku. He declared as Izuku came out. Unlike when he fought Kaminari, he was more alert and excited. Present Mick. The second opponent is a strong man. He won against someone who was at the top in Yui. Tetsu. The silver-haired man came out with an excited smile. He will try to win this rematch. Midnight. You know the drill, no blows that could mortally wound your enemy. Begin. Both rivals lunged at each other, ending up in the middle of the arena, struggling for dominance. Tetsu had to make a great effort to prevent Izuku from easily pushing him out of the arena, and it was proving difficult. Izuku. Not bad, Tetsu. He jumped and kicked the silver-haired boy with both legs, who stumbled back slightly. You managed to harden yourself without changing into your metal form with more ease. Well done. Tetsu. And this is just the beginning, Midoriya. With a smile on his face, he went towards his friend. This time at least he'd land a hit. I'll make you use at least 5%. He shouted, surprising everyone. Izuku. We'll see. Stopped his tin companion with one hand and punched him in the face, which was slightly more metallic. This will take a while. Blows flew back and forth from Izuku, who put his rival in trouble, who was using his quirk more recently to withstand what he could. In the end, he did push Izuku to the limit by using 5%, and he withstood it like a champion. Tetsu. At least one hit. Enduring his friend's constant precise blows, the silver-haired boy punched Izuku in the cheek before collapsing, unable to withstand the compression mode any longer. Izuku. Well done, Tetsu. You managed to land a hit on me, he said with a smile to the boy on the ground who only extended his fist in the sign of victory. Midnight. Tetsu is unable to continue. Midoriya wins. He declared, and shots of excitement rang out. Izuku, do you want help? He asked the silver-haired boy, who simply nodded. Okay. In a show of camaraderie, they both withdrew, each supporting the other. Present Mick. Those are true comrades, he said, happily, seeing the positive change in Izuku. Next fighters, get ready. Kendo and Shoto went down to their waiting rooms, one more nervous than the other. The orange-haired girl knew very well how powerful Todoroki was and had to be extremely careful if she wanted a chance of winning. She knew it well, and yet she was still afraid and angry. Juzo was badly injured and was still in the infirmary. Izuku. President. His partner entered, unexpectedly after leaving Tetsu with his classmates. Are you all right? Kendo. A little nervous, that's all, she admitted with a trembling smile. Todoroki is very powerful, and I'm a little afraid of what will happen. She spoke nervously, getting lost in a mental fog when she felt something on her shoulders. Izuku. Maybe a massage will help him calm down, he said, a little embarrassed. I'm not very good at this, so don't expect the best. He spoke with a slight blush. His senses, which always compelled him to help others, were slowly returning. Kendo. I appreciate the gesture. He spoke just as Izuku began his relaxation session. So the two of them got lost for a couple of minutes. Izuku doing his job, decently paying attention to her neck and shoulders. The president's skin was soft to the touch, and Izuku liked it. Present Mick. Okay, get ready for a new show. Sounded in the distance, and both emerged from their relaxing world. The reed left more relaxed, thanking Izuku, who retreated to his class's box to watch the matches. Present Mick. He's back for more. From Class 3A, we have the emerging volcano of ice and fire, Todoroki Shodu. He exclaimed excitedly as the bicolored boy entered, as serious as ever, ignoring his crazy fans, one of whom almost threw her bottom. Present Mick. On the other side is her, the great leader of Class 3B, the deadliest martial artist in this place. Dramatic pause. Kendo Izuku, the orange-haired girl, came out with the most neutral face she could manage, trying not to let her nerves get the better of her. Midnight. You know this, Todoroki. You're forbidden from using attacks that go beyond the arena. If you do, you'll be disqualified immediately. The bicolored boy clicked his tongue and looked seriously at his opponent. All right, ready? He looked at both of them, who were just concentrating. Begin. The first to strike was Todoroki, launching a large amount of ice that Kendo destroyed with a single swipe without his quirk. Just as Izuku said, the bicolored boy's ice tends to break the more he creates it at a single point. So, if a blow is struck at a precise point, all the ice would break under its own weight. The surprise was immediate for Todoroki, who, in a moment of inattention, stopped generating his trusty ice wall, and the orange-haired girl approached with a right hook that connected with his abdomen, pushing him to the limit. It will be more complicated than he thought. But without saying a word, the bicolored boy launched ice towards the orange-haired girl, who simply ducked, dodging the attack and letting the reed fall onto the ice and end up on the other side of the field, leaving Kendo trapped between the ice and Todoroki with his stoic gaze. Shoto. That's it. He launched a torrent of ice at the reed, who in her haste knocked down the ice and used it as a wall generating steam. TSK. Kendo. It won't be that easy, Todoroki. The orange-haired girl, taking advantage of the cloud of steam, approached the bicolored boy, delivering punches and kicks to the enemy's abdomen and arms. She knew well that Todoroki was too dependent on his arms for his deadly techniques, focusing more on the use of his quirk than on physical training. The bicolored one, as best he could, moved away from his enemy and put a great wall of ice between them. Several layers of fragile ice between them, and instantly his arm hurt. The orange-haired one managed to make it hurt by using her power. Shoto. With this, at least I have a chance to. Sar looked in amazement as the ice wall that only Bakugo had broken was shattered with a single punch from the mid-sized class president, who was on the ropes. Kendo. I can only win if I don't let him use his quirk as he pleases. I need to get close. Seriously used 2 pieces of ice as skating and arrived in less time than the rival thought. Shoto defended himself as best he could, but the orange-haired girl was ferocious with her attacks and barely allowed him to think about anything other than defending himself from the constant blows his enemy was delivering. She was humiliating him greatly, and he couldn't stand it. Just when he was about to lose, something happened. Midnight. Kendo went beyond the limits. Victory for Todoroki, she announced, surprised, as were all the others. Kendo knew that the bicolored one deserved to fall for his green-haired companion, not for her, so at the last moment she turned the bicolored one around and threw him into the arena, and she got out. Kendo. Then I want my payment for helping you. Shoto, come. He winked at the confused bicolored boy. A simple plan to ruin the hero's popularity. He can't win unless he pays for it. That means... A fan exclaimed in surprise. Shoto paid to win. Outraged shouts and indiscreet murmurs echoed through the stadium as Kendo retreated with a triumphant smile towards his class, leaving the bicolored boy angry. He only did one thing. Shoto, damn it. He sent his most dangerous and destructive attack at Kendo, who was caught off guard. Midnight. Todoroki, no. It was very late. A large part of the stadium was covered in ice, and, fortunately for the spectators, Class B defended everyone as best they could. Garoda held up a large part of the great pillar of ice. Ibar and Monama were holding up most of it, and Sun made the biggest wall of air in his life. In the Kendo combat arena, Izuku was protecting her, extending an arm to break the ice and black whips that protected the lower part of the stadium. Izuku, are you alright, President? He asked without looking back. Kendo was more surprised than anything. And ever. Shoto, the number one hero, yelled angrily from his seat at his son. We'll talk at home, he shouted before turning up the temperature and evaporating the ice in one fell swoop. Midnight. Todoroki Shoto is disqualified, she declared angrily to the bicolored boy who was stunned. Present Mick, we regret to inform you, but the matches will be postponed for 1 hour. We sincerely apologize to everyone present. Here, he said, sounding a little dazed. The reed carried her partner to recovery because his fist was bleeding and half frozen. She saw the attack coming and led the class to protect, while he launched himself directly to protect his partner. Kendo, thank you for saving me. Midoriya-san. She smiled at Izuku, whose right hand was being bandaged. Is something wrong? She looked at Izuku, who was lost in his thoughts. Izuku, my legs moved on their own, he said softly, the hero instinct returning to him. Kendo. The reed didn't understand much and just focused on helping Izuku. An hour and a half later, and everyone was ready for the next fight in this festival of surprises. Todoroki was taken away by his father. It was clear that he wouldn't let this go by, not by a long shot. His son was starting to act more rebellious than usual, and Endeavor had a slight suspicion as to why, constantly cursing himself for not preparing his son for it. Present Mick, we're still sorry things ended this way, everyone, and if you're still in the mood for more fights, you might like the next one. He smiled, trying to make everyone forget the bad moment. We have classes between members of the same class. On one side, the ghost girl will control everything with her quirk, the spectral princess of 3B, Yanagi Ryuko. The silver-haired girl came out with a small smile. The fight will be entertaining. Present Mick. On the other side, we have a master of shadows, also from class 3B, Get Lost, and lose to him, Kaoru Shihai. The boy of color, whose name is not mentioned due to racist issues, came out excitedly. The last time they faced each other, it was without quirks, and neither won. Midnight. All right, my dears, you know the drill. No more fatal blows. Let's begin. Hiruero launched himself into his shadow. Now fearless, he could enter it with ease, and went against Ryuko, who used her quirk on her clothes, rising high enough so that she didn't have a shadow for her friend to enter. In surprise, Kaoru came out forcefully toward her, who easily avoided her companion and kicked his big head, leaving him on the ground again. Kaoru, not bad. He stood up, brushing the dust from his hair, and looked at his opponent. Ryuko, a little practice and you'll lose, Kaoru, she said, using her quirk on the opponent's clothes, pulling him out of the arena. Midnight. Kaoru went out of bounds. Victory for Yanagi, he declared excitedly. Ryuko helped his friend up, and they both calmly left the place. Fortunately, they didn't have enough injuries to go to the infirmary, so they went straight to the box. In Class A tense moment was unfolding. Two of the big three had lost. Things weren't looking good, and that angered both Ide and Bakugo, who was staring seriously at Class B in the front stands. Izuku had the audacity to stick his tongue out at him in a mocking gesture. Ide, only Bakugo remains. I don't see him winning very likely, he said in a frustrated tone. Katsuki, oh shut up, you bastard. I'm more than certain I'm going to win. All might train me personally, it's impossible for me to lose, he declared, still staring at the enemies, especially Izuku, who was eating peacefully while Juzo, now recovered, spoke to him, and Izuku half answered, it's just a children's game. Bakugo Katsuki versus Monomanito. The excitement was building as the next fight would be between the great Dynamite, vanquisher of evil, against a human photocopier of the surprise class. With the previous fights, people no longer knew how the following fights would continue. It was clear that they would be interesting to see. Present Mick. Okay, let's begin with the last match before the semifinals. The stadium erupted in a roar of excitement. On one side is the strongest, the most powerful, the pinnacle of power here at UA, Bakugo Katsuki. The chorus, chanting the hero's name, became noticeable. The all-powerful dynamic made his appearance with his arrogant smile. Present Mick. On the other side, we have the guy with 1,000 techniques, the most flexible tool in the academy. Mano Manito. This time at least there were a few. Shots in support, not many, but they were there. Midnight. No attacks that leave the opponent dying. Understood Bakugo. He spoke, emphasizing that fact, to which the explosive blonde clicked his tongue. Begin. The great hero of 3, a shot off into the sky, putting so much distance between himself and others to prevent his quirk from being copied. That idea, though, because Monomon used various air walls to hinder his escape and quickly switched to Rin's quirk, launching scales from his fingers at the walls, bouncing them off and forcing the angry blonde to focus on dodging these attacks. Enraged, he went on the offensive, expertly dodging the scales and using the walls to his advantage, ending up right in front of Monomon. Katsuki, shiny, unleashed to powerful explosion that produced a lot of smoke. The fans already considered it a victory, as did Bakugo, who lowered his guard. Monomon, is that all? The grumpy blonde was surprised, especially by the powerful blow of a metallic fist to his cheek. The great Bakugo of class A thought he could beat me with that. His half-psychotic laugh surprised more than one. Sorry, but it's not enough. From the smoke, Monomon emerged made of metal and smiling at the furious gaze of his rival. Izuku, damn it. With an even angrier expression, he charged at his enemy. He knew perfectly well that his quirk would be copied, so his strategy was the same as in the fight between Izuku and Tetsu. He would attack with so many blows that he wouldn't even be able to touch him. With the explosive nearby, Monomon simply switched his quirk and blew, creating a wall in front of him. Bakugo avoided it by turning to the side, wanting to detonate it. Monomon simply accepted his fate, taking the blast face first, leaving smoke in his wake. When it finally dissipated, there was no trace of Monomon. Dynamite, not knowing where he was releasing smoke from his hands. He didn't understand what had happened. It was then that he began to curse that Monomon emerged from his own shadow with a smile, changing his quirk to scales and striking his rival, who retreated slightly. As much as it might be hard for the fans to believe, Monomon was on par with the best at UA. Monomon, didn't you see it coming? Mocked the blonde boy, who was puffing smoke and had several cuts on his arms. Kitsuki, I'm going to blow your head off. You want to make the blonde explode, who only reverted to metal. Kirishima might be more resistant overall, but Tetsu's quirk's advantage is his heat resistance, something essential if he wants to fight Bakugo. Monomon did as best he could. Each explosion was powerful, and he was only sent to the edge of the arena. Even though he had his partner's quirk, it wasn't him, and he hadn't undergone his training, so his resistance was much lower, and it was starting to hurt and burn. He had to act quickly, something he planned with both quirks, and, with enough training, he managed to pull off. He only had 3 minutes. Monomon, now, he mentally shouted as his body began to make strange sounds, and if the compression was ready, he could maintain it for less, but it served him for the next thing. Double quirk, dark metal. He jumped into the shadow of the smoke, moving with more speed until he was in the shadow of his enemy. He could only combine 2 quirks for 3 minutes, and he hoped that would be enough. The Kugi rose up in an attempt to pull him out of the shadows, but it didn't work. Monomon remained in a dark smudge on the ground, moving abruptly and forcefully, pulling the blonde out to punch him in the right palm of the explosive, causing him to fall to the ground very close to the edge. As soon as Monomon fell, he plunged into the shadows, following Bakugo, and emerged as fast as he could, striking the blonde enemy's right arm. This was his contingency plan in case he couldn't win, to injure his strongest arm and make it easier for Izuku than it already was. It was at 2 minutes and 15 seconds that Monomon was surprised by one of the most powerful explosions that the 3A explosive could create. With his dominant arm, he didn't feel it immediately, but his arm would eventually give way. Monomon, this was hard, wasn't it? He asked, his quirks no longer activated. The explosion had drained all his concentration, leaving him alone in his pants with wounds on his abdomen. The blonde enemy smiled arrogantly. I won't go down that easily. Hushing his pain limit, his fingers revealed scales, which he launched at the blonde, who, thanks to his speed, managed to dodge some. He knew his opponent was going for his right arm, so he covered it as best he could. Katsuki, this is over, you damn extra. With a look of total madness, he launched the most powerful explosion from his palm, throwing Monomon to the stadium wall and embedding him there. Midnight. Monomon's out of bounds. Bakugo wins. He declared seriously, and the screams of fans rang out. Their next big number one had won. Katsuki, this isn't over yet. Angrily confronted by an extra who had caused him trouble, he didn't hesitate to attack Monomon. On his stretcher, fortunately for the other student, a concrete wall rose up to protect him, and a whip bound his hands. Let me go, you damn girl. He glared at Midnight, who was clearly in a bad mood. I'm going to finish what I started. Midnight, one more explosion and you're out, Bakugo. Gazed coldly at the blonde boy who was emitting smoke, focusing on everyone who was staring at him in shock. Katsuki, TSK, lowered his steaming hands and simply left the place. Present Mick. Well, after this intense battle, it's time to announce the semifinals. We hope you enjoy them, he said, looking up at the sky. And here they are, the semifinals of this sports festival. The screen lit up, revealing the matches. Midoriya Izuku versus Kendo at Suka. Bakugo Katsuki versus Yanagi Ryako. The blonde boy from 3A smiled maniacally. He could humiliate the rival class even more, and seeing how close this girl was to Deku, he could play with her a little. Ryako would be lucky enough to be with Dynamic for a confrontation, and if it went as Bakugo expected, he'd have one more girl swooning over him. He might not shout it from the rooftops, but he was interested in having plenty of girls to play with whenever he wanted. On the other side of the stadium, Ryako felt anxious and fearful. Up until now, her fights have been easy in one way or another, but this terrified her. All her ideas ended in defeat. It's Takinu Yanagi patted her head, and the silver-haired girl looked at him. Breathe easy, I'll help you think. Yanagi, do you think Midoriya-san will win? It sounds impossible, she asked fearfully. Takinu Yanagi, nothing is impossible, Yanagi. You can beat anyone if you have the right ideas. They smiled at the girl, who was still undecided. Manama is already halfway there. Bakugo uses his right hand more than anything else. Just focus on attacking that point to weaken him, and use everything at your disposal to help. He smiled slightly at the silver-haired girl, who blushed a little at how cute her partner could be. With Ryako calmer, Izuku and Kendo went to their respective waiting places. Unfortunately for Kendo, he had to pass by some of the 3A students, among whom Bakugo stood out. So, to avoid any disturbances, Izuku switched places with his president and went towards his former classmates. He no longer cared what those idiot asses would say. Katsuki, look at that rat crawling out of the sewer, mocked Izuku, who just ignored him and continued on his way. Mina, hey Katsu, he's talking to you, she said while trying to hit the green-haired boy on the head, but he dodged her. Aminari, don't ignore us, you useless thing. He was about to charge his electricity when Izuku gave the blonde a serious look. Izuku, are you so weak that you need to send someone to sabotage me? Bakugo, he said calmly, and the blonde, realizing the situation, punched Kaminari. Katsuki, let's go. I'll teach her a lesson like we did in middle school. He smiled arrogantly and left, followed by the two of them. I'm going to really enjoy fighting that gray fox, he declared, and Izuku clenched his fists. He had to relax and trust his partner. Time finally ran out, and soon the confrontation between the best physical fighters of 3B would unfold. The excitement was palpable. They had faced each other before, of course, but it always ended in a draw. Present Mick. Okay. We're ready for the first semi-final match here at this third-year festival. The crowd was ecstatic. From this side enters that unstoppable force from 3B. Non-giving, non-backing, ITS mid-area Izuku. Izuku came out somewhat annoyed by what had happened a few minutes ago and received a slight ovation. Present Mick. On the other side, the great fighter of the festival. Her strength is only matched by her intellect, Kendo Itsuka. The orange-haired girl excitedly climbed onto the arena, looking at Izuku, who was a little lost. In his own world, midnight begins. Both fighters went to attack, with Kendo being the first to strike, kicking Izuku in the head. Izuku grabbed the president's leg and threw her away. Determination was evident in both of their eyes. With a smile on his face, Kendo turned on his partner, throwing a half-size punch. He knew Izuku could easily dodge and trusted in that. What he didn't expect was for his partner to disappear the moment the punch hit and reappear behind the reed, pinning him to the ground in a very compromising position. Both were very entangled with each other. The reed felt every inch of Izuku and blushed deeply. She had never been in a situation like this before. "Kendo, I give up," he shouted with a blush, to which Midnight, with a small laugh, declared Izuku the winner. "Izuku, are you all right, President?" Izuku, with a harmless gaze, helped his classmate, who seemed a little flushed. "Are you feeling okay?" "Kendo, perfectly, Midoriya-san." She spoke nervously. Almost no one in the audience understood why she suddenly gave up. "Izuku, are you sure? It's hot. I can feel it," he said in his neutral tone while holding her hand. "If you feel unwell, let me help you." Izuku, without the orange-haired girl saying anything, picked her up princess style and left. Slowly, despite Kendo's multiple complaints, who felt infinite embarrassment. He led the president until they were near the infirmary when Kendo finally came out of Izuku's protective arms, with a very noticeable blush. It was clear to Izuku that she was sick. "Kendo, I'm really not sick, Midoriya-san," she shouted, embarrassed. "It's just a mild heat streak, nothing more." "Izuku, are you sure? It seems like he got heated for other reasons." If it were someone else saying that, it would already be plastered on the wall. But since it was Izuku, and considering he doesn't have much of an idea of what his words can cause, he just let go. "Kendo, completely sure. Now let's go support Ryako-chan who needs it." She took Izuku's hand and guided him like a small child. They entered the room where the gray-haired girl was, and to their surprise, Mina was about to do something to her. Of course, Izuku came to her defense, not caring much about seriously injuring the rose. "Izuku, are you okay?" He approached to observe his partner, who showed her wrist with a painful trace of acid. Ryako said, enduring the pain. "We don't have much time left for the fight. Izuku, enough to heal you, President. Take the pink-haired girl to the principal and explain what happened. I'll take care of it." He spoke seriously to the orange-haired woman who had the pink-haired girl trapped on the ground. Mina said, smiling, "It doesn't matter. I already did what I want to. Dan Nakatsu will win more easily." And Kendo sent her to bed. "Izuku, we'll see." He looked at his partner who was staring at the ground. "Come on, I'll try to help." About 5 minutes later, after some healing from her cover, Ryako was ready to go out. Her hand still stung a little, but she could fight. "Present Mick. Last match before the grand final," he declared excitedly. "On one side is the special girl. She controls everything down to the millimeter. Yanagi Ryako. The ghostly girl came out more serious than usual, looking at the other side of the field. Present Mick. And on the other side, we have the named King of Yui, a titan in every sense. Bakugo Katsuki." The blonde entered with an arrogant smile, so he looked at the message he sent with Mina arrived. "Midnight. No extreme movements," she said, looking at the blonde man who was still smiling arrogantly. "Ready. Begin." The blonde man hoped his incredible plan would work and Ryako would surrender so he could get what she wanted, thus avoiding having to humiliate her in front of everyone. But contrary to that, Katsuki, "What?" he said as he fell to the ground, because the silver-haired girl gave him a very good punch with her good hand. But Mina entered the break room, where Ryako was. She came up with a proposition. Ryako would surrender to Bakugo, and he would have her as his girlfriend and part of his future harem. What girl wouldn't want to be with the great Bakugo Katsuki, Vancouver of evil? Obviously, the silver-haired girl refused, and that's when Mina used her quirk to force her to accept, believing she had succeeded. "Ryako, I don't know why you sent Mina to do that dirty work, but I'll never join you, Bakugo." She spoke more seriously than ever, and the blonde boy stood up, completely enraged. "Katsuki, You damn bitch. He roared with hatred and went to launch explosions, dodging all of the silver-haired girl's blows. This wasn't a fight. It was a massacre. Bakugo prevented her from surrendering, silencing her voice with explosions. When the girl finally flew straight into an explosion, the blonde appeared to hit her with another, sending her flying to the other side. He amused himself by toying with her until, after almost 10 minutes of torture, he finally revealed Ryako, massacred, her clothes torn to shreds, barely covering her body, which was covered in burns. Bakugo held her by the neck, showing class be the unconscious face of their classmate, a clear sign of what he would do to Izuku. Midnight. Bakugo. She was about to say something, but the blonde boy spoke first. Katsuki. She's alive. I wasn't extreme. The dark-haired girl was about to call him out, but he was supported by part of the audience who were debating against the other side, who considered what the blonde boy did barbaric. You next. As a bad joke, Bakugo pointed at Izuku, who had his head down. The blonde boy simply released his enemy and started to leave, stopping at the last minute. Suddenly, he felt threatened, like prey facing the area's apex predator. He turned to see what terrified him so much and looked at Deku instead. Green eyes stared into Bakugo's red ones, slowly devouring his soul. The blonde trembled slightly, refusing to be intimidated, but that gaze and that feeling of danger were too extreme, so he quickened his pace. Izuku made a promise in that moment. The fall of the best player at UA was approaching. The minutes ticked by, driving everyone to despair. Half believed Dynamite should keep fighting, the other half didn't. Only the principal would have the final say, but if the best had already done that to a girl who seemed so calm and normal, what would he do to Izuku? The fear was palpable. Present Mick. Sorry for the long wait, everyone, but ITS time. The surprised crowd paid close attention. The final showdown between two opposing forces. He announced, shocking everyone. On one side, the king of UA, the most powerful among the powerful, Bakugo Katsuki. The blonde boy appeared, surprising most of the audience. Izuku had something planned, and Mick, being the good teacher he was, would help him. Present. Mick. On the other side, we have the opposite, the weakest, the one everyone hates. He can't even beat a fly. Midoriya Izuku. The announcer almost vomited from telling the lie, but that's what the green-haired man wanted from his student. In the stands, people were surprised and watched attentively as Izuku entered with a grumpy face and a gloomy aura reminiscent of Endeavor when he was number 2. Midnight. Before this fight begins, there will be a special rule, she said, somewhat nervously. Her student could end up in a very bad way. The use of extreme force is permitted in the fight, and a winner will only be declared when they surrender a feint. The sound of surprise was not long in coming. In 3A, they believed that the massacre that would ensue would be utterly disgusting, while in 3B, they only trusted in the abilities of their classmate and friend. Bakugo smiled wickedly. He was going to enjoy this immensely. The rules made it possible to use everything on the field, even outside the arena. He was beside himself with excitement. Kaminari, this is going to be a massacre, and I want to see it, he declared excitedly. Vung revenge against Deku. Kendo, go after Midoriya-san, she whispered, looking intently at both of them. Midnight, begin. He jumped off the field, knowing what was coming. 15 minutes in hell. Katsuki arrogantly took a step, and before he knew it, he'd slammed into the wall. A sharp pain shot through his stomach. No one, not even the heroes present, understood what had happened. When he looked around, Izuku was standing in his usual spot. Izuku, not only do you dare to play with Yanagi-san like that, you send your damn henchmen to attack her. Do you really think you'll get away with it? He declared angrily, his body releasing a green aura. Katsuki, you bastard, he said when he finally emerged from the wall. I'll kill you. He propelled himself with the explosions until he was close to Izuku's face. How easy. When Bakugo launched the explosion, Izuku used his palm to push it away, and with it to Blonde himself, who hit the wall hard, reopening the cuts that Manama made in the fight. He clicked his tongue and glared angrily at Izuku, who responded with equal ferocity, jumping back and disregarding his injuries. he went to strike Izuku, as if there were no differences between their powers. He launched long-range explosions with his AP shot, but it was of little use of Izuku, as fast as lightning, dodged everything to appear above him, and with a hammer blow, send him to the arena, generating a small crater where he fell. The blonde boy's rage was increasing, and people had long since fallen silent, witnessing the power of a so-called weakest hero in UA. The blonde boy struggled to his feet. The blow had been powerful. He looked up, surprised by his enemy, who was calmly floating in the air, with his eerie aura and eyes that shone, crying out for revenge and the soul of Bakugo Katsuki. He used his technique again, and once more Izuku disappeared only to reappear in front of him with his fist charged with a Fajin. He almost lost his head, as at the last second he dodged the attack. With an explosion, Izuku didn't take his fist out of the ground, and contrary to what the blonde boy thought, he buried his fist deeper without quite understanding why. Katsuki, what? The baby can't come out. He scoffed just as he heard something coming from the ground. Izuku, black whip, devastating bloom. He said with complete seriousness as many black whips emerged from the ground, forcing Bakugo to dodge them all in midair, unaware that some held dirt and debris. Izuku finally pulled out his fist just as his enemy launched explosions. In his place, retracting the whips that came out forcefully, throwing some debris. Others were still stuck in the black tendrils that came out of Izuku's fingers. Bakugo dodged a force of the attack as best he could and looked down at Deku, who was still launching himself forward, whips flying, spinning the remaining debris like a deadly yo-yo. The blonde, with no way out, unleashed explosions as he positioned himself over the attack, shattering the debris into dust. He descended to the ground and breathed heavily. Only 2 minutes had passed, and it was already taking its toll. His muscles tensed and ached from the recoil, and exhaustion was setting in. He looked at his enemy, who was in perfect condition. He hadn't landed a single blow, and that angered him. Katsuki, Yudam. He stood up with difficulty and heavy breathing, glaring angrily at Izuku. He launched himself again, and this time Izuku appeared in front of him, striking his face and sending him flying almost against the wall on his third impact. But Izuku caught him with his whips, pulling the blonde boy closer and striking his stomach, causing him to vomit some lunch on the floor. Without mercy, he grabbed the blonde boy's leg with a whip, dragging him with great ease before whipping him repeatedly. Then he threw him into the air. Bakugo, now a little more conscious, used this to perform the Hoser impact, watching as Izuku launched various whips that wound around him without touching him. Then a screen of smoke appeared. Izuku, white tornado, he whispered, trapping the blonde in his whips, even with the smoke tornado that had been drawing him to his fist. The explosive escaped by a hair. Izuku still needed some training to use it properly. Katsuki, is that all damn Deku? He asked wearily, trying not to let it show. Izuku, no, but thanks for asking. Izuku's eyes lit up as one for all flowed through his body, and the classic lightning bolts appeared. Let's continue Bakugo Katsuki. Izuku disappeared and reappeared in front of the blonde boy, who launched an explosion that didn't quite hit him. He then looked back just as Izuku flew past with his arm raised, trying to cut his throat. Fortunately, he ducked and used explosions to propel himself away through the air, where Izuku was waiting. Izuku kicked him in the face, sending him almost to the ground, then reappeared in front of him and punched him, sending him flying again. He continued like this, tossing the strongest student in UA around like a rag doll for almost 10 minutes. Time was running out along with the massacre. When Izuku stopped, he was floating, holding Bakugo by his hair, and displaying him like a trophy to the students of Class 3A, who stared in fear and surprise at Bakugo's condition, as did everyone else. Bakugo's body was drenched in sweat and covered in bruises. His clothes were in tatters, and he only had his pants left, which had become poorly made shorts. His right arm was bleeding profusely. The wounds were open and widened. The most powerful and pinnacle of UA leader of the big three in favor to be the next number one, and symbol of peace, had been defeated by a rat like Deku. Izuku, here's your hero. He threw Bakugo's unconscious body into Mina's arms and went downstairs, now calmer. Midnight. Bakugo has fainted. Midoriya wins. She spoke more calmly, causing a large part of the audience to wake up. With a slow applause from Yui, then Kendo followed, then Juzo, and so almost everyone in the stadium celebrated the winner of the sports festival. Class 3A, somewhat traumatized, went to take their classmate to recovery girl, only to find the nurse was nowhere to be found. Given Yanagi Ryako's injuries, the UA nurse had left with her patient to the hospital to treat her. Knowing that one of them would end up worse than anything, the principal did what he had to do and prepared an ambulance for Bakugo to go to a hospital. Mina, of course, went with him while Mizuki went to see him. The atmosphere in the stadium was tense. Dynamite's biggest fans considered Izuku wrestler's feat brutal and demanded his removal from the event. The counter-argument was that Dynamite himself had used brutal force in his previous fight and had not been penalized. Present Mick. And here, friends and family, we have the end of this festival. Director Nizu, if you would be so kind as to present the medals. He said happily, referring to Izuku. In the arena already set up for the medal ceremony was the podium with Izuku at the top with a neutral face. Some were holding back from throwing food at him because he won honestly. To his left, on the second podium, was Kendo, who got second place because Bakugo couldn't fight for it. But his right was the third place Monama, who was smiling like a champion. Nizu, I am very proud to present these medals to those who overcame adversity, to those who never surrendered to anyone. Hold your heads high, dear students, he said after placing the medal on Izuku, who felt a little proud. The day finally ended. Riko would return to the dorms tomorrow while she rested for today. Fortunately, she didn't have any serious injuries. Class B obviously organized a small party to celebrate their victory against the supposedly superior class. Many students, upon returning the following week, looked at Class B with strangeness as they passed through the hallways on their way to class. They felt both fear and respect for Midoriya. He had defeated the strongest student at UA. How could they not be afraid? Vlad King. Very well, listen. Their teacher, standing in front of the class, looked at them with pride and seriousness. You know what's coming next. Your internships can be chosen as every year. Midoriya, your former teacher told me about your internships in your first year. You're free to go with that hero to the agency centipede, commands, or to anyone on the list that will be provided to you, he said, holding a rather large stack of papers. And Ever himself came to offer you a position and apologize for what some might have done. His Zuku, I want to go with Centipede. He spoke instantly without surprising. The master, Vlad King. Well, I assume you'll all choose the same hero as last year. The class nodded as they were quite comfortable in their agency where they were. Well, I'm proud of you brats. Yui, we are proud to have Vlad Sensei as our teacher. Vlad King. Enough with the nonsense for a while. It's time to continue studying. A chorus of exasperation was what sounded to the amusement of the teacher who, with a smile, continued his work until lunchtime. That was then that a real change was seen. The class is separated when Izuku, Kendo, and Monama, the three winners, and several others in Class B stood out a bit more than usual. Respect and fear were clearly visible, especially the fear for Izuku. But the point is that they left him and PST. Is cat silent? In the distance, Bakugo's friends glared angrily at them, mainly Mina, Kaminari, and Kirishima. The latter considered what Izuku did torture and wouldn't let it go. Kirishima, Midoriya, said angrily looking at Izuku with Yuzu, Kamakiri, Yui, Kinoko, and Pony. Izuku. Yes, Kirishima, he replied without looking at him. His food was more important, and besides, he was worried Pony would steal it. Kirishima apologized to Bakugo. What you did is torture, he shouted, and the cafeteria fell silent, awaiting a response. Izuku, tell me, Kirishima Bakugo, has he apologized to those he's defeated in the past? The reeds said nothing. Do you know if you'll apologize to Yanagi once he gets back? Silence again. The festival is a competition. What I did was within the rules, remember. A winner would only be declared once their opponent was either unconscious or said they surrendered. I have no reason to apologize to the one of Muslim descent, Kirishima. You broke both his legs, and his right arm is even worse. He deserves an apology. He replied angrily. His Zuku. Until he apologizes for everything he did, I don't plan to, and I doubt he wants an apology. You, better than anyone, should know that, Kirishima. He replied with a pout, because his blonde friend had succeeded in stealing his food. Kirishima. He's a great hero, better than you. He doesn't need to apologize to anyone. He said angrily, drawing the attention of the teachers, who were about to intervene. Izuku, if you believe that so much, then you won't mind investigating his past thoroughly, right? He replied, stealing an apple from Pony, who pouted. If you delve into his past, you'll see who Bakugo Katsuki really is, and don't just settle for files. Look for his former henchmen and teachers before he entered UA, his former classmates, and even his parents. Then come and complain to me all you want, Kirishima Jiro, he said, getting up from his seat and leaving, his friends watching him with smiles. Kamakiri, should we go after him? Pony, I'm going, he replied, eating the other apple he had, and followed his green friend. Yui, me too, followed them both, and her close friends followed, leaving Kirishima a little puzzled. But if that's what it took for Midoriya to apologize, he would do it. He would uncover the truth behind his brother from another mother. The friends continued, for a while towards their class, being stopped by Aizawa, who had a hopeful look on his face. He had received the best news in months, and his former student had to know this. Izuku, do you need anything, sensei? He asked a black-haired man who was smiling beneath his calf. Aizawa, Midoriya is awake. Izuku, surprised, just smiled a little. The pass to visit him is in your dorm room. I had it delivered as soon as I found out. Izuku just ran in the opposite direction, praying he was there. Not understanding anything, the students looked at the professor, who simply withdrew, stating that it was something his former student had been asking about every week. Since he woke up in the hospital, Izuku ran until he reached the dormitories of the class. Just as a guy left a letter on the door and left, he quickly took the letter inside and opened it with excitement. Inside was an entrance to the special hospital wing where his friend and classmate had been interned for a long time. Kendo, Midoriya-san. The president entered through the door, looking at her classmate and smiling as she let out a tear. Are you all right? The little nervous about what might happen to him, she approached, and Izuku caught her in a hug. Huh, Midoriya-san. Izuku, I'm perfectly fine, President. The orange-haired woman, not quite understanding, simply hugged her partner. She didn't understand, but whatever it was made her smile. I won't be joining you for training this afternoon. Sorry, President, I have something to do. Yui, can I come with you? The dark-haired girl appeared out of nowhere, surprising her friend. Izuku, I guess, he replied, quite animatedly. That afternoon, both Izuku and Yui were at the Japanese Special Central Hospital, a place where critically ill patients are treated. The facility was the pinnacle of medical technology, so exclusive that entry required a special pass. 2 passes were issued to Yui students. One for Professor Aizawa Shoda, and one for student Midoriya Izuku. The patient they were seeing was none other than Hitachi Shinso, who had fallen in battle against All for One, and had been in critical condition ever since. Finally they could see him again. Izuku, Shinso. He smiled at the purple-haired boy who was looking bored out the window. Shinso turned to look at the green-haired boy and smiled at his partner in misadventures. Miracles were rare in Shinsu's life. Ever since his quirk awakened, he was treated differently. Some feared his power, while others tried to exploit him for their own gain. He simply wanted to prove to everyone that he could be a hero even with a villain's quirk, and he only partially succeeded. At the sports festival when he entered UA, he met a strange-minded person with spiky green hair. His Zuku appeared, encouraging him to enter the hero course, and thus recognized by Eraserhead. He trained like crazy to be able to enter. Then the city of Jakku was destroyed, and Shigaraki Tamura wreaked havoc on his country. His friend went off to fight alone, leaving everyone behind for a few months, during which the purple-haired boy accompanied him. Nobody knew this. Shinso escaped from the four walls of Yue and followed his Zuku to his death, seeing the truth of being a hero in times of war. Fortunately for them, they managed to find the whereabouts of All for One, and soon informed the heroes. The battle was brutal. Both All for One and Shimura Tinko were relentless, and managed to separate Izuku and Shinso from everyone else. Just as Endeavor fell exhausted to the ground, everything collapsed. Shinso managed to awaken the little Tinko that lived deep within him, and fought a battle against himself before breaking his own neck, leaving both heroes against the ancient villain, who could barely stand against Izuku. In a final effort to plunge the green-haired man into despair, he launched a sneak attack on Shinso, striking him in the throat and causing him to fall to the ground in agony. His Zuku let himself go and used his power to break All for One's skull, who died with a smile, watching his enemy in despair. His Zuku grabbed his friend's body, jumping and floating as fast as he could, barely making it to the nearest hospital. Finally, after so much exhaustion, he collapsed, unaware that dynamite, in a fit of desperation, exploded the villain's lifeless body. Of course, the few cameras that managed to arrive witnessed this. Shinso arrived with his throat shattered and barely alive. If Izuku had delayed even a second longer, the purple-haired boy surely wouldn't have survived. He underwent several surgeries to stabilize him, and then more to repair his trachea, which was almost completely ruptured. This work took months, during which Shinso was kept in an induced coma. After so much effort, they finally achieved another miracle, and a young man awoke with a semi-mechanical throat that allowed him to eat and breathe, but unfortunately not to speak. The synthetic vocal cords couldn't be implanted due to the way the mechanism was designed. He would never be able to use his quirk again. Izuku, I'm glad you're okay. He smiled at his friend, who was just staring intently at Izuku and his companion. I'm sorry. This is my fault. If only I had been faster. He tried to hold back the tears, but they were too strong. Shinso frowned and shook his head, demanding a notebook and pencil to communicate with. Yui, here you go. The dark-haired woman handed him the utensils, and the patient nodded to her in thanks. Shinso wrote before hitting Izuku on the head with a notebook to get his attention. You can't blame yourself for something that wasn't in your hands. The attack was all for one's fault, not yours. Izuku, you're right horribly, he said, still in a sad tone. So he received another notebook slap. Shinso, shut up, idiot, showed the notebook and then smiled at his friend. So what did I miss? He asked Izuku, who lowered his gaze. Izuku, too many things happened this year. Let's take it one step at a time. He sighed, tired of remembering this shitty year. Shinso, let's start with how the heck did you get a girlfriend? He asked, somewhat scared, looking at both of them. Yui blushed slightly, and Izuku didn't quite understand. Izuku, what are you talking about? I don't have a girlfriend. He asked, confused, and his friend just pointed with his pencil at the dark-haired girl who was also shaking her head. Yui is my friend. He smiled quite happily about it. She just came to keep me company. That's all. Shinso, neither you nor anyone reading this believes that. He replied incredulously to his friend. Izuku, the only ones who read are the two of us and you, Shinso. The purple-haired boy dismissed it and continued chatting with his friend. Glad King had to go get them. Izuku didn't want to leave, but his friend was already quite tired after almost 6 hours of being there. So she left, promising to come back every week to visit him, so he wouldn't get so bored. Upon arriving at the dormitories, they were bombarded with questions, some more uncomfortable than others. Suzuna kept bothering them during dinner, promising that she would be their companion for the internships next week. With that, the week passed peacefully. On Monday, Vofio Irosu and Jiro went to apologize to Rieko for the festival and the damage she had caused, willingly giving her burn cream and a spot pass. The president accepted it somewhat skeptically, call her paranoid, but she had a slight feeling they were planning something. The following week, everyone was gathered at the train station about to leave for different agencies to learn more about being a hero, all quite excited about it, as Zuku among them. Finally, after so many months, he would see his senpai a million again, and the excitement was overwhelming him. They arrived easily and went to Night Eye's agency, which belonged to Centipede, and was almost entirely run by La Million. At the entrance, Bubble Girl was waiting for him with a huge smile. The blue-skin girl had barely had time to bathe because of work and could hardly contact Izuku. Bubble Girl, Midoriya Sant. The girl jumped into the boy's arms, and he hugged her. Izuku, Bubble Girl, it's good to see you again. He replied happily, feeling at home. Bubble Girl, come on in, come in. La Million will be surprised. He thinks you won't come because you'll probably choose Endeavor or someone at the top. She pushed the green-haired boy who led her. The blue-haired girl's enthusiasm was contagious. His Zuku was dragged along, much to the surprise of the agency, who recognized him. They arrived at the office of the hero who saves millions at a time. Bubble Girl was overcome with emotion and basically kicked the door open, revealing Mirio Tagada in his hero costume, sitting in a chair with his imperturbable smile. What stood out most were the pronounced dark circles under his cartoonish eyes. His smile widened when he saw his Kohai standing there nervously. Mirio, Midoriya, Gun. He leaped across the table and quickly squeezed Izuku into a brotherly hug. Congratulations on winning the festival. And I'm sorry I haven't been in touch. We're having trouble finding the few remaining cells in the Paranormal Liberation Front. It's consuming all our time, as you can see. He chuckled at the thought of all their stress. Izuku, I understand. Senpai, don't worry, I understand. He spoke calmly. His senpai was one of the few he knew who didn't deliberately ignore him or treat him badly. By the way, do you know what happened to Iri-chan? I haven't seen her in a long time. Mirio. Oh, Iri-chan has been doing well. He smiled with a hint of mischief. She wants to surprise you with something and has been working like crazy to make it happen. He smiled at his friend's confusion. She'll come soon, and I'm sure you like her. With that confusion, the internship week began. Iri woke up excited. She had finally finished her surprise for her favorite hero. She looked at the sports festival with her blue-haired caretaker and sadly saw her hero with that serious and bored face. It was clear to the girl that the great hero Deku had lost his smile, which only encouraged her to make her surprise even more surprising. What was the surprise? Besides revealing her normal control of her quirk, the girl made the perfect drawing of the two of them, along with La Million and the other heroes who saved her, and above all, revealing that they are finally family. It happened just as she was in the hospital for a month. The high-ranking officials in power wanted to use the girl in every way imaginable. So, having no family, she fell into the hands of the government, and they knew how to use that power. To protect her, she needed a family, and two names were mentioned among the crowd who wanted the infant. Tagada Mirio and Midoriya Izuku. Blonde refused to have the girl because he knew how much his work consumed and he would leave Iri alone for too long. The girl deserved love and affection, so Izuku, who was in a coma, was left with her. Inko accepted for her son's sake. She knew well that her boy was capable of adopting little Iri and began a legal battle for custody of the girl. The government argued that Izuku would never wake up and that they were the best option to take care of the girl. And even if Izuku did wake up, he was a teenager and obviously couldn't take care of the child. Unfortunately for him, it was revealed that Midoriya Izuku was responsible, and he also woke up in the process. They kept this mess away from Izuku and argued that he wasn't interested in the girl and was just a boy, interested in the fame that came with being a hero. The only one of his kind who was not, declared the vanquisher of evil. That argument fell on them, so things remained a draw. No one had control over the girl, and for protection, she remained with the former three great ones who took turns looking after her. It was only resolved when it was seen that Izuku had the skills to take care of others. His power was great, so there would be no problems with the girl, and in addition to that, the money that his parents deposited was enough to take custody. Just as the internship we could. UA was beginning. And of course the girl wanted to surprise her father with this news. The bad people in the government made it impossible for them to get close for months. And finally the moment had arrived. She was quick with her companion of the week, both cheerful and energized. Midoriya had to go give Yuri to Mirio, and he would call Izuku. And then there would be a reunion that she was waiting for. Midoriya, come, she shouted just as she entered, carrying Yuri in her arms. And to her surprise, Izuku was with Mirio, both of them drinking coffee. Izuku. He looked at his senpai with the girl in his arms and smiled slightly. Senpai, it's nice to see you again. Yuri. Deku-san. Without letting the blue-haired girl begin her interrogation, the girl threw herself into Izuku's arms, who received her with open arms. Izuku. Hey Richin, how have you been? He said in his neutral tone. He was exhausted from yesterday, trying to stop Mirio and Bubbled Girl from doing evil things to his old class. Yuri. Now better than ever, she declared with an almost contagious smile. Izuku. I knew you had a surprise prepared. The girl looked at him excitedly. Is it time for the surprise? Yuri. Yes. She hugged Izuku with renewed spirits. Izuku. And is it? He said, looking at the excited faces of both heroes. Something gave him a bad feeling. Mirio. You see, Midoriya, come. Before the blonde could say anything, his partner interrupted him. Nijaya declared. Yuri-chan is now part of your family, leaving Izuku surprised and the little girl pouting. Yuri. I wanted to say it, you stupid Nijaya-chan. She yelled at a guardian, who was only slightly embarrassed. Nijaya. My emotions got the better of me. Forgive me, Yuri-chan, she said, smiling innocently. Izuku. What do you mean by part of my family? He asked, shocked. Mirio. When you were in the hospital and after the war, several high-ranking government officials tried to get their hands on Yuri-chan, and we had to protect her. He said seriously, as seriousness Izuku had rarely seen in him. We suspect they're part of the Paranormal Liberation Front, and that's why they wanted Yuri. For now, we saved her, but it's very likely they'll return. Izuku. Oh, come back and I'll be waiting for you. His cold and deadly serious tone made Mirio tremble. He had changed a lot. Nijaya. Since everything's settled. With an amused smile, she looked at her kohai. We have to catch up, she declared excitedly, to which Yuri responded. For the next few hours, Izuku, Nijaya, and Yuri were chatting about what had happened in the last few months, and of course, Nijaya wanted to get rid of the two girls who were at a workplace. She would tell Ryukyu to make their lives impossible. Izuku still had doubts about being Yuri's father. He had problems and nowhere to live beyond the dormitories. Mom sold the apartment to leave Japan for a safe place. Izuku didn't blame her for that. It was quite understandable. Mirio assured him it was the best option, and even Cernade. I'll be proud of the green-haired boy for doing it. Of course, Izuku remained silent, staring at the sleeping Yuri and lost in his thoughts. Without the murmurs, Mirio found his behavior strange. Izuku. They reach in. The girl looked up from her food, her face covered in crumbs of the cookies she was devouring. Yuri. Yes, Dad, she innocently asked Izuku, who was hesitating, to ask. Izuku, are you sure you want this? The girl tilted her head in a gesture of tender and treat. Right now, I'm not exactly the greatest hero or person, and you deserve smiles that I can't give you right now, she said sadly. I don't know if this is a good idea. Yuri. Dad will always be Dad, no matter if he sat or can't smile. She looked at him with conviction. He resembled himself, but when he started at UA. I'll be the one who brings smiles to Dad, she declared with a smile. Izuku smiled a little at his daughter. The girl had the same conviction as him with her goals. Izuku. I hope you succeed, Yuri-chan. He struck her white hair, and the girl smiled. On the other side, All Might watched to have terror and fear the state of his successor. He was under observation and still asleep. Mirio had gone too far with poor Bakugo. He was determined that his former successor had been corrupted by power, and he needed to remove him quickly before he became a villain. Nizu. Don't even think about it, All Might. The principal appeared on Sakachi's shoulder, who was serious. Midoriya didn't get carried away. Everything was legal, and you know that. All Might left young Bakugo in the state He let his anger and jealousy get the better of him. He replied seriously, Nizu, and you're letting yourself be swayed by rumors. Midoriya was only defending himself against an enemy who wouldn't hold back. He said seriously to the blonde skeleton, what if Bakugo did the same man left Midoriya in the same state? What would you do then? All Might. He thought for a moment. What if the situation were reversed? Would his successor have done the right thing by leaving him like this? Would he support him or say something? It doesn't matter. I've made my decision. Bakugo Katsuki will be my successor, and he will inherit one for all. Sukachi, even if that kills him. The blonde man tensed up, unsure how to answer. Midoriya is the perfect vessel, Tashinori. He deserves the power more than anyone. All Might. I'll find a way for young Bakugo to use his power with or without your help, he declared as he was about to leave. Nizu, if you manage to figure out how, remember it's Midoriya's decision, not yours, he said, stopping the American. All Might. I'll convince him. He left the room, leaving a deathly silence. Kurushima arrived with Fatima this week with a single mission: to uncover the truth behind his friend, partner, and basically his brother from another mother. Bakugo deserved at least an apology, and the Reed would make sure of it. Fat Gum, you want the data from the old class and the school where Dynamite studied. He spoke in surprise while leading to Yaku's. He knew very well that the Reed put Dynamite on a pedestal, and that asking that so suddenly put him on alert. Kurushima, yes, Midoriya doesn't want to apologize for what he did to Bakugo, and said he would apologize if I got the truth out of Bakugo, and that's what I intend to do, he declared forcefully, knowing perfectly well that he would only find heroic acts and great help to others, because that's how Bakugo was, right? Fat Gum, HNG. He narrowed his eyes and ate a little. He didn't quite know why he wanted this, but he'd give it to him. At least it would show him the reality of an idiotic hero. Very well. He smiled at his student and took the documents out of his writing. I'll be completely honest with you, Red Ride. Ever since All Might introduced Dynamite as his successor, something didn't add up, so I investigated, he said seriously, and the Reed gave him half his attention. I hope what's here helps you. Kurushima. Thanks, Fat Gum. He took the files and left, unaware that Tetsu was listening behind the wall. Tetsu, how do you think Fat Gum Sensei will take this? The metallic one entered with some hope that the Reed would remove the blindfold from his eyes. Fat Gum, if he just looks at the files, his administration will surely increase, he replied truthfully. The files provided by the former teachers portrayed Bakugo as a saint, which he clearly wasn't. If he decides to investigate further, he'll surely be shocked. His great friend is a bully who thought he was better than everyone else. How could he see it? His admiration clashes with the truth, and only Kurushima-kun can resolve this, he replied, eating more. This dilemma was making him hungry. Furushima locked himself away the first afternoon of the week to look at the file, which only showed Bakugo's impeccable grades. Some comments from teachers who idolized him for his quirk and his classmates, highlighting how amazing it was to be with Bakugo Katsuki. One classmate even admitted that he was a well-oiled sex machine. With that, Kurushima could sleep, soundly knowing that everything was all right. His friend was an amazing person who hadn't done anything wrong, but he knew that if he went to Midoriya with this, it wouldn't do any good. Izuku made it clear he wanted to dig deep, so he called the school his friend had attended, and they confirmed it, or at least the person who answered did. Kurushima, I don't understand what Midoriya meant. He asked aloud, unsure whether to continue or just leave things as they were. He didn't care and continued with the other documents. But what? This surprise was immediate. Various reports from students spoke of the atrocities committed against them by Bakugo, including cases of some with serious injuries at the hands of this generation's greatest hero. These were police reports about the excessive use of his friend's explosive quirk, along with copies of the trials in which the Bakugo family was involved. He was always released after spending 1 or 2 days behind bars and was released on bail paid by his parents. And it gripped Kurushima, who believed it was all a lie, but no matter how hard he tried to justify what he saw, he couldn't find anything. Kurushima, damage to the sternum and internal organs, just for possessing a quirk that gives him insect eyes that can't be Bakugo. He refused to believe it. His admiration and his judgment were locked in a fierce battle. Kurashima. He tried to assault me just because I rejected him. Read the report from one of his blonde friend's classmates. Kurashima. He deafened the kid when his ear exploded. The reed's nerves were showing. What the hell was going on? Kurashima. He has respiratory problems from the smoke he inhaled. There were more and more like it. Some cases included photos, and that's when he stopped. Outing. Kurashima knew firsthand what the skin of someone affected by Bakugo's explosions looked like, and it was clear that those kids in the photos had suffered from those explosions. Unable to sleep and ignoring when Tamaki and Fatim came in to leave food, he continued, investigating, no longer for an apology, but to know the truth. He was tempted to call his friend and have him give his version of the various situations, but it wasn't necessary. On every page was printed what Bakugo said as an excuse. He didn't believe it all, more out of cynicism and madness than admiration. A person shouldn't be like that over such silly things, Katsuki. He's just an extra who was showing his place. The guy shouted proudly of what he'd done. Could it be that his explosions make him deaf, and that's why he's shouting? A small fragment of his friend's atrocities. Right now, he felt a little bad for considering themselves friends. Indirectly, Kurashima felt he participated in it. The boy's mother has no control over him. It's clear that Bakugo Katsuki is in a bubble of ego fueled by his surroundings. Complacent teachers and peers who look at him with longing, unable to distinguish between good and bad. The fragment from a psychologist who analyzed his explosive colleague. If they already took him to the psychologist, and he didn't seem to have changed, what was that supposed to mean? But so many questions he felt the need to escape for a moment from the self-inflicted torment of truth after truth, and went out to the agency's kitchen. A coffee or something would help him relax. Kurashima. Vacuum. He murmured so as not awake anyone, seeing his master drinking coffee as if he were expecting him. Vacuum. Kurashima-kun, it's good to see you out of your room. He smiled kindly at the reed who stared into space. Is something wrong? He asked, still knowing what was going on. Kurashima. I don't understand. He began, confused, his admiration and friendship finally shattering like glass before. The truth. Bakugo is a great hero. He saved so many people. He claimed to have defeated all for one. He's a good guy. Vacuum. Is that Kurashima-kun? Is someone who seriously injures a classmate just out of anger a good person? He said calmly. Kurashima. No, he replied, his moral compass more than his admiration. Vacuum. Is someone who pushes others down just for being different a great hero? His voice hardened slightly. Kurashima. No. His logic told him so, but his admiration spoke in support of his friend. Why did Bakugo do that? Mystery classmates, beat innocent people, abuse girls. He didn't quite know what to do now. Was Midoriya aware of this? Is that why he told him to gather information? Vacuum. Bakugo is Bakugo, and we don't know how his mind works, or how he lives his life. We only know that at one point he went too far. He said, now standing next to a defeated Kurashima. Kurashima. Why was he admitted to UA despite everything? He's just a bully. He shouted in despair, wanting answers and not getting them. Vacuum. His former teachers turned a blind eye to the abuse. They covered for him because they knew Bakugo would be a hero, and they supported him. They assured him as the reed began to hyperventilate. Too much information in too little time. Kurashima. I didn't even know what to say. Words weren't enough to face this conflicting feeling. Admiration and friendship versus actions, and guilt, honor and defeat. Everything was mixed together in bad and horrible ways. Vacuum. Breathe calmly, Kurashima. He told the reed, who obeyed. Let the air fill your lungs and relax. Your thoughts. You're too impressed by what you discovered. Furushima. I knew it, didn't you, Vacuum? The hero nodded ruefully. Why didn't you do anything? Vacuum. In the past few months I've been supporting heroes with a matter concerning Irakin, and it's consumed a lot of my time. Besides, We don't know how people will react to this, and after the war, I don't want to risk the hope they have in us. He said, go to get a glass of water for his student. Kurushima, what am I supposed to do now? The Kugo is a bully. How am I supposed to look at him now? He yanked his hair desperately to the scalp. Fuck him. Whatever you do, Red Riot, it will be the right thing. It always has been. He swurred, placing the glass of water in front of the reed. What does your instinct and the evidence tell you? Kurushima thought for a moment, looking at the glass, and came to a conclusion. I have to go see someone tomorrow. Is that okay? The chubby hero nodded happily, trusting his student's judgment. Izuku woke up on the third day of his internship with whiskers drawn on his cheeks. Irie did a perfect job while his dad slept, and the result was perfect in his eyes. The girl had adapted very quickly to being with her father despite his Zuko's lingering doubts. It wasn't that he didn't love the girl, but he still considered himself worthless to be given custody. Irie, good morning, Dad, she said, trying to hold back her laughter at seeing the green-haired boy as some kind of strange cat. Irie, good morning, Irie-chan. He said, half asleep. Last night he had trouble sleeping because of his delusions, and with Irie in that state, he couldn't allow himself to drink in front of her. Irie, are you feeling okay? She asked, worried about her father. Irie, perfectly. He spoke with his eyes closed. Come on, let's have breakfast. He extended his hand, and the girl took it, almost dragging him through the complex. Of course, the heroes in the hallways were holding back their laughter at the sight of the Zuko's painted face. When Mirio arrived, he was drinking coffee with a piece of bread, something simple but that the hero liked. He didn't have much time. He had to go and resolve that issue with a television network where one of the high-ranking members of the Paranormal Liberation Front was supposedly working. He only stopped his actions when he saw Izuku sit Irie down and go to the refrigerator and take out things to prepare pancakes. Mirio, Midoriya, did you sleep well? He asked with a smile and pride, having managed to instill a sense of humor in the little albino girl. Izuku, are you saying that because of what Irie-chan did to my face? He replied without looking at him, surprising both of them. I'm perfectly fine. I just need a good bath, and then I'll be out on patrol. Mirio, I understand. I hope you don't have any problems leaving, he said, getting up and leaving. Izuku, all right. Irie-chan, do you want pancakes or pancakes? He said, not giving the girl a real choice. Irie, both options looked too tempting, so her answer took a while to arrive. I want pancakes, she said happily. On the other side, Kirishima was heading towards the part of his hardest story that he was missing. Let's leave it at that. Tetsu had said where his friend was seeing the conviction in his internship partner's eyes. He didn't hesitate. That's why he stood in front of the night agency with conviction and fear in his eyes. He sighed to quell his fears and went inside. The receptionist looked at the hero in his civilian form with a slight frown. Izuku was well liked at the agency, and having someone from 3A here put everyone in a bad mood. Even so, her job was to be cordial, no matter how much she wanted to bury a fork in the neck of every member of 3A. Welcome to the Night Eye Agency. How can I help you? He asked with a twitch in his eye. Kirishima, I've come looking for Midoriya Izuku. I need his opinion on something. He didn't beat around the bush. He wanted to get the truth out at all costs. I understand, she said, a little taken aback by such seriousness. She hadn't expected that from Class A. As far as she knew, it was the class that did the most nonsense. Just a moment, please. The reception area fell silent, and Kirishima tensed up. What he was doing was necessary, not for an apology anymore, but for his own inner peace and to prevent himself from going crazy over it. Izuku was notified by Mirio that Red Riot was waiting for him downstairs, looking very serious. Izuku didn't expect the read from Class A to appear so soon. He thought he would take longer, blinded by his idolatry and alliance with his blonde enemy. He calmly went downstairs, with Yuri in his arms, as the girl refused to let go of him, until her dad showed a real smile. Izuku, I didn't expect to see you so soon, Kirishima Jiro, he said while drinking a cup of hot chocolate. Kirishima, Midoriya, He looked closely at Izuku with a kitten-like face and the infant in his arms. This Izuku, the little troublemaker in my arms. The girl pouted when called that. She tends to play pranks. Just ignore it. And tell me, what does the big three need from me? Kirishima. I did what you said, Midoriya. He said, somewhat uncomfortably, looking at Izuku. I want to know, what happened with Bakugo? Izuku. So the trash was finally discovered. He said mockingly. Yuri-chan. The little girl looked at her dad with a big smile. Go with Mirio for a moment while I sort this out, okay? The little girl puffed out her cheeks. In denial. Yuri. Not until you really smile. She said seriously to her dad, who just raised an eyebrow. Fine. Without enthusiasm, she climbed down from her dad's arms and went for the stairs. Maybe an innocent joke on Mirio wouldn't hurt. Izuku. Well, since we're here and I don't give a damn who knows about Bakugo, I'll start the story. He sat down on a sofa in the lobby, and a read followed. He had doubts about what he was doing with Yuri-chan, but he wouldn't ask questions. He knew very well how protective Midoriya was of the girl. You ask what happened. Simple. His quirk awakened, and his ego grew. Kirishima, could you be more specific? Well, I saw left a bad taste in my mouth, and I want the whole story to clear up any doubts. He said tensely to the green-haired man, who looked at him neutrally. Izuku. Bakugo was a smart kid, I can assure you of that. He was first in everything, and that's why many of us around him admired him. A kind of mini all-might who wanted to be better than number one. He stared into space, remembering those good times. We were friends, and we had each other for whatever we needed. Kirishima. And the change came with his quirk, right? He was starting to get the idea. Izuku. Yeah, he awakened his quirk, and I didn't, but things didn't change much. He was just a leader, thinking he was the most powerful just because he had a strong quirk. We followed Bakugo until one afternoon in the forest. He sighed, trying to suppress his anger. We were walking past a log, and Bakugo fell. Obviously, he hurt himself, and his childish pride made him say he was fine. I didn't believe him and went to help him, like the idiot I am. He looked at Kirishima, who was listening intently. You know what he did? Kirishima. Accept the help, and both of you still be friends. He asked with a fearful tone. He knew what happened, but refused to say it. Izuku. He refused any help and thought Izuku was calling him a weak brat, and from there everything went downhill. He rested his head on the sofa and continued recounting. Day by day, he distanced himself from me, and because of his friends and teachers who encouraged him to be the best, he ended up beating up kids with weak quirks or who didn't have any at all. At that time, I wasn't included. He thought about that afternoon and felt sorry for himself. One afternoon, I couldn't take it anymore, and I defended a kid, taking the attack from Bakugo and his henchmen. I became his favorite toy. He finished recounting, letting the retreat absorb the information. Kirishima. And then what? He asked anxiously. Izuku. The years passed, and we reached high school, where the idolatry went through the roof, treating him like a king and me worse than a jester. That led to my self-esteem plummeting, and I believed that my own existence was a burden to others. He said calmly, and surprised Kirishima. Even so, I wanted to be a hero, someone who could save everyone with a smile. What do you think Bakugo thought? Kirishima thought for a moment, putting his friendship with the blonde aside. He didn't take it well, did he? Izuku. He made me feel less and less, trying to break my dream, just because the idea of a quirkless person being a hero disgusted him. He trembled with suppressed fury, always mocking me, always hitting me where it hurt most, not only physically but also psychologically, causing me to be afraid of people. Kirishima. Is it true about him abusing a female classmate? He asked nervously, no longer knowing what to think of the Bakugo. Izuku. Yeah, I got involved too. Bakugo dragged her to the back and tried to force something on her, but I held him back long enough for her to leave. I don't know how the teachers convinced him to say I was the one who attacked her. Kirishima's surprise was palpable. Even with all that, Bakugo became untouchable, and I'm just the scapegoat for everything bad. Do you still think she didn't deserve what I did to her? He asked, and used to see the ready doubting. Kirishima didn't know what to think anymore. This was going too far. Izuku, I'm going to sweeten this story even more, he said with his shit-eating smile. Bakugo incited suicide. Kirishima. A. 4 simple words that shattered the last vestiges of his trust and friendship with the blonde. Kirishima stood frozen, watching as his academy classmates stared at the ceiling, as if it were the most interesting thing in the world. To say he believed him was an understatement. Midoriya had proven he didn't need to lie, and his camera and movements indicated nothing other than that he was speaking with certainty and truth. Kirishima. What? He repeated, not believing what Izuku said. Izuku. It took about a year before I entered UA. I wanted to take the entrance exam, and he didn't like that. He wanted to be the first in the school to get into UA, and he didn't like that I wanted to get in. So, on the very day we had to choose which school to go to, he made it very clear what I needed to get in. He turned to look at the Reddit, who was listening attentively to the story. What do you think he said? Kirishima. Train until you get strong. He said nervously, not believing he had said that. Izuku. Jump off a bridge and pray you have a quirk in your next life. He said seriously. It was still a bitter memory that made me want to punch him in the nose. Good hero, don't you think? He said sarcastically. Kirishima's astonishment was immediate, as was that of the receptionist who was sipping her coffee in shock. Izuku, don't apologize for him, much less for what happened. He stood up, ready to continue his day. You were deceived by your beliefs. The same thing happened to you as to most who looked to Bakugo Katsuki for his wit and power. It may not seem like it, but Bakugo is intelligent. He knew how U8 worked, and that his quirk, being so incredible, would attract attention, and thus his past would be ignored. It worked for him. Kirishima. Why didn't you say anything, Midoriya? He asked Izuku. He was one of, if not the most, people who suffered because of the explosive blonde and hadn't done anything. Izuku. When we were kids, and I told his mom on him, I'd only get a lecture and a punishment of being grounded, and when it finally ended, I'd get even more hurt. The Reddit lowered his gaze. In middle school, I was ignored, and what's worse, I'd end up getting punished for bothering the king of the place. He spoke irritably. And of course, when I entered UA, I was afraid the same thing would happen. And I let it go mainly because his abuse decreased drastically, and I could get on with my life. Kirishima. And now you're not going to accuse him? He asked, frustrated that no one was doing anything. Izuku. He thought for a while, unsure of what to answer. I don't think it'll do any good. They'll just drag him back out of wherever they take him, and he'll return to UA. And if Nizu takes him out of the academy, he can always go to another one, so it doesn't matter. Kirishima. But it's unfair. He did too much wrong. He can't just leave like that. He said, frustrated with the green-haired boy. Izuku. I said I wouldn't say anything else. I never said I wouldn't do anything to him. The Reddit looked at him, demanding explanations. The Kugo won't stop for anything, and as soon as he gets out of the hospital, it's more than certain he'll do something against me, whether directly or indirectly. Do you really think I'm just going to sit here and take a beating? He said, looking at the Reddit who had an idea. Kirishima. Whatever you're planning, Midoriya. He extended his hand to Izuku. Please let me help. He said seriously, which Izuku analyzed. I want to apologize for my actions, and I know that simple words aren't enough, so I'll do it with actions. The determination in his eyes was somewhat contagious. Izuku. I guess that's okay, he said, even though his head was telling him something else that made him doubt. All you have to do, Kirishima, is reveal the truth about Dynamic Right when he arrives at UA in a week. Release the truth online. I don't care about Nizu, just make sure it's known. Kirishima. I understand. He spoke with a military air. Izuku. And stop doing that. It's getting on my nerves. The embarrassed Reddit just lowered his head. If that's all, I'll go get ready for the day. Kirishima. Thank you for your time, Midoriya. He bowed to Izuku, who felt uncomfortable. I swear on my honor that I won't fail you. He promised on his most sacred oath and left calmly. Izuku. Yeah, whatever. He sighed and looked at the receptionist who was eating a cupcake. This is better than a soap opera, she said excitedly, to which Izuku sighed and walked away down the hallway. While the Reddit was discovering the truth at Ryukyu's agency, the two girls from 3A were experiencing exhausting moments. When the gyre arrived yesterday and reported what had happened to her friend and teacher, she didn't like Izuku's situation of all. It's not that he shouts it from the rooftops, but Ryukyu respected Izuku. There weren't many like him these days, so he didn't hesitate for a second to increase Fruppy and Uravide's grueling training, along with their patrol hours. It was the least he could do, but he felt it was necessary. The aspiring heroes felt puzzled, but did not refuse what their teacher indicated. However hard the training was, they would succeed because that is what a hero does. And even more so one who is at UA. SAE. My legs hurt, Kiro, she said, right after finishing an exhausting training session. Ryukyu is overdoing it. Uraka. Maybe she's mad at her boyfriend or something and just wants to vent, she replied, putting things away in their assigned place. SAE. By the way, Uraka-chan. The brunette looked at the frog girl curiously. Have you thought about Minikan's proposal? She blurted out nervously. Before leaving, the pink-haired girl obsessed with dynamic made an indecent proposal to her classmates. Mina only asked for something that, in her words, was simple. To go to Bakugo's room, the day he left the hospital and become part of the harem of the great hero dynamic. Uraka. Obviously I'm going to refuse, she said, taking a sip of juice she bought. Katsuki is certainly sexy, but he's not my type. He's too explosive for my taste, she said truthfully. Besides, Ida-kan is so nice and I love him so much, she thought happily. And you, SAE-chan, SAE. Sounds like a bad idea, Hiro, she replied calmly. As much as Mina-chan is my friend and describes Bakugo-chan as a Greek gutter at tireless ex-machine, I'm not interested in being in a harem, she said, somewhat annoyed with her pink-skinned friend and her nonsense. Uraka. How do you think the others will take it? She said, already seated, unable to bear the muscle pain any longer. SAE said, it's likely I'll convince Turo-chan Yamomo and Jiro-chan already rejected the offer. She recalled how Mina begged her two friends, especially Aoi Rozu, admiring her perfect body, and how much she could please Bakugo. Of course, the black-haired girl didn't like it and refused. Even more. Then, the purple-haired girl also refused, not being very interested in the idea. Uraka. Turo was surely following in her madness, she said, leaving the place and heading straight to her rooms at the agency. Do you think she'll try to integrate the girls from other classes? SAE. Probably, she said, following her friend. At the agency where the pink-skinned girl was, she was on the phone with her invisible best friend. She had finally managed to convince Turo to join Dynamics Harem. Now all that was left was to get Uraka and SAE in, and then she would force the Class B girls to join. The small act of revenge against Deku for leaving his beloved in a hospital during his internship week. For now, she knew how to attract one of them. Satsuna. The green-haired girl would surely meld at the side of Dynamics' great tool. She just had to wait, and she and Bakugo would have a harem that Deku would surely be green with Enbai. Izuku left the agency in his new hero costume, a far cry from his beginnings, when he wanted to be a copy of All Might. That boy had grown up and left that path of being like All Might, and he didn't even know what to do or what kind of hero to be, but it was clear that he wouldn't be like a former #1 American hero. His dark green suit clumped to his body and moved with ease. Lighter green lines ran from his legs to his neck, forming an ascending arrow pattern on his back. The lines were more pronounced on his chest, extending only up his sides. His gloves were more comfortable and had fewer support devices, only openings for his whips. Around his waist was a belt with various attachments. A rope in case combat exhaustion prevented him from using his whips, chocolates to calm panic people, and a few extra items he hadn't yet decided what to put in them. Around his neck was Gran Torino's cape, worn as a scarf. A warm memento he didn't want to forget. He also wore a metal face mask with a respirator in case his enemy used gas. He was an imposing figure when he walked. As they went outside, people looked at him with various expressions. The children stared, their green hair giving them away a little. They felt energized by the powerful broccoli that had defeated Dynamics, and they only waved as their parents wouldn't let them get too close, mainly because they had things to do. Some looked on with fear. The way he'd left the best at UA made them tremble. Others felt safe. Someone that's strong could protect everyone. The stairs were something Izuku wasn't entirely used to. Nerves were on edge, but he didn't let himself be intimidated, continuing his patrol. He watched the people passing by, the children who, if they had time, would stop to say hello, and ask for a photo that their parents allowed. They knew the difference between a festival and real life. They were certain that this hero could take care of them. After a while, Izuku arrived at the same spot where he had found Eri. He remembered that time with his all-night mask, which looked more like a rabbit than anything else. He continued for a while, until he was hit on the head with a glass. He turned around and found himself face to face with an angry red-haired girl who was glaring at Izuku. "Get out of here, monster," she said angrily, receiving another blow, this time from a rock to her head. Turning around, she saw another girl, with very pale, almost transparent skin and the same hateful look. "We don't want the one who almost killed Ina Magic," he said angrily, drawing the attention of the people who were waiting for Izuku's response. "If you're a piece of shit, get out of here. We don't want your protection," yelled a boy with sharp teeth. Soon a few kids who loved Bakugo stood up in support and demanded the broccoli when the bad times were over. "Help!" Amidst a crowd, a woman screamed in terror. A man had her baby near high voltage power lines. He would kill the child if she didn't do as he said. "Please help. Any heroes?" People were terrified. Some flatter when to call the police. Bakugo's followers didn't want to let the green-haired boy go, who felt his limit approaching. "Do you think you can do anything? You'll kill the child," said the one with sharp teeth. "Izuku, you'll step aside one way or another," he said in a cold tone, and those present were frightened. "Or what are you going to kill me?" he said, pretending to be brave. "Izuku, you asked for it," he said when the guy took advantage of the commotion to leave. "He's getting away." Without waiting any longer, he disappeared in a blur. "Huh, the coward is gone. What a hero," said the reed who started this. "My baby," cried the frightened mother, and when she looked, Izuku was holding the infant in his arms, who looked like he was about to cry at any minute. Izuku handed over the baby and tied the thug to a store while waiting for the police. The astonished looks of everyone were immediate. Angry, Bakugo's followers still wanted to humiliate Izuku, so they coordinated their actions, throwing things and insults, despite people asking them to stop. Izuku didn't respond to it. It wasn't worth it. It wasn't until a stone hit his forehead, making him bleed near his eye, that they saw his calm eyes slowly light up. Inside, Izuku heard them urging him to kill those idiots who believed in Bakugo with all their being. "And what would you do now? Ha ha ha," laughed the one with transparent skin as the whip seized the three who looked at Izuku with fear. "Izuku, you're also strong behind the others, aren't you?" he said in a calmly furious tone. "You're just angry kids who don't know how to do anything but be lapdogs for an idiot with an ego bigger than his own manhood." They yelled angrily, making the three of them tremble. Rats who hide when things are pointed at you. Izuku dragged the three of them until he was facing them. "Your play. Idiots who have nothing better to do and bother me because an idiot can't take my punches," he said furiously. "W, what do you plan to do?" the reed asked, trembling. "Izuku, they attacked a hero. What do you think will happen?" he said seriously, and the three of them looked at each other. "Bubble Girl, depending on how serious the blow was, they could be considered villains for attacking a law enforcement officer." The blue girl appeared, with a serious expression. "Seeing how the situation is probably a lecture and a fine." "Izuku, congratulations on complaining about something stupid. Your parents have to pay because I'm sure the little kids have no way of getting money," he said, still angry, to which Bubble Girl just approached to relieve him. "Bubble Girl, I'll take over from here. You're free to continue." Izuku nodded and continued his patrol. People looked somewhat angrily at Izuku, others with a small smile. The children were still excited when Izuku passed by. The reactions continued until the end of the patrol. There were more disturbances. Some complained about Izuku's actions, and others defended him, a long walk that only ended up exhausting him. When he arrived, Eri was waiting for him with a hug and a band-aid for his wound. and Mirio had a bowl of cats in for Izuku, who sat down with Eri nearby, both finally eating in peace. Upon arriving at the room, he laid down mentally exhausted with Eri nearby, playing something on the phone when a call came in. Eri, Dad. Izuku half obeyed. Who is Shizaki? Izuku. Is she calling? The albino nodded, and Izuku stayed in bed. Answer if you want. Eri. Well, she answered the call with a smile. Hello, she said excitedly. Ebera, Mirio-san. The green-haired girl was surprised by the childlike voice. Eri, Dad is tired and wants to sleep. She spoke innocently, unaware of what she had caused. Ebera, Dad. Now her head really exploded with curiosity. Eri, who are you? She asked, still smiling. Ebera, I'm a friend of your father, she said, not believing what was happening. You said he was tired. Eri. Yes, he said his day wasn't good, but I'll help him. She spoke with conviction. Ebera, I understand. I'll call back later. Tell Mirio-san I called, she said, ending the call. Eri, Dad, she said with a smile to the sleeping Izuku. Hee. With a mischievous smile, she went to play a prank. Ebera quickly called Kendo to tell her what she had discovered about Izuku, but the Reedy didn't believe anything she said and decided to take a nap. Kendo. For the last time, Ebera Midoriya-san doesn't have a daughter. Now, will you let me sleep? She said, half asleep. The day she held to the accident, and it took her all day. Ebera. Please, Kendo-san, I need to know if it's true. On the other side, the orange-haired girl sighed wearily. Kendo. Tell Kinoko to go see him. She's the closest, if you're so curious, she said, almost asleep. Ebera. Thank you, Kendo-san. The orange-haired girl hung up without saying anything. Exhaustion got the better of her. That was very rude. The next day, the mushroom-powered brunette stood in front of the Night Eye Agency, with a calm smile and a mission to discover Midoriya's daughter and why he never spoke about it. I'm guessing you've come to see Midoriya, he said with a touch of humor. Izuku said that someone would probably come for him, and most likely had a mushroom hairstyle and brown hair. Kinoko. Hee. She scratched her cheek, a little embarrassed. That's right, he's waiting for you upstairs, she said with a giggle. That boy was certainly entertaining to watch. The brunette went up to the rest area where her classmate and friend was with the albino girl. She had looked after with the class when Izuku decided to be a vigilante with Shinto. Obviously, she missed the sugar-coated girl, and as soon as she saw her, she ran to take her from Midoriya's arms. She had a cute pal from anger. Kinoko. Eri-chan. She stroked her cheek, although the girl was still pouting. Is something wrong? Eri. Dad grounded me, she said angrily. She thought it was unfair that her father punished her just for putting whipped cream on his face and almost choking him. Kinoko. Dad. As far as the brunette could remember, she had no relatives, so the girl, knowing this, pointed at Izuku with a serious expression and some whipped cream on his cheek. Huh. Eri-chan is your daughter, and you never said so. Izuku. I found out this week, and you, young lady, I'm playing the saint. Your joke wasn't funny, he said seriously, to which the girl stuck out her tongue is a sign of rebellion. Kinoko. How is that? She asked Izuku while stroking Eri's head, and the girl, feeling so comfortable, just let him. Izuku. The government wanted to do bad things to Eri-chan, so to protect her, I became her father, he said, watching as the girl wore a completely peaceful expression. I still think Mirio would do a better job. Kinoko. You don't know that. Looked at the little girl who was still in her world of tenderness. Eri-chan is special, and you're the good guy who saved her from a horrible fate. She smiled at Izuku, who was eating the little whipped cream on his cheek. Have faith that you could be a father figure to her. Izuku. I don't know. He felt a hand on his face and saw Eri with a huge smile. What's wrong? Eri. You're good dad, and I knowed. The conviction in her words was tender. Izuku. Say what you want. You're still grounded. The girl puffed out her cheeks indignantly and went to her room to play with the stuffed animals Nijaya had given her. Kinoko. And you say you're not a good father, she said, laughing at the scene. Mirio-kun is kind and good. You know how to tell things apart, and you'll know how to guide Eri-chan. I know it. She smiled at Izuku, who was looking at the ground. By the way, what will you do with Eri-chan once the internships are over? Izuku. Oh, she's coming to live in the dorms. The principal already approved it, he said, sipping his coffee. He believes that in such a healthy environment as Class B, Eri-chan will have a formidable guide. In good company, he ate a piece of bread and looked at the excited brunette. Want some? He offered her a piece of bread, to which she nodded. Kinoko. Thank you, Midoriya-kun. She ate the bread, which melted in her mouth. It was filled. Delicious. Izuku, do you have anything to do today? The Ashta girl, who was still enjoying her food. Kinoko. Only at night. I have a night patrol. She smiled at Izuku, who got up from the chair. Izuku, Midoriya-kun has kept me out since what happened yesterday. Do you want to stay and watch a movie with Eri and me? The brunette nodded and went to find the albino girl. It would be an entertaining afternoon. Kinoko, by the way, Midoriya-kun approached Izuku and hugged him, surprising him. We all saw what happened yesterday. You're not a villain and you didn't do anything wrong. You're the best person and a great hero. Don't doubt it. Izuku returned the hug, a little dazed. It might not seem like it, but yesterday's events affected him. He's still not very unstable, so he continues to doubt his actions. Thank you for your support, Komori-san. They separated from the hug, and the brunette pouted. Kinoko. Call me Kinoko, please. We're friends. It's not fair that you only treat each other more closely, she said accusingly to Izuku, who sighed. Izuku. I'll try, Komori. The brunette continued pouting. Kinoko-san. It felt strange to call her that, and he could swear he heard Nana making fun of him. Kinoko. That's better. Smiled sweetly at Izuku and went to war near Izuku. It's going to be a long day. He sighed wearily without even doing anything. Midoriya-kun. Don't look at it like that, Midoriya-kun. The blonde boy's head peeked out from under the ceiling with his big smile. Look at it positively. You'll be watching a movie with your daughter and your girlfriend, he said, trying to make Izuku nervous, but failing. Izuku, we're not dating, we're just... A genuine smile appeared on his face. Friends. It felt good to say that. Midoriya, sure, narrowed his eyes, not entirely convinced, and slowly withdrew. Izuku, I guess. He's right, and I'm just being paranoid. Went to his room to put on a movie he wanted to enjoy. They spent the afternoon watching movies, Izuku asleep most of the time. With Aries so close, sleeping, he wouldn't even joke about drinking alcohol, and the blows to the head could wake and scare the infant. So he spent the night awake knowing what awaited him in his dreams. Fortunately for him, he had no sleepiness or dreams, being in a state of exhaustion and so warm. Between Eri and Kinoko, made him sleep like a baby, and, of course, Eri did her thing with an accomplice who likes mushrooms. This time he got a very funny pan to bare face. Izuku, you know, I'll get revenge for this, right? He said, still with his face painted and Kinoko on his back. He thought it was a good idea to leave her at his agency that night. Kinoko, I couldn't resist. Sorry, Midoriya-kun, she said laughing just as they arrived at the agency where Kinoko was. Thank you for the afternoon, Midoriya-kun. She smiled at Izuku, who was looking out the window, and when the brunette realized it, her colleagues were watching her. Midoriya-kun, she said nervously, knowing it was a golden opportunity. Izuku, it's my revenge. Smiled maliciously and hammered in the nail that would lead Kinoko to utter shame. He kissed her on the cheek and flew away, leaving the reed looking like his hero's hat. The week passed calmly after that moment with Kinoko, who revealed the truth about Izuku, who, thanks to Eri, ended up asleep that night. At the end of the week, Izuku, with an extra suitcase and Eri in his arms, left for the dorms. He had things to explain and jokes to endure from his friends. He still couldn't quite believe what was happening. He thought that at any moment he would wake up in his room in 3A, and everything would take a terrible turn. Fortunately, she arrived at the dorms quite happy, to tell the truth, ignoring the fact that the gray clouds that plagued that day. It was a peaceful journey with Eri, who asked about her companions. The excitement got the better of her, so that in the last stretch that remained to reach the dorms, the girl ran from her father's grip and opened the door, just as Kendo was scolding Tetsu for breaking a lamp. Kawaro. Kendo. The albino stopped the angry orange-haired girl, who glared at him with murderous intent. "Tee the door," he said fearfully. The older sister was terrifying when she wanted to be. Eri. Oh, she said, ignoring the fact that the reed was furious. The bara. Eri said. The planned-haired girl came out of the girls' side of the dormitories, with a fern in her hands, and surprise, there was this sweet girl here. Manama. Hello, Snowball, said the blond boy, trying to use Eri as an excuse to calm the president. Down. Izuku. Eri-chan, I already told you not to go so fast. Izuku entered after the girl with both suitcases in hand, looking around the place. Did something happen? A waste. Tetsu and Manama broke the lamp Kendo used for reading. He told his friends, who looked at the dark-haired boy before getting scared. Kendo, you two haven't escaped, he said grimly, cracking his knuckles. Loudly. Manama, we only have one salvation, he said seriously next to the silver-haired boy. Midoriya, help. They both ran to hide behind Izuku, who was leaving the suitcases near the door that led to the complex. Izuku. Huh. He looked at the orange fury and her friends hidden behind him, and just stepped aside. Don't drag me into your messes. The orange-haired girl's smile grew as the two hugged each other fearfully. Yanagi, and where will Eri-chan sleep? He asked Izuku as the little girl giggled while Raiko used her quirk to move the toys around in a fun game for the child. Izuku. Well, he didn't finish speaking because the sound of pain from both friends stopped him, and he looked at the president. Kendo, don't take this the wrong way, Midoriya's, but I think it's best if Fury-chan sleeps with us. You have. She remembered how she slept, and the tactic she used to fall asleep. She wasn't convinced at all. Very strange, sleeping rituals. Izuku, I agree, it's best if Fury-chan sleeps with you. She couldn't bear another sleepless night. She could use some help. I don't know with whom, but it's for the best. Yui. Eri-chan. The little girl looked at the dark-haired girl, putting down the floating plushie. Who would you like to sleep with? Eri. Him. Looked at all of them, who had radiant smiles. With all of them. Kendo. It would be best if each of you took a day. And Satsuna looked at the green-haired girl, who was using her quirk to cheer up the child. Satsuna. Yes, she said with a smile, as Eri had her abdomen trapped and was tickling her. Kendo. No video games after 10. The green-haired girl pouted at the orange-haired girl before laughing because of Eri. Izuku. A message from all might arrived on his phone. Surprised. He looked and saw it was a request to meet. Pony. There's something wrong, Midoriya-san. The blonde looked at Izuku's serious expression, not quite understanding. Izuku. I'm going for a walk. The seriousness with which he said it didn't convince anyone, yet they still trusted that nothing bad would happen. Toshinori found a way for Bakugo to use his power. It wasn't morally acceptable, but it would work. The plan was to use one of the two quirk-erasing bullets that still exist, and then Midoriya would give one for all to its true successor. In case Midoriya refused, the blonde American used another quirk-erasing bullet on himself, returning some of the embers of power to Toshinori and restoring his inflated form. He asked Midoriya to meet him at the Hall of Heroes at UA, a place to remember those who gave their lives to save others, featuring statues and certain devices or items that the heroes possessed. The blond man stared seriously at the road, just as a lightning bolt appeared in the distance, and thunder rumbled on the horizon. Midoriya appeared with a serious and somewhat mocking look. Izuku. I've returned home, master. He bowed politely to the former symbol of peace, who was serious. All Might. This shouldn't be your house, and I'm not your teacher anymore. He replied seriously. Izuku. Oh yeah, you have a new favorite. He blurted out playfully with a hint of anger. And where's that dynamic? Hum, did I scare him away? He said mockingly, to which the blonde looked more serious. All Might. Given the one for all, he said, ignoring the jeers. Izuku. So this is how it's going to be, he said, somewhat indignant and angry, turning slightly. All Might. That's how it should be, he declared, assuming an attack stance. Izuku jumped very high, before landing with a kick that the retired hero narrowly dodged, only to be astonished when Izuku lifted a piece of the floor and threw it with a kick. A stone was destroyed in a single blow from the blonde American without him seeing the punch from the green-haired boy that he threw, breaking the door. It only stopped in the middle of the room. I rotted in madness for many months because of your weakness, he said forcefully and angrily, partly blaming Tashinori for his forgetfulness. The blonde American focused on the one who supposedly defeated his enemy by treating him like his son. All Might, obeying your responsibilities is not weakness, he said, his guard up, awaiting the green-haired boy's attack. Izuku, you know I'm the best miraculous holder. You've always known it, he said angrily, a bitter memory flashing through his mind. But when an idiot tells a lie, what did you do? What did you do? He shouted, remembering how, upon leaving the hospital and heading to his teacher, he was ignored because he was with Bakugo. Stupid, he answered his own question bitterly. All Might, but wasn't your destiny to be the wielder of one for all? It's not my fault, he said angrily. Izuku, wasn't it your fault? He shouted indignantly, approaching the American, right near the armor of the retired hero Yoroi, who filled my head with dreams. He furiously kicked the armor, causing All Might to dodge. Izuku approached a piece of the shield hero crust and picked it up, who made me train until my bones broke. He threw the disc at the blonde, who barely dodged it, leaving it embedded in a pillar. He approached Yoroi's weapons display and took it in his hands, who was denying me my destiny. He threw each weapon at the same time, regardless of the outcome. The former hero blocked and deflected every weapon until there were none left, which was when Izuku lifted a strange sword with his feet, kicking it away. The American took the weapon, rotating it behind his back and plunging it into the ground. All Might, I shouldn't have taken that decision lightly, he said, sounding a little tired as the effect wore off. Izuku, oh, and now? He asked, standing right in front of the statue of Night Eye. The American approached angrily, throwing 2 punches that Izuku blocked with his left forearm, before throwing a kick that missed, followed by a leg sweep. All Might jumped to his right, while Izuku jumped to his left, using his whips against the blonde man's neck and slamming him to the ground. All Might, give back the power, he said, fighting off the whips and the attempted suffocation. Izuku, I'd rather die, he replied, tightening his grip. The American was struggling with the whips, and Izuku just wanted to keep him still, putting too much tension on his whips, which ended up breaking and freeing All Might, who was breathing with difficulty. He looked at his friend's statue for any damage but saw none. He didn't even have time to think when a kick from Izuku hit him on the head, pushing them both against a nearby wall and cracking it. The blonde boy fell to the ground, somewhat dizzy, looking at Izuku just as he lunged at him. Trying to put some distance between themselves, the former number 1 jumped from pillar to pillar, followed by the green-haired boy with clear anger in his eyes. They both continued their game of tag until All Might saw no other option and went through the ceiling, followed by Izuku. Still in the air with lightning flashing, Izuku launched punch after kick, to which the blonde defended himself as best he could, and counterattacked when Izuku threw a bad punch, grabbing his arm and making his chest fall to the ground. Izuku, refusing to be defeated, struggled using his arm to destabilize the blonde, succeeding in turning the positions around, with a slight difference that Izuku was holding him by the neck. When they broke through the roof, Izuku kicked, leaving them separated by many meters and hitting 2 different pillars. All Might fell to the cold ground stunned, while Izuku fell where crushed things were, along with candles and a couple of flammable things falling on them and leaving a slight wall of blue fire between his master and him. Taking a slight push, he grabbed the burning oil and continued with his burning palms toward the frightened All Might. Izuku, everything I did was to make you proud, he said, hurt, throwing punches that All Might deflected. Her withstood. Tell me you're proud, Tashinori. The punch has increased, and so did the blonde's fear and shame. Tell me. With a double punch, he sent All Might flying into the lake, where the water horse statues stood. The blonde deflated in pain, and Izuku, finally, extinguished the flames in his hands. The burning sensation was gone thanks to the adrenaline. All Might, I was always proud of you, he said, exhausted and weak. From the very first moment I was proud, and it was my pride that blinded me. He breathed in short gasps. Izuku was hitting hard. I didn't see what was happening. How unstable you were. I focused on the wrong person. I'm sore. I'm sorry. Izuku said nothing. Angrily, he grabbed the blonde skeleton by the neck and lifted him up with anger and pain in his eyes. Izuku, I don't want your apologies. I'm not giving up one for all, he said, slamming him against the pavement, creating cracks. All Might, Midoriya, it's for the best to keep us all safe, he said, slowly running out of breath. You should never have received it. You'll never be a hero. Never. Never, he said, struggling to breathe. Izuku raised his left fist, charged with a Fajin, ready to deliver the final blow. Izuku, he deserves it. He wants to steal the only thing we're proud of. He's an idiot. Kill him. His inner voice urged him to continue, and he was about to do so when another voice dissuaded him. Nana, no, Izuku resonated deep within her mind. Ashinori may be an idiot, but he doesn't deserve that. Don't do it. Be better than him. Show him how great you are. Show him you can be a hero, she said desperately and sadly. Izuku fought, looking at the blonde boy who was already starting to turn blue. Arg. He punched the ground next to the blonde boy and freed him. You're not worth it, and Bakugo doesn't deserve this power. The rain began to fall, and Izuku left the place with tears in his eyes. The rain fell relentlessly, and Izuku just walked on, ignoring the fact that his hands were burned and hurt like hell. All Might's words echoed in his head, and he felt tears of sadness and frustration on his cheeks. No matter how much he didn't want to cry or how much he pretended to be strong, he wasn't unbreakable. He was just a mentally and emotionally fragile boy who didn't know what to do or think. He continued walking on autopilot without even knowing where he was going. And when he finally seemed to wake up from his mental problems, he was in front of the Class B dormitories. He walked a long way in the rain and didn't know whether to knock or leave and continue his misery somewhere else so as not to bother anyone. Kinoko, Midoriya. The brunette opened the door upon seeing a shadow and found Izuku wet and with a lost and shadow gaze. Worse than when he arrived at the Class B dormitories a little over 2 months ago. Come in. Izuku, without saying anything, he stayed there and was dragged inside. The brunette saw his burned hands and the alarms went off. Nabera, Midoriya. Panicked, she approached the stunned and lost boy, who didn't know what to do. I'll get the first aid kit. She left the room where only the girls from 3B were, not understanding much of what had happened. Kendo, Midoriya. She approached Izuku, who was staring at the ground, as if it were the most interesting thing in the world. Midoriya. She nudged his shoulder, but he didn't even look at her. Midoriya. She tried again with a little more force, but it still didn't work. Izuku. Izuku reacted and looked at the student council president, who was very worried about him. Izuku. President. He murmured listlessly, looking around. His classmates were staring at him curiously. Am I a villain? He asked fearfully, and they all looked at each other. Suzuna. Where did you hear that? She asked, alarmed, and looking closely at her companion, who was trembling, not only from the cold. Midoriya isn't a villain, the blonde said confidently. You've been a hero many times, helping everyone with their problems, by putting their safety before your own. You're a hero, she affirmed with a kind smile. Suzuna. Where did you hear otherwise? I'm going to go beat them up for making you doubt, she said angrily, to which Izuku looked in astonishment. Izuku looked down at the ground again, as if it were the most important thing, just as Izuku appeared with the first aid kit. All Might doesn't think I'll be a hero, he said simply, surprising everyone present. It hurts. He was the first person to tell me I could be a hero. Tears welled up. He would cry again, and not just because Izuku was healing his wounds. Yui, Midoriya, the dark-haired girl, without letting Izuku say anything, hugged him, caressing her friend's green hair. Kendo. He's just an idiot who doesn't know what he's saying, she assured Izuku, who looked at the girls. Just an idiot who loves Bakugo too much. Midoriya Izuku. You will be one of the greatest heroes ever seen. The orange-haired girl joined the hug, embracing her two friends. Pony, I want a hug too. The blonde threw herself into the hug from the left, ending up hugging Izuku's head as he continued to cry. Suzuna, me too. The green-haired girl, in order to hug him without complications, separated from his waist and hugged him from behind. Midoriya, you know perfectly well that you are a great hero. Kinoko, I already told you last time, Midoriya, you're the best person and a great hero, said the brunette on Izuku's lap. Even she didn't know how she managed to sneak in there. Raiko, Midoriya, he's a good friend who supports us in whatever we need. You're not bad or a villain. The silver-haired girl, along with Suzuna, hugged Izuku's back, who didn't know what to think. Bara, I guess I'm the last one left. With a calm smile, and thanks to Yui who made space, the green-haired girl hugged Izuku's torso, or Wakinoko loud. No matter what an old hero says, Midoriya, you're the person who most deserves to be a hero. Izuku was trapped there among very soft objects that calmed him. The heat he emitted and the confusion in his head were enough to make him fall asleep with tears. On Pony's chest. Pony, this. Girls. When the Broccoli Hug Festival ended, the friends looked on in amazement as Midoriya's seemed to be sleeping peacefully with the two pillows on his head. Now what? Suzuna. BFF. She tried to suppress a laugh because this was extremely funny. The face of a small child in his mother's arms, and Pony's embarrassment at having Izuku on his chest without being able to do anything. Bara. We should take him to his room, she said, embarrassed by such a peculiar scene. She knew Izuku had trouble sleeping, but the situation was too much for her. Raiko. Pony, you'll have to wait until we get there, she said, amazed at how easily Izuku fell asleep. Suzuna. And how we get the giant baby to its crib, she asked with a giggle. The situation was very adorable to her. Kendo. Let's use a bar as vines and try not to wake him, he said, sighing at the situation. He would talk to both Izuku and Vlad to see if they knew anything about what had happened. With great effort, the girls carried Izuku and his living pillow to his room. At some point, Izuku clung even more to his companion, increasing his embarrassment. They tried to get Izuku to let go of Pony once. They reached his bed, but he wouldn't. The warm emanating from the blonde girl, along with her natural pillows, was enough to put him asleep for a very long time. Pony, and what am I supposed to do? She whispered so as not to wake Izuku. Kendo. Midoriya Izuku has a strong grip. We just have to wait for him to wake up, she whispered. Suzuna. Look on the bright side. You have an innocent cinnamon roll in your arms. She saw the positive side, and the blonde looked at Izuku, who was sleeping peacefully and calmly, breathing calmly and without any nightmares. Pony, I guess. Her face turned as red as an apple at how cute Izuku's sleeping face was. Yui said, we'll come back in a few hours with something to eat. She looked serious. She didn't like her unstable friend being bothered like that. Meanwhile, with the former number one, the blonde was found by the same principal Nizu who, not believing much in the blonde American, followed him to the place of the fight. Florence ceiling destroyed, broken walls, and disorder everywhere. The most striking thing was All Might unconscious on the ground. He had tried, and Midori resisted. If it is what the mouse believed, his student faced the blonde, and it ended like this. Ectoplan. What will we do, Principal? The Spectre asked his superior, who was just watching as the clones helped the blonde man leave on a stretcher. Nizu, we'll need the full story, he said seriously. Call Midoriya, we need to talk. When Vlad King was notified of what his newest student had done, there was no surprise. It was no secret how close All Might and Midoriya were in their first year. Of course, everything changed after the war, and the blonde American practically hated Izuku. No one understood why. From one day to the next, the great mentor that is All Might replaced Izuku with a human bomb. When he went to his assigned class's dormitory, the president asked about something between the two involved. Kendo explained Midoriya's condition and his burns. The teacher, puzzled, only went to examine his student's condition and, incidentally, to notify him of the principal's inevitable visit. Upon entering the room, Izuku was sleeping, hugging Pony, who was sleeping with her arms around the green-haired boy's head. Peace reigned in the room. Vlad King, Midoriya, Sanatori. He said calmly to both of them, who barely moved. This will be difficult. He approached them both, moving slightly. Izuku. He shifted slightly, settling more comfortably into his human pillow, which hugged him tighter. Vlad King, Midoriya, stirred with a little more force, and Izuku finally showed signs of waking up, moving his face on the comfortable pillow and looking at his teacher rather than the soft pillow that was still asleep. Izuku-sensei. He rubbed his eye and then stretched, looking around his room, and the woman in his bed. Wow. Vlad King. Yes. Then you end up here with Sanatori. There are important things to talk about. His serious tone made the sleeping Izuku shudder. Izuku. It's because of All Might, right? He said when he fully woke up. He already knew what was coming. They'd surely expel him for being impulsive, and it was more than clear that Nizu would speak up to ensure he could never enter another academy, and thus his life would go even more to hell. Vlad King. We don't really know what happened, so the principal called you. He said seriously to Izuku, who lowered his gaze. Let's go. Izuku. I understand. They got out of bed, leaving Pony sleeping peacefully and left under the watchful eyes of his classmates, who came downstairs after tidying their rooms. Ryako, Midoriya-san, the silver-haired girl, approached the sad Izuku and smiled at him. No matter what happens, we'll always be your friends. Juzo, don't doubt it for a second, Midoriya, he said with a smile, supported by the class. Abra, I will pray for your well. With that, Izuku left the dormitories with his sensei. Hiri, Miss Yui. The dark-haired woman looked at the albino girl, who was nervous. Will Dad be all right? Yui, don't worry, sweetie, he'll be fine. She smiled at the little girl who didn't seem convinced. The teacher and the student walked in silence, mainly because Vlad didn't want to say something his student might misinterpret. He knew Izuku's mind well, and what he was plotting. He couldn't stop it, so he simply gave him his space and carefully considered his words. Vlad King, Midoriya. He spoke just before Izuku entered the principal's office. I don't understand much of what's going on, but if there's one thing I'm sure of, it's that it's not good to overthink things like you are. I support you no matter what. Izuku, I appreciate your vote of confidence. Sensei smiled weakly and opened the door. The principal stood there with a calm smile, and Detective Tsukachi sat in a chair. Nothing good could come of this. Nizuku, young Midoriya, it's good to see you. The mouse analyzed everything he could about Izuku. His hunched posture, his frightened gaze, his bandaged hands, and his withdrawn demeanor, more than just confident of being in front of a public and school authority figure. Could you have a seat? Izuku nodded nervously and closed the door. Behind him, sitting down next to the policeman. I suppose you already know why you're here. Izuku, all night. He said nervously. Here ends his childhood dream. Tsukachi, don't take it the wrong way, young man. We just want to know what happened. He said, trying to put the teenager at ease. Could you begin? Izuku, I understand. He thought for a minute and looked at both of them, who were expectant but not impatient. All night sent a message. It said we had to talk seriously about something. It didn't clarify anything. Nizuku, you all met in the Hall of Heroes, right? The green-haired boy nodded fearfully. He wanted to lie and save his own skin, but he knew that would do more harm than good. What happened once you arrived? Izuku asked for one for all, expecting anything to be said against him, but instead there were only incredulous stares. Tsukachi, they fought, I gather. Izuku nodded, looking at the ground. Did you know who Sashinori wanted you to hand over the power to? The green-haired boy nodded. It was quite obvious. Izuku, I wanted to give it to Bakugo, he said nervously, hoping the principal was with the blonde boy as usual. Tsukachi asked if he had any plans to ensure Dynamite could have power without problems. Izuku shook his head, still believing he was in trouble. Izuku, he'll get me out, right? He said sadly, just when things seemed to be getting better, they were only getting worse. Nizuku, I don't know where you got that idea, young Midoriya. Izuku looked at the principal as if mocking him or lying. Sashinori made that mistake. He attacked defending what is yours, just like Whole Might and Nana did before him. Only the wielder chooses, not the master. He smiled at the incredulous Izuku. Izuku, you're not going to kick me out for attacking the symbol of peace, he said in disbelief. Nizuku, to the former symbol of peace, that place is still unclaimed, and I highly doubt anyone would want it given the current situation, he replied calmly, analyzing Izuku. He was in worse shape than he thought. I guess the events are too much for him. Izuku, you're not going to arrest me, he said, looking at the detective. Sukachi, oh, I'm more here for protocol, Midoriya. My quirk helps a lot in interrogations, he said, ignoring the part about wanting to know what happened to his American friend. Izuku, so I'm not in trouble, he continued, still not believing anything, to which the principal chuckled. Nizuku, no, Midoriya, you're fine and you won't be leaving you, eh? Izuku let out a relieved sigh. Can I recommend something, young Midoriya? Izuku, yes, he said nervously. Nizuku, go with Hound Dog, young Midoriya. You need help more than anyone. Izuku simply took this as an order and nodded. We appreciate your cooperation. Izuku, and nothing, he said tensely just as the door opened, revealing All Might bandaged and angry, staring at Izuku, his friend, and the principal. All Might, well, it seems he didn't need to move a muscle, smiled at what he thought. Izuku was forced to relinquish his power. Sukachi, it's not what you think, Tashinori. We were just catching up on recent events. He sighed irritably at his friend. All Might, what do you mean? Now I really didn't understand anything. Nizuku, I'll put it simply, Tashinori, one more infraction against a young man here or his class, and you'll be fired, he said seriously to the surprised American. All Might, no, you can't do that, he said nervously. He had to train the next symbol of peace. He had to train Dynamith. Nizuku, I am the principal of this school, and I will not tolerate a teacher belittling a student, much less a teacher taking away the power of someone as promising as Midoriya Izuku. The seriousness in his words made the former hero tremble. The Reed barely slept during his internship week, searching for even the smallest clues to bring down Dynamic. He would take Midoriya's words into account and lead him to the smartest mouse in the world, who, ironically, was his principal. He investigated everything he could, police files, calls to those who had suffered the blonde's abuse, and reassured them that the Kugo Kitsuki would pay for his actions one way or another. The girls, at least, sent Fatim's agency. Everything related to the attempted rapes and Tetsutetsu came to their aid. The moment was very awkward for both of them. Hiroshima was re-evaluating his actions with his metal partner. He had acted horribly towards the silver-haired boy, acting like a complete and utter jerk to almost everyone, just because he let himself be influenced by Bakugo. He had to resolve that, and he would do so after bringing Bakugo to justice. When Midoriya appeared on his phone, he felt angry and somewhat disgusted by how Dynamite fans were doing things. Luckily for him, his fans were like that. The week passed, and both Metapods, still exhausted, had to perform on Monday as he had arrived, so tired on Sunday that he slept all day and got lost when his 3A classmates arrived, much to his dismay. Turo, and when does Katsuki arrive? She asked excitedly, to which her pink friend replied that it would be interesting and incredible to be with the most powerful boy at UA, affirming that she would be treated with affection and love, and that they would have entire nights of lost and unbridled desire. Mina, according to what Mitsuki-sen said, she's coming on Wednesday, and I'm already excited, she replied, entering her friend's room. They needed to talk, and since her companions hadn't agreed to be in a harem, she had to have a countermeasure. It wasn't that she was going to force her friends into a harem. They were free to do as they pleased. And who at your agency wants to be in it? She asked excitedly. Turo had a mission to collect girls for the harem. Turo, almost all of them want to be with Katsuki, she declared happily, knowing that a big surprise awaited her when the blonde boy arrived. Mina, perfect, she spoke with a touch of malice. Now, let's move on to the next part of my master plan. She spoke excitedly. The perfect revenge against Deku is to take away his very dear friends by luring them to his side and turning them into bitches addicted to Katsuki's penis. We have to lure them in, so. What did you find out? Turo. Not much. Kendo spends all her time training. I didn't hear anything about Kadai. Kamori is just obsessed with mushrooms. Shiozaki is a very devout religious woman. Senatori is very evasive about any personal matters. I couldn't find anything about Yanagi and Tokage. Well, she's Tokage, she replied, somewhat irritated at not finding much. Mina, I've already planned something for her. Sunakin. She laughed maliciously at her ideas. By Friday, that little girl will be dying. For Katsu, Monday arrived with renewed hope for the week. On Sunday, after seeing Nizu, Izuku arrived unsure of what to think. Of course, his classmates and friends were waiting for him, with a bowl of katsudon and a movie marathon hosted by Yui. Izuku was more settled and slept. As usual. Kendo, Abra, can you go and wake up Midoriya-san? She replied while preparing breakfast for Eri. The girl wanted sweets, but both the orange-haired girl and the black-haired girl refused. Abra, I'd rather not, Kendo-san, she said nervously, remembering how Izuku slept and the embarrassment of seeing him like that. Setsuna, I'm coming, she exclaimed excitedly, running up the stairs to her classmate's room. Midoriya-san. She burst in, glancing at Izuku, rummaging through his closet, unable to find his pants. The Barachan wasn't lying, she said, biting her lip. Her classmate looked great. Izuku. Oh, Tokage-san. I'll be there in a moment, he said, showing no shame at being naked in front of his friend. Setsuna, you're quite the Adonis. Midoriya-san. She winked flirtatiously, to which Izuku looked at her confused. Izuku, if you say so. Not quite understanding, he continued changing, while Setsuna, with a very cheerful smile, made her breakfast. I wonder why he said that, he murmured, not quite understanding his partner. Nervously, Izuku and his classmates headed to UA, chatting about their recent experiences. Juzo getting stuck in the middle of the street because of a kid who couldn't control Kendo and the help he received. And of course, Izuku and his fights with dynamic fans. When they arrived at their classroom, a very smiley Kirishima was waiting for them at the door. He had the perfect idea to start the day. The principal thought it best to show this on Monday and announce everything when Bakugo returned to UA. Manama, what's the monkey from Class A doing here? He asked, quite angry with the read. Izuku, I suppose you have something planned for that, right? He asked with Yuri on his shoulders. No way he'd leave the girl alone in the dorms. Kirishima, actually, we're just waiting for one more thing about in front of the class. And first of all, my sincerest apologies for how stupid I was. Second, he handed a document to Izuku, who smiled slightly. Don't ask how, but I got the teachers at your old school to tell the truth. This document just needs your signature and a brief summary of what Bakugo did. Izuku, without a doubt, Kirishima Jiro, you've outdone yourself. Without hesitating for a minute and under Yuri's curious gaze, he signed and wrote a few words in the space. He incited me to commit suicide. And there you have it. They extended the sheet to the reed who took it in his hands, smiling hopefully. Kirishima, thank you so much, Midoriya. He bowed and left the place. Manama, what the hell was that? He asked, watching as his green-haired friend left. Yuri, sitting in her seat, and gave her some pencils and paper to keep her occupied. It's something I've been waiting for ever since I found out about Bakugo, he said as he sat down in front of Yuri, who was engrossed in drawing. Juzo, and is it? Approached and sat down in his place next to Izuku. Izuku, his fall, he said somewhat maliciously, to which his friends looked at him. Kendo, were you planning Midoriya-san? She asked, doubtful about what her friend was doing. Izuku, I'm not doing anything. I'll just talk about the past with some other people. He looked at Yuri, who was absorbed in her own world. Beating him to death might be fun for a while, but that's not enough for someone like Bakugo. He walked slowly until he stood in front of the whole class. Yui, what exactly are you planning, Izuku? She asked, causing some incredulous looks and a strange feeling in the green-haired boy. What? We're friends. I have a right to call by his name too. Izuku, at him, he said, still shocked by that. As I was saying, it's not enough to just hit his body. We have to destroy his mind, and the best way to do that is by shattering his dreams. Hiroshima will reveal Bakugo's extreme past, and everyone will doubt. The idiot. He received a blow from Abra, who was glaring at him. Abra, there's a girl present, spoke angrily, pointing at Yuri, who was calmly continuing to draw. Izuku, I'm sorry, Shiozaki, he said like a scolded child, to which the plant-haired girl stroked his hair. Abra, relax, Midoriya-san, you just got carried away in the moment. Their moment was interrupted by Ryako, who looked slightly annoyed at their actions. Only she could caress that broccoli head. Ryako, please continue, Midoriya-san. She smiled at Izuku, who nodded, not understanding what was happening with his two friends. Izuku, well, knowing what the Kugo did will make his popularity plummet, to the point that Nizu will have no choice but to expel him from Yui. And as I've planned, once it becomes public knowledge, no academy will accept him. So two things will happen. He spoke calmly despite the dangerous things that were coming. Kamakiri, and those are they, he said, already excited about what his friend would say. Kendo, whether he's leaving the country or seeking revenge, spoke before Izuku finished, causing him to pout. Izuku, hey, that was mine, he complained, childishly, to which everyone looked at him with an anime-style sweat drop. Kendo, I'm sorry, Midoriya-san, she said, looking incredulously as Izuku went to Hagui. Izuku, the president is cruel, he murmured under his breath, to which Yui simply struck his hair. Nizu was surprised by what Red Riot had discovered. Of course, he had his suspicions about the student Bakugo Katsuki and how he was instructed at his old school. At the time, he didn't investigate for the simple reason that his files were impeccable and only stated that Bakugo Katsuki was slightly irascible. Of course, it was proven over the years that slightly meant short-tempered and extremely proud. What he didn't expect was that his student was more villain than hero. Multiple police records named him as the main suspect in various crimes, including harassment, discrimination, and attempted rape. The list was quite shocking for someone entering adulthood. The headmaster analyzed the options that would be best for the academy, society, his student, and to avoid creating a future villain. The options swirled in his hyper-intelligent brain. He had to act before the blonde man realized what was happening, so he had 3 days to prepare. He had to act correctly so that everything would turn out all right. He couldn't just blurt out the information about Bakugo's actions. That would only cause a major uproar. Given how famous he became after that battle, people held the hero Dynamite in high esteem, so they wouldn't believe it, even coming from someone like Nizu. He needed to make the biggest impact on the fans, not just reveal the information. He had to back it up with evidence. And luckily for him, Fakim and Redry had managed to obtain not only statements from some of those affected by Bakugo Katsuki, but also medical records of the victims. And, as the cherry on top of this horrifying cake of truths, a video of the great Dynamite harassing girls, thanks to those henchmen who, riding that wave of power from being with the blonde, came up with the idea of recording it. He needed to make the biggest possible impact on the masses for this to work and not be seen as an attempt to bring down the best student. Obviously, Nizu had already expelled Bakugo as soon as he received the email in the middle of last week, in which Redry broke his back searching for the truth and, of course, corroborated the story. He informed Mrs. Bakugo, who could only thank every god she could think of for it. She may love her son above all else, but what she did was wrong. She helped him because she couldn't bear to see her child there behind bars. That's why she let him go whenever he got into trouble and punished him in some way, but he never changed. Nizu, well, he sighed with excitement. It was always a pleasure to help overthrow someone. It's time. While Nizu was completing preparations and showing Japan the horrible things Bakugo Katsuki did, Nina was already in front of Satsuna, just as one class was ending and another was about to begin. She took advantage of the fact that the green-haired girl went to the bathroom and followed her when she saw her out of the corner of her eye. With a kind smile, she stopped her at the entrance of the bathroom. The plan was simple and many would call it stupid, but for the pink-haired girl, it was the best idea she'd had in weeks. She would show a video of how big Bakugo's tool was and how passionate he was in bed. This would pique Satsuna's curiosity, and Nina would take her to her beloved Katsu, so they could have sex like animals, and then she would be Bakugo, Katsuki's bitch. Satsuna, is that all? She asked angrily to the pink-haired girl who was staring at her incredulously. She was sure she succeeded. Those were the most disappointing 5 minutes of my life, she said, lightly pushing her classmate's shoulder as she left. Nina, are you impressed by how big it is? She said desperately, pointing at the photo shown to the green-haired girl. Satsuna. Actually, she smiled mischievously. She could shatter the pink-haired girl's great impression with just a few simple words. Midoriya is bigger, and that's without even being fully awake. She smiled at the shocked Nina and left the bathroom. Have fun with the little guy. The pink-haired girl, with astonishment on her face, left the bathroom, not believing Satsuna. Her nonsense. How could that be bigger than Katsu? Nonsense. After that, the date passed, peacefully for everyone. Izuku went to see Hound Dog, who, just for today, would test how fragile Midoriya's mind was, and he got a very horrible surprise. Izuku was in very bad shape and had a very difficult road ahead. In the afternoon, when everyone was resting, something shocking happened. Nationwide, in the room where Dynamite was, the next number one didn't interest him at all. He was more focused on sleeping and recovering to get revenge on Deku. Of course, the rest of Japan saw what was broadcast. It was impossible not to see a thanks to Braiva and Nizu, a union of minds for programming that revealed the truth behind Dynamite. The world knew the truth, and no matter how many people came out in favor of Dynamite, and those who excused his actions because he was such an incredible person, they were soon silenced. The truth was undeniable. They largely ignored the fact that he was at UA for the time being, thanks to the fact that the main focus of anger was directed at the old Dynamite school and its stupidity in letting a student leave on his own, even though his other students were suffering. They felt sorry for Mitsuki and Misuru for having to put up with such a beast under their roof. They couldn't blame a mother for loving her son and trying to educate the uneducable. In Class A, they didn't see this coming, some denied it, and the more sensible ones knew it was true, and it caused a discussion among everyone. Mina, it's more than obvious that's a lie. Deka definitely had something to do with it. Jealousy finally got the better of that damn bastard. She defended her crush, not believing what they were saying. Momo, Mina, please, you know what Bakugo is capable of, she said irritably to her classmate. The evidence is clear, and Bakugo is a damn abuser. Kamenari, oh please, Kaken wouldn't be capable of that. He wants to be number one. How bad is it to play when you're a kid? He said, defending his friend. Kyoka was capable. You heard it yourself. Or has licking Bakugo's boots made you even more of an idiot than you already are? She said, mocking the blonde who was about to start a fight. Zero. Bakugo is our friend. We know him, and we know he wouldn't be capable of that. The black-haired boy shouted to his classmates, denying everything. Right, Kurashima. All eyes turned to the reed, who was eating peacefully. Kurashima. Kurashima. He did it, he said seriously, and his friends looked at him in surprise. Mina, how can you even say that? You're his best friend. You should be supporting him. She yelled at the reed, who looked sympathetically at the pink-haired girl. Kurashima. Because I spoke with those affected, he said seriously, and everyone looked at him. Fatima and I were involved in Bakugo's case, talking with those who were his victims. He stood up and faced the pink-haired girl, who was nervous under her friend's gaze. Some of them are still in treatment, and one even ended up blind in one eye. Tell me, Mina, how the hell am I supposed to ignore that? As much as he's my friend, he's guilty, accepted. The pink-haired girl just stared helplessly and left for her room. Kamenari. He was about to refute, but Kurashima's gaze stopped him, so he just went to his room. On the Class B side, everyone was quite shocked to learn that about Bakugo, although halfway through the revelation, IRI was placed under a bar's protection, who refused to let the girl hear such barbaric things. Kendo. And then I'm the one who's scary, right, Midoriya? The mocking orange-haired girl looked at her friend who was eating gummy bears next to Ryako, with whom he was sharing. Ryako, Izuku Minama. Yes. At this they each received a tap on the head for saying that. When Bakugo woke up, it was very late on Tuesday of the week following the internship. He cursed under his breath for being defeated by Deku. He looked around and, contrary to what he expected, it was emptier and lacked the gifts from fans or friends that had surrounded him to make him feel better. He got out of bed, feeling the pain in his feet and arm. As he tried to stand, Deku would suffer a beating like no other for humiliating him like that. He tried to leave his room, but there were two rather serious officers at the door who stopped his escape. Katsuki, let me through, you bastards. He hadn't even been awake for 2 minutes, and he was already cursing an authority figure. I'm sorry, Dynamite, but that's not possible, said one of the 2 guards, while the other called to report the Ash Blonde's awakening. Katsuki, get out of my way, you damn fourth-rate cops. Don't you know who I am? He shouted, drawing the attention of those nearby, who looked at the blonde with some shock. Sukachi, Bakugo Katsuki accused of 15 cases of abuse against your classmates, 28 for vandalism of private property, 3 for attempted rape, and 18 for attempted murder, he said, recounting what he remembered about the blonde. Oh yeah, and 2 cases of inciting suicide among your classmates with only Midoriya Izuku live. His cold tone made the blonde tense, but he didn't back down. Katsuki, and the disinterested tone angered those present, not only the officers and the detective, but also the nurses who were recording the Kugo's awakening. I was just having a good time. It's not my fault those idiots can't handle anything. He looked at the officer with pride and superiority. Besides, there's no proof that I did that. Sukachi, why don't you turn on the TV and see for yourself? The confused blonde did as he was told. They were only showing news. The Kugo Katsuki, the worst villain in a hero's mask. Clear, concise, and to the point. The Kugo stared in shock, replaying what he had done and the atrocities he had caused. He broke out in a cold sweat, staring at the television, not knowing when he had been handcuffed and given an extravagant collar. Katsuki, what? He looked down at a strange dog collar and then glared at Sukachi. Take this dog collar off me, or you'll pay for it. Sukachi, if you say so, successor of number 1, grabbed the blonde man by the handcuffs and dragged him to the bed, forcing him to lie down. A doctor will come to examine you, and then you'll go to the police station so that justice can finally be served. Katsuki, please, they need me, he said desperately. I'm the one who killed. All for one. I'm the best of the best. They can't do this to me. Sukachi, are you sure it was you who killed him? He said, causing confusion in the blonde. According to the autopsy, All for One died because his throat was crushed with an object of great force and pressure long before you exploded the body. Katsuki, I was the one who killed him. I blew his shitty face off. He refused to believe what happened, and the detective sighed, tired of the blonde. Dukachi, your explosions generate impressive heat, but All for One was too resilient. Even All Might had trouble damaging him back in the day. The only burned skin and almost all the clothes off a dead villain. That's the truth. Katsuki, it doesn't matter. My parents will probably kick me out, then I'll come back and kick that idiot Deku's ass, he said confidently, sure of what he would do. Sukachi, Bakugo Mitsuki and Bakugo Mizera refused to help you, and even gave statements about everything you did. This hit the blonde like a ton of bricks. His parents abandoned him just when he needed the most. Mitsuki-san left one last message. You're the biggest disappointment I've ever had, Katsuki, and don't even think I'll ever get you out of trouble again. He repeated what the blonde had said, omitting the part about crying on her husband's shoulder and blaming herself for being the worst mother in the world. Katsuki, All Might will get me out. I'm his successor, he said, not quite sure how to get out of this situation. Sukachi, Yagi Tashinori left the country for his own protection. Now he was trembling with fear. Nobody liked that the former symbol of peace had a potential rapist as a successor. He received threatening letters and other things. So he resigned from UA and left the country for fear of what might happen. The blonde boy stood frozen, his teacher left him alone. The day after the big revelation about Bakugo, all hell broke loose at UA. The Izuku knew exactly what would happen if the whole truth about Bakugo Katsuki was revealed, and of course, the looks of hatred mostly turned to compassion. Mina, I know you had something to do with this, Deku. The pink-haired girl angrily confronted the green-haired boy who was eating peacefully with his friends. You just want to play the victim. Your jealousy finally got the better of you, didn't it? She made a scene, drawing everyone's attention. Izuku, Mina Shido, he said calmly while eating his katsudon. I couldn't care less what you think. If you want to live in a fantasy and believe that Bakugo is a great hero, I care as much as a speck of dust. You want to deny that your boyfriend is a piece of shit? Fine, but don't drag me down with you. You want real proof? Then go and talk to those he hurt, he said angrily in front of the pink-haired girl who felt small for a moment. Mina, TSK, left there humiliated by Deku who went back to eating, realizing something. Izuku, who ate my jelly. He looked at his friends who were just pretending not to notice. Monama, hey, who ate my friend's jello? He shouted somewhat nervously, which is you, noticed. Izuku, says the one with jelly on his cheek. Nervously, the blonde desperately tried to clean the telltale traces. Monama, oh, swept a cold sweat, staring blankly at Izuku. I'll buy another one. I know it. Izuku, thank you.
He smiled at his friend who went to buy gelatin. Kamakiri. Midoriya. The green friend showed an extra jelly he had bought for later and gave it to Izuku who was looking at him as if he were God. Don't tell Monama. Far away in her chair, a woman with blue skin and purple hair glared angrily at the screen. She was one of the few survivors of the Paranormal Liberation Front. Jaide's Kazuki looked stressed. In the end, her plan to bring down the hero Deku didn't work, and it only increased her popularity and support thanks to the fall of Bakugo Kazuki. Kazuki. My sincerest apology, sir, W. The plan didn't work. She spoke nervously to a screen. It's not important, your distraction was good enough to bring him here. Dr. Jiraki, All for One's main assistant, emerged from a door. Thanks to the commotion, I was able to get the doctor out. Jiraki. W, who are you? B asked nervously and a screen turned to look at him. Consider me, Doc, as your main investor and friend. The cold, crazy tone frightened them both. Soon this partnership will fall and one for all will be mine. The plan of what little remained of the Paranormal Liberation Front was very underhanded. They would once again sow doubt in society about heroes and at the critical moment, they would appear as a countermeasure to the current leaders. There was just one slight problem. The hero Deku. The hope that the being exuded was comparable to that of All Might at the time, some even say greater. The hero's kindness combined with his power and protective nature resulted in a new symbol of peace, which is why they tried to bring him down or kill him outright, less fulfilling their purpose. Then he appeared, nobody knew where he came from or why, only that one day he did the impossible by reviving Chidis Kazuki, calling himself an ally of All for One, that he once had in the past and intended to help and control what his former partner left behind. Of course, many supported him, including Chidis herself, who did as she said. He ruined Deku by manipulating the media to make Dynamic the center of attention. Somehow, the guy knew about his Zuko's self-esteem issues and used that to his advantage to transform Deku into a crazy and forgettable hero. It worked to a degree, and thanks to that and the commotion Deku himself caused, they had the key piece on their side. Jiraki. This is absolutely incredible, the doctor said, while furiously typing on the computer. The data this guy had was truly unique. Chidis. What's wrong, doctor? She spoke to the side of the lunatic who was just continuing with his own thing. Jiraki. Remember those terrorists who sought to create a quirkless world? He said without taking his eyes off what he was doing. Chidis. Yes. She spoke with disgust at the idea of such a world. It was unthinkable. The world was foreign by those blessed with strong quirks. Jiraki. We have the altering formula, and with a few adjustments we can enhance our own. And not only that, if I manage to change certain chemicals I can create gnome is more powerful than any ever seen before. Excitement overwhelmed him, this changed everything. It's just the tip of the iceberg, Doctor. The screen lit up, showing the strange but menacing bear again. Given the virus, it can be used to change people's mindsets. We can have an army in under 3 minutes. Jiraki. I'll get to work on it right now. We just need to get the test subjects and... A small interference occurred on the screen, catching the attention of both villains. Don't worry, Doctor, I've already taken care of it. He said to the blue-skinned woman, who felt threatened in some way. A simple trip to the Netherlands, and you'll find what you need. There. Cheetahs. We're leaving Japan. But we must get revenge on everyone. The woman suddenly felt very scared and fell to the ground trying to breathe. Don't be silly. Right now, if the most insignificant person in this country disappears, they'll be on high alert, and they'll find us. But if it's in a place as remote as the one I'm talking about, the alarms won't go off, and we can act as we please. He said, making the woman tremble, though she was able to relax a little. Cheetahs. But our revenge. She muttered irritably. Everything in its own time. The long-awaited revenge will come when we have enough strength to attack. With that, the transmission stopped, and the atmosphere returned to normal. On the other side of the country, Izuku calmly walked towards his classroom with more enthusiasm than usual. Bakugo being placed under rest took a weight off his shoulders, and he felt freer. Theory. The little girl spoke from her position on Izuku's shoulders. Izuku. Tell me. He said, arriving at the living room and seeing everything normal. Tetsu wrestling with Yorota, Monma, Juzo, and Send playing cards, and the girls chatting animatedly. Eri. Can I go to the park with Miss Yui this afternoon? She looked at a father, waiting for an answer. Izuku. If you eat your vegetables, you'll. The girl made an adorable pout because of that. She didn't like that weirdly shaped poison. Eri. It's not fair. She said, indignantly. Yui. Eri. The little girl looked at the dark-haired girl, still pouting. If you do it, I'll buy you an ice cream later. Eri. Yui. Izuku happily placed her in her chair next to him, along with her homework assigned by the principal himself. Nabara. Can I join you? The green-haired girl looked excitedly at her friend, who nodded. Great. Vlad King. Is everyone here? The teacher entered, looking at his students at their desks. Good. Today we have something interesting to do. He smiled at his students, who were preparing for whatever it was. I'll be honest with you, I'm proud of you, guys. You've overcome all kinds of adversity, overcoming personal challenges. You went against all odds to show your strength and courage. For now, I'll leave you with this moment for peace and quiet. Several had already begun to change seats to be more comfortable. Midoriya. Izuku. Yes, sensei. He asked just as he was about to go play blackjack with his friends. Vlad King. Hound Dog told me about your problem. He looked at his student calmly. If you want you can move up your visit today and be free for the afternoon. Izuku. Thank you, sensei. He looked at his friends who were smiling at him. Kendo. Eri-chan is in our capable hands. Midoriya sang go ahead go. With the president's smile, Izuku left towards his destination. Izuku made his way through the UA hallways until he stood in front of Hound Dog's office, grateful for the help, even though he preferred to solve his internal problems on his own. Hound Dog. Midoriya. The dog watched Izuku nervously enter his workplace. It's good to see you. Izuku. It's good to see you again, sensei. He said a little tense. It was still difficult for him to do this. After that, the day was normal, or rather as normal as possible. with Mina playing a mean prank for which she ended up being punished. The days seemed to become calmer without some explosive and angry blonde guy. In the afternoon, Izuku was dragged to the park by Eri and Eri. According to the girl, it was time to spend father-daughter time, so with great effort, they managed to drag Izuku out. Izuku. You know, this is more relaxing than I thought, he said, sitting under the shade of a tree, watching Eri play games with a bar. Eri said, wearily. Eri-chan has so much energy. Next to her green-haired friend. I couldn't sleep much last night because she ate sweets and didn't want to sleep. She said, half asleep, her lack of sleep starting to take its toll. Izuku. I warned you that. He didn't finish when he realized his friend had fallen asleep on his shoulder. I guess she's really tired. In the distance, Eri watched the scene, one touched and the other not understanding what was happening. Eri. Miss Abara. The silver-haired woman looked at the girl for a moment. What's wrong with Miss Eri? Abara. She's just tired, that's all, honey. She said when the girl climbed down from the toy castle in the park. Do you want to keep playing or should we rest for a while? Eri. I want to go with Dad. She went downstairs as fast as she could and soon she was with Izuku and Eri, both asleep. Now what? Abara. Can we wake him up? She yawned tiredly. It was such a peaceful and relaxing day that she just sat down next to Izuku before falling asleep on his other shoulder. Eri. They want to steal Dad from me. She murmured indignantly and angrily. It's not fair. She sat on Abara's lap and leaned back against her father's, resting her head on Yui's. They won't steal Dad from me so easily, she declared with determination. Leaving the country was easy for the doctor and his newest assistant, who was very hesitant about this decision. While they were on what she considered a vacation trip to a country she didn't even know existed, her colleagues had to hide, and those arrested had to endure the harshness of being in high-caliber prisons in Japan. It seemed unfair to her, but she could do nothing but remain silent and follow orders from this mysterious individual. They arrived around 10 p.m. local time, and just as the man had said, a woman who appeared to be the guy's secretary was there. Her face was completely expressionless. She seemed more mechanical than anyone should have said ever seen, and honestly, it caused her some fear and uncertainty. This way, doctor, said the humanoid machine, leading them to another room in the largest building in the city. Jiraki. I wonder who that is. He muttered to himself, swearing he knew that blonde secretary. Lady. Dr. Jiraki. The deep voice sounded from the darkest part of the room, revealing the man. A trench coat covered most of his body, office pants and perfectly clean shoes. And most striking was a technological mask that glowed violet where his eyes were supposed to be. The man's aura was as heavy as that of All for One himself, and his imposing presence made the doctor aware of who he was. Jiraki. Donovan. It's impossible. He took a step back and fell to the ground, quite frightened. Donovan. The pleasure to see you again, doctor. He replied, as cold as the steel of his mask. Chit-Taz. Who is the doctor? She said, trying not to run away from the room and terror. Jiraki. Donovan Dawson, one of All for One's first partners. He spoke without taking his eyes off the former partner. At the beginning of the Quirk era, when All for One was young, he met the young Dawson in a garbage dump begging for help. Donovan. At that time, All for One didn't even call himself that. He was just Shigaraki Tamura amassing power and resources to change society. Explained to his frightened subordinate. Jiraki. And found the Holy Grail with Donovan. Spoke somewhat more calmly. It was his quirk that made him a name, and thanks to All for One and me, he became greedy and uncontrollable. You betrayed us. Donovan. Correction, doctor. I escaped when a third wielder confronted Shigaraki. They wanted to use me to forcibly remove him from the subject, unaware that at that moment he transferred his power to the fourth wielder. He said calmly. Chit-Taz. What is your quirk supposed to do, sir? She said, preparing to escape. Jiraki. Chronodib. Spoke, looking at the masked subject. Donovan controls the time of everything he touches. He pauses them in time, makes them slow or fast, and even increases or decreases their age, but there's a problem with that. Chit-Taz. What? She said, surprised by such power. Donovan. It consumes the time of my cells. In the long run and without proper intervention, I would die from just using my power. He looked at the doctor smiling under his mask. I must thank Dr. Shigaraki for his work. Giving me the preservation copy allowed me to create a paradox in my quirk, stopping my own deterioration and using my quirk without limitations, since my cells are an indefinite pause. Chit-Taz. He is a god of time, sir. He said with a tone of supreme flattery. Donovan. You don't need to flatter me to save your skin, Chit-Taz. I don't plan on doing anything to you, or your group of clowns. He replied coldly, angering the blue-skinned girl, who said nothing. Her fear was greater than her hatred at that moment. Jiraki. How are you alive? Daijin Tamaki was supposed to kill you. He yelled at the guy who just laughed like an old cartoon villain. Donovan. My own quirk saved me. I discovered how to turn back the hands of my watch by at least a few minutes to survive that monster. He said, surprising them both. Jiraki. That's impossible. It would require immense power. And even with preservation, you couldn't have survived. He shouted at the subject, who slowly approached the frightened doctor. Donovan. What you both ignored at the time is Shigaraki's opposed total control over his quirks, so one of them was passed on to me when your preservation arrived. His eyes lit up in surprise. Preservation and energy were both enough to take me back a few precious minutes and change fate. Chit-Taz. What are you planning, sir? She spoke, nervously. Donovan. Something you and I both want, societal change. Turn to prepare for when he would get one for all. When I get one for all, I'll be able to travel through time at will. I'll make sure to go as far back in time as I want to reshape the world and society. So discrimination will disappear, countries will fall, and your little group of Chit-Taz clowns will get what they want. He declared, euphoric about his master plan. Jiraki. How do you plan to do it? Midoriya Izuku is the strongest wielder, and only he can grant the power of his own free will. He doubted his savior, who didn't even bother to look at him. Donovan. That's why it was important to ruin him. Midoriya Izuku is currently mentally unstable, and I will use that instability for my own purposes. Believe me, doctor, when I say that in due time, Midoriya Izuku will grant me one for all. On the other side of the world in Japan, tense moments were being experienced in the 3B dormitories. Bairi-chan was in front of her dad's classmates, who was sitting with the girl on his lap, hugging Izuku very possessively. Pony. Bairi-chan, for the last time, we don't want to keep you away from Midoriya, come, said the blonde, a little tired of recent events. The girl arrived angry with Yui and Abara, believing they wanted to take her dad away from her. Harry. They're lying. They want to steal dad from me. She tightened her grip and Izuku sighed, just as tired as his companions. Izuku. Bairi-chan, they're not lying, they don't want to take you away from me, he said calmly, and the girl looked at him, narrowing her eyes. Harry. Then why do you let them lie on you? Dad is only my dad, not theirs, she said indignantly to the girls. Izuku. Okay, calm down, little unicorn, he said to the girl while ruffling her hair. Bairi-chan, Shiizaki are my friends, very good friends, and if I have to be their human pillow so they can relax after a long day, I'll do it because they're my friends, and I expect you to get along with my friends, after all. He looked at the girls and smiled that way only he knows how, making more than one of them blush at how cute he looked. My friends are also my family. Harry. That means. She thought for a moment and came up with a single possible answer. They're like my moms. She exclaimed excitedly, to which each of the girls reacted with surprise, each in a different shade of red. Ibra was a full-blown tomato, as were Pony and Kinoko. Suzuna and Kendo had a pronounced blush, and it was least noticeable on Yui and Ryuko, who hid it well. Izuku. Talk to them about that. I won't be the one to tell you who to. Consider your mother figure. That would be cruel of me. The girl nodded excitedly and looked at the girls. You know it's not necessary, so I'll put it this way. I don't mind that Irakan wants you as mothers. Bakugo woke up in his cell after being knocked unconscious by a blow he received while trying to escape and teach Deku a lesson. Deku was surely the one who exposed his little games. He was notified that he had been expelled from Yui, and despite his attempts to explain things during his closed-door summary trial, he reached a plea deal. Since Dynamic had caught many criminals in the last year, his sentence was reduced by half. 30 years in a regular prison. Nothing for supervillains, and with a few perks if he behaved himself. Oh wait, that was before. They searched his room at Yui, and something disgusting came to light. Aside from the fishy smell and the All Might posters he probably stole from Midoriya Izuku, he came up with a very interesting plan to have his own harem that included all his classmates, except for the one with the smallest breasts for being the least feminine, heroines from Beast Genius Agency, Ryukyu and Nidai, as well as the wild pussycats, his teacher Midnight and Mirko. The interesting thing is that he was going to force them if they didn't want to, which the judge considered sexual harassment and a possible rape if the case arose. That's how he got himself sent to a prison with fewer guards and his perks for good behavior. The second thing was by far the worst. Bakugo Katsuki was still abusing 2 of his former classmates. The damned excuse for a human being had recordings of his sexual encounters with both girls, in which they begged him to stop, all in front of a camera that Katsuki himself had set up for his own personal pleasure, and to blackmail them. Those same girls are now confined to a psychiatric hospital, due to the severe mental problems that the blonde hero caused them both. One of them was so terrified that just seeing a boy would cause her to scream until she feigned to there lost her voice, whichever came first. The other was slightly better, if you can even call it that. No nurse could touch her because panic made her withdrawn and on the verge of a nervous breakdown. The best part was Bakugo's response to all the accusations. Katsuki. It was just for fun, nothing more. I didn't do anything wrong. Of course, this alone cost him everything else, and to further enrage the masses, some villains have their limits to a certain extent, but Bakugo Katsuki does not. And no matter how much Dynamic's lawyer, appointed by law since no one wanted the case, said that Bakugo Katsuki was pressured by his teachers and classmates, it was the explosive blonde's own decision to do what he did. Nobody told him to beat up quirkless people or rape women. He did it because he wanted to. And the worst part is that his ego is such that he says it with an arrogant and proud smile on his face. The sentence was decided the very minute he threatened the judge. Bakugo Katsuki is sentenced to 3 life sentences with no possibility of reduction or bail. The announcement stunned Bakugo and the few who were allowed to be happy. Katsuki. Fine, take me to any prison, I'll escape easily. He declared angrily, it was clear his hatred had made him speak out of turn. And then I'll come back and blow up his fucking face. Then I'll go after Deku and break his legs and force him to watch me rape his stupid friends. He glared maniacally at everyone who were terrified. And then I'll go after that girl. Take him to paradise, gentlemen, and never let him out. 2 officers dragged the irate and crazed Bakugo, who was hurling 1,000 curses at Deku, and making stupid promises of revenge. After Tartarus fell to All for One in the ensuing global chaos, it became clear to the United Nations that they needed a prison to send the world's most dangerous criminals to rot forever. So, when things ended after the death of the symbol of evil, each of the world's greatest scientists designed paradise. A strange name for a prison, but given its location, it was one of the most popular ideas. Almost reaching Earth's atmosphere, the prison paradise was rapidly constructed thanks to the world's greatest tycoons. The place is a floating fortress at a very high altitude, sustained by reactors powered by humanity's garbage. It's a place that utilizes all the world's trash to stay aloft. It's over 3 kilometers long and 3 kilometers high, with walls made of a touch-sensitive absorbent alloy, so any impact inside or out will be easily withstood. Not even All Might at his best could dent it. In addition, there are surveillance drones within a 2-kilometer radius, and anti-aircraft turrets placed every 100 meters around its exterior. Inside, a vast labyrinth of cells awaited, secured with magnetic locks and a laser mesh, capable of cutting through even the toughest quirks. The complex itself moves, making it impossible for a prisoner to know their location. Furthermore, heat and light sensors hermetically seal each cell at the slightest sign of danger, isolating any imprisoned villain. Finally, the facility boasted its own electromagnetic field, negating teleportation and portal creating powers. A year of engineering well spent. And today it is finally inaugurated with its first prisoner for eternity, the pride of many people and many individuals, so many hours of hard work finally bear fruit. Number 1 inside. The guard said with a grin, tossing Bakugo into the cell. Because if you're number 1 here, dynamic, congratulations. Ha ha ha, Katsuki, you bastard. He was about to hit the guard who activated the handcuffs, and the blonde fell due to the magnetism in them. Save your strength, dynamite. Those handcuffs aren't just for show. They allow you to grip any metal and keep your palms moisturized, so your sweat is useless. Good luck leaving paradise. Ha ha ha. The guard's laughter echoed, further irritating Bakugo. On Earth, a week had passed in which, after Izuku caused a mental breakdown in his friends, his daughter could not decide on any of them for the role of mother. On the one hand, Kendo was strict but fair and always left room for negotiation. In addition, when she sleeps with her, she always sleeps very comfortably, using her as a pillow. But Yui, Dad's self-proclaimed best friend, she gave her a lot of freedom. And whenever she didn't like something she would negotiate for Yui to do it. In addition to that, when it was her turn to sleep with a dark-haired girl, she always slept in a stuffed animal made giant by Mom Yui. With Pony it was funny, the foreign blonde let her eat apples whenever she wanted, and sometimes they both shared. She had a lot of fun with her too, and according to her father, she is a very comfortable pillow. Things were always strange with Ryako, and that's why she liked that she was her mom. Ryako always had a story for her, whether it was morning, afternoon, or night. She always told her a good story, almost always accompanied by a very loving kiss on her forehead. With Kinoko, she could always sleep whenever she wanted, and they watched pleasant movies. In addition, Kinoko taught her about fun mushrooms. The brunette took her to many places. The only thing Eri can say she doesn't like is that Mama Kinoko steals Papa's legs for her personal use, and she doesn't like that. With Abara, she always did funny things. In addition to teaching her customs, like saying things the girl didn't understand before going to sleep, besides giving her unconditional love like her other moms, and above all, she always knows what to say to control Dad, who along with Mom Kendo and Mom Yui, are the only ones who control him. The last one is Mom Setsuna, and she's very funny most of the time. There's always guaranteed fun around her, whether it's because they both play together, or she lets Eri play video games that are suitable for her. Whatever that means, and she's always bothering Dad, who just smiles a little. This decision of Mom's is very difficult. Yui. Rest Eri-chan. The dark-haired girl kissed her forehead and left her there in her bed before going out to get something to eat. Eri. Well, it's decided, Pingu. She said to her penguin plushie, smiling quite happily. They'll all be my moms. She grabbed the penguin behind the head, moving it as if she were talking. "And how would your dad or great Irisama take it?" she said in a different tone, pretending to be the penguin. "Don't worry, Pingu, I'll figure it out." Eri had the most wonderful of plans. Since her dad didn't smile enough, she would make him smile with her moms, and since he already smiled with Mom Yui and Mamabara, the plan would be slightly easier. She didn't know why. But Mom Kendo used to hit her head, and then struck where she hit it. She didn't quite understand it, but they got along well. The plan was slowly getting underway, and Dad had no idea. "Eri. Alright, I'm starting operation. Mommy," she declared, looking at her 3 favorite stuffed animals. Pingu, Coral the octopus, and Tyro the snowman with a pumpkin head. "Alright, let's get this started," she spoke seriously to her stuffed animals, from which the octopus fell off. "Koro, it's not time to sleep." She pouted at the octopus and picked him up to set him right. "Ebara, Eri-chan." The green-haired girl entered a room, finding Eri nervously trying to hide her plushies. "Eri." "Yes, Mamabara." She spoke nervously, unsure if her mother had heard anything. "Ebara. Come on, darling, let's have breakfast." She extended her hand to the little girl, who took the stuffed octopus and went to her mom. "Eri." "Mamabara." The girl spoke as they were getting out. "Is it wrong that I love everyone in my family?" she asked doubtfully. The girl had learned that she shouldn't force anything in life and always take care of her own and the defenseless. That's what her uncle Tamaki taught her. He also said something about protecting children, but she didn't pay attention anymore. "Ebara." "Of course not, darling, we all love you very, very much, and we'll be happy with you, Eri-chan," she assured the little girl, who smiled broadly. "Eri. So you'll be with Dad?" she said excitedly, making Ebara nervous and causing her head to steam. "Ebara. What are you talking about, Eri-chan?" she said nervously. It wasn't that she disliked being with Midoriya, but she was embarrassed by what had happened when she first arrived, and which had been repeated a week later because she didn't remember that incident. "Eri. I want Papa to smile, and I want all of you to be my mommies. I want you and my family," she declared seriously. There was nothing to negotiate. She was quite sure she would achieve her goal. "Ebara. But that's..." She looked at the determined girl, unsure how to continue her sentence. "Eri. I'm not going to give up, and it doesn't matter if it's difficult. I'll make it happen. We'll be a family." She smiled at her mom, who sighed and smiled back. Ebara said, "Good luck with that," Eri-chan patting her head as they continued on their way. Upon arriving, the usual scene unfolded. Izuku with Kinoko on his lap, both eating tetsu and always cooking and competing to see who could make the biggest pancake tower. And Kendo chatting next to Izuku. "Eri. Mom Kinoko." But the pout she went to the smiling brunette on Izuku's lap. "That's my place, Kinoko. I arrived first, Eri-chan, but if you want..." She took the girl and placed her on her lap. "This will be your place," she said while combing the girl's hair with her fingers. "Eri. I'm going to take it, but it offends me a lot," she said as her brunette mother gave her a piece of bread. "It's delicious," she said with a pout. Throughout that day, Eri analyzed how close her mothers were to her father, and discovered some interesting things. Mama Yui and Papa are very close and are almost always seen together. Mama Riko usually included herself in this as well. Mama Pony and Mama Satsuna were always hanging around lunchtime. Her green-haired mother would always get very close to her father, as if she were trying to entice him, which made Mama Pony jealous and blush. They would end up fighting, and her father would always calm them down with desserts and food. A power Eri wanted to learn for the future. Mama Kinoko and Mama Abara usually taught her about taking care of plants, and Papa was always there to help her. In addition, Eri watched how they interacted and how Mama Abara blushed at the slightest word from Papa. The finish Mom Kendo and Dad always trained in the afternoon, sometimes Uncle Tetsu, Uncle Manamon Uncle Garoda were there, just a day they were alone, and Mom Kendo was radiant. Eri, Dad, spoke excitedly. To her father right after training with Mom and Kendo. Izuku. So, unicorn, he said weirdly. Kendo really knew how to move. Eri, can we go for a motorcycle ride? She said, completely excited. Her plan was getting underway. Izuku. Sorry Eri-chan, but I don't know how to ride a motorcycle. He replied to the girl who lowered her gaze sadly, for not being able to fulfill her wish. Kendo, Midoriya-san. The orange-haired girl arrived with a water bottle for her friend. If you want, I can take Eri-chan on that walk. She smiled at her friend who nodded. Perfect. She saw the girl who was smiling like a cartoon villain. Come on Eri-chan, let's go for a walk. She extended her hand to the girl who crossed her arms and sat on the ground. Eri. No. I want Dad to take me for a walk. She said angrily about not spending time with her dad. It's been so long since we went for a walk. Izuku. Well. He didn't want any more trouble than he already had, so he just picked up the girl and looked at Kendo. President, would you do me the favor of teaching me how to drive? Kendo. Are you sure? He said, not believing it was a good idea. I don't want you to overexert yourself. You already have enough with going to Hound Dog Inn classes, not to mention your training. I don't want you to have a shock or anything. Izuku. I'll be fine, President, because Eri-chan will be by my side at every practice. He smiled at his daughter, who was still pouting. Kendo. If you say so. She said, unconvinced by the idea. Midoriya needed more rest, not more things. When do you want to start? Izuku. How about now? The orange-haired girl looked at him incredulously. The faster we do it, the faster we'll finish. Eri-chan will have her trip. Kendo. If you say so. Now I wasn't convinced about anything regarding this idea. And so begins Operation Mommy. The plan is simple. It will bring each of their mothers closer to their father, and they will all realize that they would make a perfect family, and everyone would be happy. That's why I had to do this and bring Mom Kendo closer to Dad. The three of them would go as a family on a trip that Eri had already planned, and her mom would realize how great and protective Dad is. Eri. Thinking about it. She looked at her mom and dad on a motorcycle. Kendo started. And Izuku didn't quite know what to do because they were very close. I won't need that much preparation, he. She smiled happily under the watchful gaze of both friends. Kendo. You know he's up to something, right? He said to Izuku, who finally settled comfortably in his seat. Izuku. It's clear you're up to something, President. He looked at the little girl who was tapping her feet to the rhythm of imaginary music, her innocence evident. Only I don't know what it is. Kendo threw a small tantrum over something easily resolved. It's very unusual for Eri-chan. She looked at the girl, unsure of what she was planning. Izuku. Let's hope nothing bad happens. Looked ahead, unsure what to do. Let's continue with the classes, President. Mina had crossed the line this time. She tried to infiltrate Izuku's room looking for something incriminating, but she found nothing, and of course she was caught. One more time and she would be expelled from UA. During the 2 weeks that had passed since the internships ended, he spent his time bothering Class B, especially Izuku, and the girls, whom he called very mean and degrading names that obviously no one liked. Not even his own class could stand it, except for Ida, who had undergone a radical change since the sports festival. He didn't tell anyone, but after his performance at the festival, his brother reconsidered his position at the agency and, above all, considered the use of the name Ingenium for young Tenya. The indiscriminate attacks on the hero from the other class and his statements weakened the faith, pride, and affection he had for his younger brother. Then you became arrogant upon receiving so much fame and visibility, and that couldn't be in a good hero, so the Idas, with great regret for their actions, decided to Remove the name that Tenya loved so much. And of course, just like Mina, Ida Tenya attributed this to the deserter from Class A, better known as Midoriya Izuku, or Deku as Mina called him. He spent the week after Bakugo's revelation trying to incite Midoriya to fight, so that he would prove that he deserved to have his family's hero name, and deserved the title of one of the big three. That was taken away from Class A Ida. Midoriya. He angrily banged on the door leading to the Class B dormitories for the 5th time that day. Kamakiri. For the last time he's not here, came the voice above the blue-haired boy with glasses. Ida. Where is he? He shouted at the building, and I could swear I could hear the exasperated sounds of some of them. Manama. Where the hell? He shouted, holding back a laugh. Ida. Tupu. He spoke without understanding anything. Manama's paying your fucking mother a visit, you bastard. He yelled from inside, provoking Ida, who was about to start his engines and kick the door off its hinges. Ezawa. What are you doing here, Ida? His teacher caught him just as he was about to launch his most powerful attack. Ida-sensei. He said, stopping his justified outburst of hatred. Ezawa. When they called to report your continued intrusion into Class B, you were lucky enough that your punishment wasn't anything more than cleaning the classrooms, but now you're trying to break down the door to Class B. Do you even know what you're doing? The blue-haired boy clenched his fists and barely contained rage. Last warning, Ida. Stay away from Class B or you'll be suspended. Leave them alone and own up to your foolishness. Ida. But sensei. The teacher just stared with his quirk active, and the bespectacled boy didn't say anything more. Understood, sensei. He said nothing else and continued toward the Class A dormitories. Maybe a cold drink would help him. Ezawa, open up. He said, and in less than a minute, Sen was already at the door, smiling as if she had done something evil. Sensei. He said, smiling. They were in the middle of a joke war between friends, and maybe it would be decided today. Ezawa. And Midoriya? He asked, to which the brunette thought for a minute before avoiding a Sen bomb that fortunately Ezawa also dodged. Senator Midoriya is with Kendo and Yuri-chan somewhere in the parking lot right now. Why do you ask, sensei? He said when a smelly block of cheese stuck to his shirt. Bondo and his quirk could be annoying sometimes. Ezawa. Information that reached me suggests that the principal didn't inform Midoriya's parents that he had changed classes. He sighed wearily. Senator, not to sound disrespectful or anything, sensei, but isn't that your duty? He asked a teacher, who sighed. Ezawa. I've been busy dealing with the class and their delusions these past few months. He said, sniffing the student who stank. Go back to what you were doing inside. But the nod, the brunette closed the door, and the teacher retreated straight to the parking lot. And what was he supposed to be doing there? He walked calmly and quietly, reorganizing his ideas and thoughts about what had happened in a couple of months. He still felt like a bad teacher for leaving a student behind. He wouldn't make excuses. It was partly his fault, and he would try to make amends. That's why he only admitted to letting Midoriya go to Class B. He couldn't say the things would be resolved in his class, so with great regret, he let his favorite student go. Ezawa. Oh, there they are. He looked at the green-haired boy on a motorcycle along with the president of Class B, and to one side Eri, who was eating a caramel apple with her snowman plushie in her hands. Kendo. Ezawa's sensei. The orange-haired girl said from her position behind Izuku, showing him how a motorcycle works. Ezawa. I just came to talk to Midoriya. He said, observing the teaching methods of the leader of Class B Kendo. This isn't what. She felt embarrassed by how she was, with her lying on top of Midoriya, taking and guiding his hands, very close together. Izuku. What do you need, sensei? He asked, not quite understanding why the president seemed so tense. Ezawa. Your parents will be here soon. They heard about the Kugo's capture, and came to see how you are, he said, and it was the moment for the green-haired boy to tense up. I'm not one to speak, but shouldn't you have spoken to them a long time ago? Izuku. With everything that happened, I didn't have time. The black-haired boy's gaze hardened. It's okay, I didn't want to talk to you because I felt that I wasn't worth it. He lowered his gaze, trying to stop the slight trembling. Luckily for him, the president was there to calm him down. I thought it was best if you all forgot about me, that way you wouldn't have to remember that your son is a Deku. Kendo. Midoriya said that. She was about to speak, but was stopped when the Class A teacher gave her light tap on the head. Ezawa. What are you talking about? He said, irritated by Izuku's behavior. You're a good student and a great hero, Midoriya. No matter what happened, that's the truth. Yes. You have problems like everyone else, and what makes you so special isn't that power inside you, Midoriya. He looked at Izuku, stunned by his teacher's words. It's the ability to keep going with a smile. He looked at his student, Ezawa, feeling hurt. I want to apologize, Midoriya. Izuku. Huh. He looked at the teacher, not knowing what to say. Ezawa. My behavior towards you and your problems during those months when you needed help the most was negligent and awful. I could have prevented it from happening, and yet I let it go. I simply thought that fame was fleeting and that they wouldn't be blinded by it. Forgive me, Midoriya Izuku. He said, bound to the surprise of Izuku. Izuku. Sensei. The green-haired boy couldn't believe what was happening. The great eraser had apologizing to Izuku. Ezawa. These may seem like empty words, Midoriya, but he stood up and looked at the green-haired boy with a sad smile. I promise on every cat in existence, on my friend Shirokamo, and on my own life that every word is true. I still don't know how to make you forgive me, but believe me, I will. But that, the teacher turned and left. You will always be the best student I could have ever had. When things got really bad after that first battle in Jakku against Shimura Tenko with All for One, Izuku almost begged his mother on his knees to leave Japan with his father. He wouldn't put her at risk in what was possibly a war in which she would most likely die. Binko, very nervous, fulfilled her son's wish, and before Japan isolated itself from the world, she left for the United States to meet her husband, leaving her child alone. Then he made his other decision and left UA knowing that they were looking for him because of his power. He didn't even have time to write to what was then his class. He had a lot of work ahead of him and very little time. Fortunately, the Hero Commission kept the issue of One for All as a simple enemy-lying tactic at the last second, which was fortunate for Izuku and Shinso, who followed him on his adventure, despite all of Izuku's complaints not to. To this day he still regretted letting him continue and continued to blame himself for his friend's condition. No matter how much people told him otherwise, he knew it was his fault for letting him continue. He pushed those thoughts aside to focus on the here and now. Today his parents were coming to UA to check on him. Fire gripped him, unsure how they would react to what had happened. Would they treat him badly? Would they yell at him? Perhaps he deserved it for being Izuku. He banged his fist on the table and the whispers of what he called his shadow stopped. Apparently, every step he took to overcome his problems worked well. Riko, Midoriya-san. The silver-haired girl entered her friend's room, watching as his bloody knuckles emerged from the desk.